Excellencies, and you brave souls that made it here this morning. Welcome to the day 2 of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. My name is Andrei Poganaru. I will be your MC for the day. I'm also a Aspen young leader from the 2009 generation and a partner in private equity in Romania. You may have seen my dad yesterday. But without further ado, I have the honor of first introducing Mr. Vasile Iuga, who amongst many titles and achievements is also the treasurer of the Aspen Institute. So please welcome Mr. Iuga.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Mr. Spătaru, welcome. It's my honor to welcome you to the second day of the 11th edition of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum, organized by Aspen Institute Romania in partnership with GMF of the United States. We had a very exciting day yesterday when, also benefiting from NATO's remarkable support, we are proud to have put together an outstanding lineup of speakers. After the inspiring opening of Jens Stoltenberg, NATO's Secretary General, we followed a thought-provoking high-level conversation between Mircea Joană, NATO Deputy Secretary General, and Edward Luce from the Financial Times. We were also privileged to welcome at our forum several key participants of the North Atlantic Council meeting, which is currently taking place in Bucharest for the first time, including ministers of NATO allies. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday we enjoyed several interesting debates on how a comprehensive future European architecture should look like, and we are extremely grateful to all key personalities for their contribution to the debate. The forum also discussed societal resilience as a first line of defense, looking at various topical issues in our society, ranging from cyber defense to energy security, to accelerating innovation in the region. Looking forward to today's debates, we would like to thank everyone present for choosing to spend St. Andrew's Day at Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum, one of the most significant public platforms for strategic debates in our region. For our foreign friends, St. Andrew is the patron and the protector of Romania, and is celebrated on the 30th of November, the day before our National Day. We assure you that today's session will no doubt be equally interesting, as we will continue to look at key topics such as EU-NATO cooperation, innovation, supply chain, or the digital economy. We will start the day by analyzing systemic shocks and lessons learned from the war in Ukraine, which has contributed tremendously to a very challenging and increasingly tense geopolitical and geo-economic context. It is clear that in this critical regional context, the resilience of our societies must be constantly trained, strengthened, and improved, and key societal values such as democracy, rule of law, good governance, and transparency must be promoted. Ladies and gentlemen, Aspen Institute Romania has been constantly supporting the anchoring of these key values in the Romanian society and also in our region, providing support and know-how to all major stakeholders involved in decision-making at a strategic level through its leadership programs, public policy programs, and public events. We are fully committed to continuing this work beyond our borders, investing in the further development of high-density, high-level leadership and partnership networks outside Romania. In this context, on behalf of the Board of Trustees, it is my pleasure to announce that our institute will continue to strengthen its presence in the Republic of Moldova, a key partner and neighbor with which Romania shares long-lasting historical, cultural, economic, and political ties. We believe Aspen Institute Romania would be best suited to provide a regional platform for an informed and non-partisan dialogue related to strengthening societal resilience in Romania and in the Republic of Moldova, and to enhancing cooperation between our countries on a wide variety of topics, such as security, economic development and trade, or energy and sustainability. The Aspen method of bringing together key stakeholders from the public and private sector, academia and civil society, would bring added value to the multi-level dialogue and cooperation between our society's leaders. In the coming months, we will organize trademark Aspen activities in the Republic of Moldova, such as leadership seminars or Aspen dialogues. Based on a gradually increasing presence, we consider opening an office of the Institute in Chișinău in order to establish a permanent presence in the Republic of Moldova and work more consistently towards the goals I just described. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for taking part in the 11th edition of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum, and I'm happy to welcome you to another full day of high-level, high-quality debates. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the introductory speech. It is my honor to invite to the stage Ms. Clara Volintiru, the director of the German Marshall Fund, a political researcher, and please, thank you.
Andrei, it's wonderful to meet you here in Bucharest again. The last time we were in a panel together, we were at the Aspen Ideas Festival. And I'm very happy, and I'm sure you can confirm that the whole atmosphere that we find there, it's equally valuable here. And many, many thanks to all of you that are today and yesterday and throughout all these years here with us. And when I say us, I'm very happy to speak on behalf of two families. So I just finished my collaboration, my long-standing collaboration with the Aspen Institute, and I'm just starting my new mandate with the German Marshall Fund family. So I think it's no better place to take the stage in thanking you all, our teams, for putting this wonderful event together, again, year after year, and you, our participants, our colleagues in the discussions that we have and the ideas that we shape together throughout these days of the Bucharest Forum. Now, I think I will do two things because it's very hard to follow the comprehensive presentation of what has been discussed and what will be discussed today that Mr. Iuga provided earlier. I will do two things. I will tout the horn of the Bucharest Forum and tell you why I think it is so relevant, not just this year, but also in general as a key platform of engagement. And the second idea that I want to talk to you about is my new family, the German Marshall Fund, and how this organization plays a key role in the region as well. So starting with the Bucharest Forum, I would just like to mention one more time how extremely important it is to all of you and all of us who are trying to put together ideas and meaningful actions in our society and in the broader community of the transatlantic space. A couple of years ago, during the pandemics, with the Bucharest University of Economic Studies, we've developed a new methodology of institutional resilience. We've been talking about resilience at the Bucharest Forum for many years now, since the pandemics, and in different other events. And what we came up with at the Bucharest University of Economic Studies was societal resilience is the sum of its parts. The sum of individual resilience, the sum of institutional resilience. And my proposal to you today is to see the Bucharest Forum as a key promoter of your institutional resilience, whether it is public institutions or private institutions. And I will mention why. According to our methodology, we look at 4 factors: preparedness, agility, robustness, and impact in society, the PARI methodology. Now, in terms of preparedness, why does the Bucharest Forum prepare you to have better, higher institutional resilience? Because we engage with strategic conversations, strategic vision. And while everyone wants to talk about strategic vision these days, I think having this converging dialogue that the Bucharest Forum provides actually delivers higher preparedness in a time, in a world that is in flux. Now, because the world is in flux, we need to revise our considerations. We need to coordinate with our partners. And that's why the Bucharest Forum also provides another layer of institutional resilience. It provides you and your organizations with agility. You can update your expectations. You can understand the current context. And again, you can coordinate better with relevant stakeholders in the region and beyond. Now, the last two dimensions are trickier because they follow through the crisis cycle and they move towards recovery, right? Towards the future. And that's robustness, our ability to survive, the polycrisis, future crisis, whatever may come, and impact in society. And in terms of robustness, I don't know how much the Bucharest Forum can deliver or how much you yourselves can deliver. Because in my opinion, robustness deals with our networks, with our shared commitments, with our solidarity and our actions together. And because of that, you need to pursue robustness after the days of events. And finally, in terms of impact in society, again, I think it is up to all of you, public, private, academic, civil society organizations, to pursue further the ideas that we discuss here, that we engage with here, and to pursue them further towards the public. And it is no better time to talk about the public than at this stage where the GMF, our organization, the German Marshall Fund of the United States, is really looking for new and innovative means of engaging with a broader audience, with the publics of our countries. And I say our countries because we talk about the Transatlantic Alliance when we talk about the Bucharest Forum. And to that point, I would like to move on to my second intervention, and that's a bit shorter. What does the German Marshall Fund provide to the region? What it is its distinctive trait in the region? And here I would like to posit the following idea. It can provide a feedback loop. We together here meet at different similar events. We together here discuss similar ideas. And we together here have similar understandings of what we need to do. But what happens outside these rooms is a whole world of uncertainty, challenges, difficulties, and real life struggles. And I mean struggles for democracy, but I also mean struggles for survival, for economic well-being, for basic values of humanity. And in that world of real-life struggles, the GMF organization, like many other extraordinarily courageous organizations, have engaged with the public in Romania and in the Black Sea region. They have provided personalized support to people that were in dire need. We have a long-standing activity of supporting democratic capacity building in the region, but what we have also is true partnerships, real connections with people on the ground. And because of that, our organization can provide a valuable feedback loop from the people that are at the forefront of our battle for values, ideas, and strategic commitments to us, the higher level panels of discussion and engagement. And further on, you yourselves will bring back this feedback loop to your organizations and your decision makers and your own networks. I would like to mention that I am extremely humbled and privileged, and I have an extraordinary joy to share with you today this, let's say, pride in how this event has taken place over the past years, in how much we have built together, and in our shared understanding of what it is important for us and our societies. Thank you very much for being here with us, and I'm going to pass the floor to Andrei.
Thank you for such a very spirited speech this morning, and it's a pleasure to see you again. I think based on the first two speakers, we might soon have a Chisinau Forum, Aspen GMF Forum soon enough. Next, it is my pleasure to welcome the Minister of the Economy, Mr. Florin Spătaru. Domnul Spătaru ne se va adresa în limba română, so if you have your translators, now's the time.
Good morning, everyone. Bună dimineața, la mulți ani, Andrei. E o zi importantă pentru România, este Sfântul Andrei și vreau să le urez tuturor care își sărbătoresc numele la mulți ani. Mulțumesc pentru această invitație și pentru privilegiul de a mă adresa în această dimineață pe un subiect atât de important. În istoria nu foarte îndepărtată a umanității am mai avut exemple de crize suprapuse. Așa cum avem de peste 3 ani de zile un binom destructiv compus din pandemia COVID-19 și din februarie anul acesta agresiunea rusească neprovocată în Ucraina. Desigur, este o nuanță de discutat aici, pentru că în unele situații suprapunerea crizelor vine ca urmare a relației de cauzalitate dintre ele. Câteva din aceste exemple le putem enumera aici. Avem criza petrolului din 1973 și războiul din Yom Kippur, criza economică din 80-83, care a avut la bază criza energetică din 79, cauzată de căderea regimului Shahishahului Pahlavi și Revoluția Mulhalilor din Iran, recesiunea din 1991, care s-a suprapus cu invadarea Kuveitului de către Irak și cu destrămarea blocului sovietic. Pandemia COVID a reprezentat, fără doar și poate, un punct de cotitură, un șoc major, cu efecte de anvergură asupra tuturor statelor, societăților și a cooperării la nivel internațional. Ieșirea din șocul generat de pandemie s-a suprapus cu intrarea într-un nou șoc, generat de agresiunea neprovocată a Rusiei împotriva Ucrainei. Efectele celor două șocuri exogene pentru economiile țărilor din regiune prezintă o serie interesantă de asemănări, dar și de deosebiri ce merită analizate. Ambele șocuri au determinat sincope pe partea ofertei, cu impact major la nivel economic și în ceea ce privește dinamica prețurilor. În cazul COVID-19, acest impact a fost mult generalizat, cuprinzând o gamă largă de materii prime, dar și de produse și servicii cu grad ridicat de complexitate. În cazul războiului din Ucraina, impactul se repercutează în special asupra aprovizionării cu materii prime pentru industria energetică și a combustibililor, dar și a lipsei produselor agroalimentare. În cazul COVID-19, pentru că cererea a fost afectată simultan cu oferta, sau chiar înaintea acesteia, impactul asupra prețurilor a fost întârziat, fiind resimțit în a doua parte a crizei, mai ales către final, când cererea a revenit puternic, dar oferta a continuat să fie afectată. În cazul conflictului din Ucraina și Rusia, oferta a fost prima afectată, în vreme ce efectele asupra cererii s-au propagat cu un decalaj și au crescut gradual pe măsură ce conflictul a devenit tot mai intens și mai îndelungat, iar așteptările de soluționare diplomatică nu s-au confirmat. În ambele cazuri, lecția învățată este cea a reducerii dependenței de surse externe de aprovizionare în cazul sectoarelor economice cu importanță strategică. Iar în cazul României, avantajul accesului la numeroase resurse naturale nu trebuie irosit, ci trebuie neapărat consolidat prin dezvoltarea unui sector industrial competitiv și a unei infrastructuri care să diminueze costurile de acces. Aceste șocuri combinate au relevat rolul extrem de important al inovației și al noilor tehnologii, inclusiv pe partea de comunicații, accesul la internet, securitatea transmisiilor de date și a canalelor de cooperare la distanță între echipe. În cazul COVID-19, accesul a fost pus pe tehnologiile asociate telemuncii, iar în cazul războiului pe capacitatea de a colecta, de a transmite și a analiza informații operative, precum și pe capacitatea de a transmite și recepționa în timp real instrucțiuni pentru coordonarea acțiunilor din teren. În acest context, lecția învățată pentru viitor este cu siguranță aceea că domeniul IT&C va rămâne de importanță strategică, iar adoptarea celor mai noi, eficiente și sigure dezvoltări în acest domeniu vor rămâne și în viitor de importanță vitală pentru succes. Asta înseamnă inclusiv demersuri pentru asigurarea securității sistemelor informatice și a canalelor de comunicații, pentru contracararea riscului cibernetic, dar și punerea accentului pe pregătirea la un nivel tot mai ridicat a resursei umane în utilizarea acestor sisteme. Educația și formarea profesională trebuie să se adapteze la utilizarea eficientă și competentă a acestor noi tehnologii, iar de aceasta va depinde foarte mult competitivitatea și reziliența tuturor statelor. Atât pandemia COVID-19, cât și agresiunea asupra Ucrainei, prin efectele lor directe și indirecte, au afectat și continuă să afecteze consumul și investițiile. Din această perspectivă, în cazul pandemiei, deteriorarea s-a manifestat relativ generalizat, la nivel global, în vreme ce în contextul războiului din Ucraina, ea este mult mai pregnantă în regiune, chiar dacă se resimte și la nivel global. Faptul că cele două șocuri s-au succedat aproape imediat complică foarte mult funcția de răspuns a autorităților fiscale și monetare din regiune. În special din perspectivă fiscală, faptul că războiul din Ucraina menține presiune negativă asupra economiei, resimțită și în pandemie, chiar dacă într-o manieră diferită, face necesară susținerea financiară economică prin programe guvernamentale în vederea diminuării costurilor sociale și a efectelor destructive asupra capacităților economice. Devine inevitabil menținerea unui rol important al statului în economie. De aceea, programele guvernamentale de sprijin trebuie atent calibrate, astfel încât să consolideze sectorul privat al economiei și să încurajeze inițiativa. Lecția învățată pentru viitor este că trebuie să facem tot posibilul pentru a menține finanțele publice într-o ordine cât mai bună tot timpul, dar mai ales atunci când situația economică este favorabilă și să ne îngrijim să avem un mediu concurențial sănătos, precum și un cadru legislativ și fiscal care să încurajeze inițiativa privată, pentru că de aici vin majoritatea locurilor de muncă, cât și partea cea mai consistentă a veniturilor bugetare. Ambele șocuri au diminuat atenția acordată unor riscuri pe termen lung la nivel global, care însă între timp nu s-au atenuat, ci dimpotrivă, au continuat să se acutizeze. Câteva dintre ele le pot aminti: creșterea inegalității atât în Occident cât și în lumea în curs de dezvoltare, deteriorarea mediului înconjurător și agravarea schimbărilor climatice, schimbarea demografică care duce la îmbătrânirea rapidă a populației în majoritatea țărilor din întreaga lume. Aceste probleme globale vor continua să persiste în viitor, mai ales în contextul tensiunilor geopolitice și a sancțiunilor economice, care se vor prelungi pe un viitor de timp mult mai îndelungat, indiferent de dinamica viitoare a conflictului militar din Ucraina. Tocmai în contextul deteriorării echilibrelor bugetare induse de măsurile guvernamentale luate ca reacție pentru atenuarea efectelor șocurilor, implementarea unor soluții la cele trei probleme globale amintite mai sus va fi cu atât mai dificilă, astfel că ne putem aștepta că oricare dintre acestea se vor agrava în viitorul apropiat, iar ceea ce este posibil să determine noi presiuni asupra sistemelor economice. Lecția învățată este aceea că robustețea economiei și a bugetului public trebuie consolidate în permanență, în contextul în care vedem că economia poate fi lovită de șocuri consecutive. Realitățile crizelor pe care le traversăm au declanșat reconsiderarea a numeroase convingeri, cu potențiale efecte asupra alegerilor pe termen mediu și lung pentru societatea umană și pentru economia mondială. Așa cum ne-a arătat istoria, crizele majore i-au determinat pe oameni să depășească trecutul și să-și remodeleze lumea din nou. Experiențele și lecțiile învățate în ultimii ani arată că cel puțin 3 direcții de îmbunătățire a instrumentelor și mecanismelor de politică menite să contribuie la crearea unor sisteme de guvernanță mai flexibile și mai robuste, care să ne asigure că în viitor se poate reacționa mai eficient la astfel de șocuri exogene, sunt agilitatea și flexibilitatea sporită, o fiabilitate mai mare și o cooperare mai intensă între știință, politică și societate. Studiul istoriei ne arată că alegerile făcute în timpul crizelor, sau mai bine spus ca urmare a acestora, pot modela lumea pentru deceniile următoare. O provocare importantă într-un astfel de context vizează necesitatea unor abordări și acțiuni colective pentru a construi o economie globală care să asigure o creștere inclusivă, prosperitate și siguranță financiară pentru toți. Suntem mult mai puternici uniți decât divizați. Vă mulțumesc!
Mulțumesc, domnul ministru. We now have a keynote address from Commissioner for Agriculture from the European Commission, His Excellency Janusz Wojciechowski. I hope I've said that right, but I won't find out because this is a pre-recorded message. So.
President Iohannis, ministers, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to thank the hosts of today's conference for inviting me to speak on these important issues. I'm sorry I cannot join you in person, although I'm happy to share my thoughts on these issues, which are both topical and timely. For too long, many of us in the European Union have taken food security for granted. The modernization of agriculture, supported by our common agriculture policy, led to striking increases in agriculture production from the middle of the 20th century. These increases were driven by new varieties of crops, new agriculture techniques, increased use of pesticides and fertilizers, and mechanization. These developments meant that a wide availability and wide variety of food became a basic part of everyday life. That is why, for many of us, one of the biggest shocks of the COVID pandemic was the risk of empty shelves in supermarkets. COVID showed us that we can keep producing food, but if our supply chains are not working effectively, we may struggle to bring this food from farm to fork. Therefore, one of the key challenges for food security is how to strengthen the weakest links of food chain so they can sustain pressure in times of crisis. The Commission's Green Lanes initiative, which was put in place during the COVID pandemic, was a good example of how to address supply chain disruptions and to keep our food systems operating. This year, the Solidarity Lanes initiative has reinforced this good example. With this initiative, we have managed to help Ukraine export 17 million tons of food, in addition to 11 million tons exported via the Black Sea Grain Initiative. I am glad to acknowledge the important role of Romania in setting up the Solidarity Lanes. The southern road via Romanian Danube ports and the port of Constanta account for more than 50% of Ukrainian grain exports through the Solidarity Lanes. They also account for a significant share of Ukraine's imports, in particular for energy products like diesel, gasoline and chemicals. This is a perfect example of how cooperation can make food chains more resilient in a way that strengthens our food security. I am therefore pleased by the recent confirmation that the European Commission will urgently dedicate €250 million of grants to boost the Solidarity Lanes as part of a wider €1 billion support package with our international partners. This funding will go towards crucial new equipment and improved infrastructure to reduce waiting times and speed up movement. Of course, Russia's illegal war in Ukraine has tested the resilience of our supply chains in more ways than one. Most of all, the war has exposed the weaknesses stemming from our dependence on imports of energy and fertilizers. For instance, there are indications that farmers are buying less fertilizers than usual, depending on the products and their composition. Fertilizers are currently 3 to 5 times more expensive than the long-term average. What can be done to help farmers? overcome these challenges. First, the Commission adopted an extraordinary support package in March, including €500 million from the crisis reserve of the Common Agriculture Policy, more flexible state aid rules, and derogations from CAP rules to reinforce production capacity. On 9th of November, the Commission also adopted communication on ensuring the availability and affordability of fertilizers. We outlined how Member States can mobilize financial tools to mitigate the short-term economic difficulties of the fertilizer industry and of our farmers. We also proposed steps to diversify fertilizer imports and gas supplies, as well as to improve transparency through a market observatory for fertilizers. Equally important for resilience is improving the efficiency of our fertilizer use. I am therefore glad that all CAP strategic plans of the Member States address nutrient efficiency and soil fertility, for example, through support for precision farming, agroecology, and organic farming. The wider adoption of nutrient management plans and further implementation of the farm sustainability tool for nutrients. The Commission also is prioritizing the development of green ammonia produced from renewable energies, biomethane as an alternative to natural gas, and organic fertilizers such as manure and compost. Improving in these areas will also help us in our long-term challenges for food, which remain climate change, biodiversity loss, and the decline of natural resources. In the long term, the transition to sustainable agriculture, as set out in the Farm to Fork strategy, is our safest path to food security. Internationally, we should also remember our responsibility for global food security. This responsibility is more important than ever, with over 200 million people acutely affected by food insecurity this year. At the international level, we continue to work with global partners bilaterally and through the United Nations, the WTO, the OECD, as well as G7 and G20. As well as leading the emergency and humanitarian response, we are working with our partners to avoid unjustified trade restrictions and keep trade in agri-food products open. Furthermore, as part of our Global Gateway investment package, the Commission is leading initiatives on resilient food systems and sustainable agri-value chains in Africa. Through these initiatives, we aim to boost investments in African agri-value chains with a focus on research and innovation, technical assistance and policy support to drive employment creation, sustainability and food security. We want to encourage the development of local food systems and short supply chains of many different types, such as on-farm direct sales, farmers' markets and shops, delivery schemes and more, formal partnership between producers and consumers. By making advances in these areas, we can bring many economic, social and environmental benefits, such as strengthening local economies, reducing carbon footprints, improving access to healthy diets, and sustaining small farms and businesses. Strong support for small farmers is especially important. According to the FAO, 5 of every 6 farms in the world consist of less than 2 hectares. These farms only operate roughly 12% of all agricultural land, but produce roughly 35% of the world's food. So it is clear, by protecting small farmers, we protect global food security. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to end my address on a note of optimism. There is enough food in the world to feed the entire population, and the yield growth in agriculture continues to exceed population growth. In other words, food is available. Our task is to make it accessible and affordable to everybody. I have outlined how we are taking on this task by working together to support Ukrainian exports, European Union supply chains, and strong food systems in vulnerable countries. If we continue this work, I believe that we can achieve success and strengthen food security for our citizens, for the international community, and for our future. Thank you for your time and attention. I wish you a successful day of debates and discussions. Thank you.
Next, on the theme of systemic shocks and the lessons we can learn from the war in Ukraine, we have a conversation between Valdis Dombrovskis, Executive Vice President responsible for an economy that works for the people from the European Commission, interviewed by Stephen Erlanger, the Chief Diplomatic Correspondent from the New York Times. This is also a pre-recorded conversation, but it happened specifically for this forum, and they were both in the same room. Please enjoy.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Stephen Erlanger, the Chief Diplomatic Correspondent in Europe for the New York Times, and we're doing this interview for the Aspen GMF Forum in Bucharest, and we're very fortunate to have with us Valdis Dombrovskis, who's Executive Vice President for the European Commission in charge of the economy. He has been in charge of finance in the past, and I think for 5 years was Prime Minister of his home country, Latvia. So this war in Ukraine, I imagine, feels a bit personal, does it?
Well, first of all, good afternoon. And indeed, coming from Latvia, which is neighboring Russia, clearly it has more personal and kind of more immediate feel dealing with this Russia's aggression against Ukraine. And that's why you see that in general, Latvia, Baltic states, Poland, so neighboring countries are very much focused on addressing the war, putting pressure on aggressor Russia, also supporting Ukraine, because we have our historical experience with Russia's aggression. That's why we are in strong solidarity with Ukraine now.
Do you feel it's important for your countries, the Balts, the Poles, the formerly occupied countries, to lead the way in Europe? Is it important to keep pressure on everyone else, or are you finding it easier in this war because I think people realize the stakes are so high, or is it complicated?
Well, it must be said that the EU has responded with determination and solidarity to Russia's aggression. But it's important to stay the course. And there, indeed, one can say that Baltic states and Poland are leading the way, not allowing this issue to slide somewhere in the background and some voices starting discussions about returning to business as usual. So the war is not over yet. So we need to stay the course for as long as it will be needed, both in terms of sanctions against Russia and in terms of providing all necessary support to Ukraine.
You've also been very generous with refugees. I mean, it's a big burden, particularly Poland, but I'm sure Baltic countries too. It's a very expensive burden. But it's clear that we need to support Ukrainian refugees in this situation. One cannot exclude that we are going to see more refugees, because we see right now Russia is deliberately targeting a critical infrastructure, energy supplies, district heating facilities in Ukraine, to apparently force more hardship on civilian population in Ukraine in terms of electricity supplies, in terms of heating. Freezing.
Exactly, and that's why we need to be ready to also host more refugees and help people to go through this difficult winter season.
Yeah. As you think of the war so far, what have you drawn some lessons already about what it means?
Well, as I was saying, the war is still ongoing, so probably it's too early to draw definitive lessons, but some first things are emerging. And the first one is that appeasement of the aggressor is not working. And we should have learned it from World War II. But unfortunately, what we were seeing with Russia was more or less attempts to have the same appeasement. When Russia invaded Georgia in 2008 and occupied 20% of its territory, West did hardly anything. Yeah. When Russia invaded Crimea and parts of Donbass, there were some sanctions, but not too strong ones, and in a sense also reaction which was not strong enough. So
and most of those sanctions came after the Malaysian airliner was shot down, not because of the war.
Well, but in any case, the point is that sanctions were not strong enough, yes, and the reaction of the West was not strong enough. So probably that's what Russia was expecting also now, starting this full-scale invasion of Ukraine, that there are going to be some sanctions, there are going to be some noise, but eventually things would calm down. Well, so that's, I think, the first lesson we need to learn, that we need to be firm with the aggressor and really put strong pressure on Russia in terms of sanctions and really provide necessary support to Ukraine. And probably second lesson, of course, it's important that Western democratic world stays united and coordinated in its response. And so far, it has also been the case. It's not only EU or US. We are coordinating among ourselves with other G7 countries, and one can say with a wider democratic world.
I must say that has impressed me quite a lot. I mean, but you have in Joe Biden someone who worries about Europe and thinks about Europe. I mean, but everyone says it's really true. The Americans are thinking more about China, that in part they see Ukraine through the lens of China and Taiwan. Do you think that's unfair, or is that one lesson that the Americans are hoping the Chinese will learn from this war?
Well, I think it's probably both factors that play. First and foremost, of course, we are dealing with a full-scale war in Europe with Russia's brutal and unjustified aggression, and so the response of the EU and US is a response to the current Russia's aggression. It may well be that there are also other considerations, because it's true. China is watching very closely the Western reaction to this war, and it may have certain implications also on certain China's policy choices or decisions. We see that China is quite ambiguous about the Russia's war, not really joining Western sanctions, kind of giving some ambiguous statements. But the fact is that, of course, China is watching closely what the reaction of the West is.
And I think that Taiwanese are watching how the Ukrainians are fighting also. Everybody's drawing all kinds of important lessons. The GMF has also tried to work on thinking through how reconstruction can work once the war is over. Now, we don't know when the war is going to be over. Do you think it's possible to begin this work before the war ends, or is this something down the road? Well,
it's difficult now to tell with a great degree of certainty because we do not know exactly how the war is going to end, what kind of conditions are going to be in place before the war ends or after the war ends. But in any case, it's clear that we'll have to deal with also Ukraine long-term reconstruction. So how we structure this work in the EU, we focus on three things in terms of financial support. First is kind of the short-term financial support to cover immediate Ukraine's financing needs, something which we did this year, mobilizing as Team Europe all in all some 19.7 billion euros. It's EU member states and European financial institutions. For the next year, we have already proposed 18 billion euros macro-financial assistance program or macro-financial assistance plus program for Ukraine, because what Ukraine is telling us that they need more kind of predictable and stable financing flow. This year, many decisions were taken on ad hoc basis. So for next year, we can provide kind of more predictability and stability. So that's one aspect. Second aspect is kind of immediate repairs which are needed for critical infrastructure to ensure some minimum functioning. Once again, it's through our short-term financing needs, and also European financial institutions are doing quite a bit in this regard. And third is indeed this long-term reconstruction where the preparation of this work is ongoing. Last month there was a major conference in Berlin dealing exactly with this issue, this Ukraine reconstruction plan. And from that point of view, this contribution also of a German Marshall Fund is very much welcome. And indeed, one can draw some inspiration from the original Marshall Plan, because for the first time since World War II, we are confronted with this kind of a full-scale war, where that kind of intervention is actually warranted.
Of course, the world's very different, and it's more of a multi-power world. But what's intriguing to me is thinking about how, as now a candidate member of the EU, obviously the EU will feel a special responsibility, but how the EU balances its normal desire for oversight of every euro that gets spent with the huge needs that will be there, I think will be fascinating to see. But maybe that's for the future. In the meantime, sir, thank you for your time. And I wish all of us fortitude. I was in Paris on Armistice Day on Friday, on November 11th. And all I could think of was the slaughter of World War I, but also what was going on inside Ukraine. I covered the first Chechen War. I've watched the Russians fight. It's a very difficult thing Ukraine's going through. So I think all the support it gets must be very, very useful. And anyways, sir, best of luck and thank you.
Thank you.
It's 12 minutes and 26 minutes. So at 10 we'll be back. We have panel 2 participants are connecting from Ukraine.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Welcome to our panel on designing Ukraine's recovery in the spirit of the Marshall Plan. My name is Ramona Avramescu. I am a news journalist for TVR, the national public TV station of Romania. And may I add a proud MMF of the very far year of 2008. I will be moderating the discussion today, which I hope will be both interesting and resourceful. So let me introduce our speakers. Mr. Thomas Kleine-Brockhoff, Vice President and Executive Director of the Berlin office of GMF. Welcome, Thomas. And also joining us live from Kyiv, on video conference, we have Lesia Vasilenko, Ukrainian MP, and James Hope, USAID Mission Director for Ukraine. Okay, so let's begin. We all know what the original Marshall Plan is. To this day, it is considered one of the most successful examples of transatlantic cooperation, resilience, and reconstruction. It is quoted in almost any conversation about rebuilding a country or a nation, and obviously now regarding Ukraine. Now, the GMF has conducted a study on this, and I would like to ask Thomas to make a short presentation, and then we'll go from there. Thank you.
Good morning. This war in Ukraine one day will end, and on the day after, we need a plan. We should be thinking and mapping out this plan now. Now is the time to do that. Now, some people say, is it really the time to think about it? Don't we have a war to conduct? Isn't that a distraction from what we should be doing now? To that, I would say it is all true that we need to support Ukraine now, but you need to walk and chew gum at the same time. I want to remind folks that post-war planning during World War II started in 1943, and on the day after, people will ask, where's your plan? What have you been doing? So, indeed, people have started to think about it. In Lugano in July, the first international recovery conference took place. Ukraine presented its national recovery plan. The Western donor countries did not present a plan. In October in Berlin, the second such conference took place. Yet again, Western countries, donor countries, did not present a plan. There was white papers, there was negotiations, but we still don't have a plan. Now, there is one plan out there, a blueprint. It's not a government plan. It's a think tank plan that we have done at the German Marshall Plan, and it is this one. It is, I think, the first blueprint that tries to comprehensively look at the set of questions that need to be answered in the course of reconstruction. And it is a framework not for the rebuilding, but how Western countries can organize themselves to assist Ukraine in doing so. Some of the thorny questions we've tried to tackle in it. One of them is how to finance the whole endeavor, how to organize burden sharing, who shall lead, which institutions to use, when to start, now, later, after the war, how to enable private investment, what to do with Russia's frozen assets, how to ensure accountability and avoid corruption, and finally, how best to involve civil society in the effort. Now, it would be much too comprehensive to go into all of these, and we've agreed that I would just do a couple and leave the rest to our conversation. And the couple that I want to focus on is governance and finance, sort of the first steps on the way. Now we've all come to use a shorthand for the reconstruction of Ukraine. Several prime ministers have done so, and we at the German Marshall Fund have also done that, which is the term of a modern Marshall Plan for Ukraine. And indeed, the Marshall Plan is and should be an inspiration to this effort. The Marshall Plan because of its ambition, but also, you know, the Marshall Plan was not charity, it was a strategic project. And this here is an ambitious strategic project in the spirit of enlightened self-interest. So in that sense, the Marshall Plan is a role model for the effort in front of us. But I think it's not a template. We should also think about this as an inverse Marshall Plan. At the time, 1947, one country helped many. This time, it's many countries helping one. At the time in 1947, there was no institutional landscape of aid institutions, international development banks, and the like. Today, we have a fully fledged landscape of such institutions. So, coordination is going to be a key challenge, and herding cats, getting everybody on the same page is going to be one of the major challenges of this effort, which is why our first recommendation is not to reinvent the wheel. People have suggested we need a unitary trust fund. Everybody pays into the same institution, which indeed would be easier in terms of accountability, but we're going to get stuck in negotiating this, and we're going to sideline international development banks. They won't like it. So we argue that we should adapt existing institutions to the task rather than to invent new institutions. Such a task, big as it is, needs an institutional anchor. I believe the anchor of this endeavor should be the G7. Why the G7? This is so large that a big international coalition reaching far beyond the G7 plus, in fact, would need to be built. It must consist of countries beyond the transatlantic space, and the G7 is, I believe, the right institution to do so. It should have a strong support from the European Union, because European Union membership is the ultimate goal of reconstruction. And therefore, we argue in this report that one needs a coordinator. We've settled on the term coordinator. I'd suggested czar, but then I was told reconstruction czar in this case probably is not a good term to use. So we've said we're going to need Mr. or Mrs. Marshall to do that, and we think Mr. or Mrs. Marshall should hail initially from the United States, should be a person of international standing. Why the United States? Well, a couple of reasons. The United States is used to building international coalition. It has the power to do so. People need to be convinced, maybe cajoled, a lot of coordination to be done. That's a good task for the United States. And the second argument for that is, it is not self-evident that the US will want to be part of this endeavor. There are voices on Capitol Hill who argue we've done so much for security and we continue to do much for security. Why don't you let the Europeans do reconstruction? It's going to be an EU country anyway. So there's going to be, we need to make an effort to keep the United States in this game. And the argument to do so is twofold. First, if you've invested so much in security, do you want a failed country to be the result of your investment into security? There's clearly a security recovery nexus that needs to be recognized, and there needs to be an incentive for the United States to take on that task. And secondly, as a long-time Atlanticist, I can say, if we do a role division of that nature, you do this, we do that, that's a recipe for disaster. The finger-pointing, transatlantic finger-pointing will start on day one, so we want to avoid that. Actually, what we suggest is a bit of a compact, a transatlantic compact, in which we ensure each other on each side of the Atlantic that we're both committed to security and recovery, acknowledging that the commitment is asymmetric. Asymmetric in the sense that the United States will be covering the security front much more than the Europeans, who will focus on the reconstruction. Now, second point, the financials of this. The numbers are large, they're unknowable. There's multiple estimates out there ranging from 120 billion to 700 some billion and growing, depending on institution that does the estimate. These numbers are prohibitive, and I would argue, please don't let yourself be pushed away or discouraged by the size of these numbers. With reconstruction will take years. Funds will be distributed over years through multiple countries, through multiple institutions, through multiple years. When you break down the task, and we need to acknowledge that this will not be a Mercedes-Benz recovery. There's not going to be a check and a dotted line, and other countries will fully reconstruct Ukraine. So there's got to be we've got to acknowledge the limits of what other countries can do. We need to spread it over time, but then it does become doable, and it does become a political project that we do and can find majorities for in our countries.
Speaking of limits, Thomas,
all right.
Thank you for doing that, but
yeah.
I work on live TV, so I'm very, very pay attention to the clock, so if you...
All right. I'll come to an end and say just one thing. We need grants for this in order not to overdo debt sustainability for Ukraine. That's going to be the hardest thing in our countries. Secondly, the European Union hasn't even started to do a finance discussion. We need to identify the sources of the financing. If the EU doesn't lead, others will not follow. Certainly on the other side of the Atlantic, a burden-sharing discussion, whereas the Europeans, has already started. I'll leave it at that, the rest for the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Now I would like to start the conversation with your first point, the first question mark, which is when this process of reconstruction should begin. Is it even possible to begin now during the war, or should we wait until everything is settled, if that would be possible sooner than later? I want to welcome in our conversation our speakers from Kyiv, Lesia Vasilenko, Ukrainian MP, good morning and welcome, and James Hope, USAID Mission Director for Ukraine. Good morning to you also, James. So, Lesia, what are your thoughts on this theme? When do this reconstruction effort should begin, and when it's possible to begin?
Hello, everyone. It is a pleasure to be with you, albeit online. And I very much welcome this conversation which has started, because as the opening remarks have been very loud and clear, this war will end, and we need to be prepared for what comes after. So I very much welcome any conversations and debates that we might be having on what comes after. Actually, the after and the reconstruction of Ukraine is directly linked to the principle of non-repetition of aggression, especially aggression coming from Russia. And this point, I never tire to underline and emphasize that when it comes to paying for all the damage and the harm caused, we should all be clear and on the same page that it is up to Russia to be paying those damages, because it is not the US or the UK or France or Belgium or any other country in that world that has caused the damage in Ukraine, that has caused the losses and the harms, but it is Russia. And it is Russia who should be paying. It is not just the matter of justice being restored in such a way, but it is also this never again principle settling in. If we look at the theory of responsibility of states, there's for every wrongful act, for every international criminal act, there's a sanction. There's a punishment, if you like. And the sanction for aggression is, first of all, that the wrongful act, aggression, must stop. Then that the country committing the aggression must guarantee a non-repetition. And the third element is that reparations must be paid. So when we are talking about rebuilding, reconstruction, we must be, of course, focusing on all of these elements and making sure that it is Russia who will be paying back. Now, having said that, this opens a different discussion as to how is this going to be made possible. Now, in my opinion, it's that Ukraine will not be able to stand alone in this case. It should be also the collective push and political will of the international community, just like there is one right now to arm Ukraine and strengthen Ukraine and make sure that Ukraine wins, and with Ukraine's victory comes the victory for democracy. There must be a push to make sure that Russia never again is able to wage aggressive wars on Ukraine or any of its neighbors. Having said that, again, I realize that the rebuilding and the reconstruction needs to start much sooner than reparations will be coming from Russia and Russia's economy. And in this, having said this, I see that there needs to be stages of the reparation process. There's the short-term stage, which already needs to start now, because over the last 2 months, starting mid-October, Russia has been really targeting the energy infrastructure which is critical for the country to survive, to keep fighting, and for the people to keep living in the country. This rebuilding requires financial resources right here, right now. Now, these resources are already available. They sit in the central banks of many countries, the US, the Bank of England, Canada, and they are in the form of Russian state assets and state money, which has been frozen, but now needs to be seized and given up for covering of Ukraine's defense needs and Ukraine's immediate rebuilding needs, which are also Ukraine's defense needs. We are talking about $350 billion at this point. There's the midterm needs and there's the long-term needs. And I think when we're talking about the Marshall Plan, we're talking about the long-term needs. And when I'm talking about reparations, we're also talking about the long-term needs. I think that I can hear signs that my time is up. So I think that I will close with this and maybe have more comments and iterations when the discussion goes on.
You've certainly made very interesting points, and we will elaborate on that immediately, but I want to welcome James Hope and hear his thoughts about our theme. James, good morning.
Good morning. Greetings, everyone, from Kyiv, and thanks for the chance to join this panel today. I think it's a really timely and important discussion, and it's, you know, at a critical moment. As Leysia just noted, the increased attacks on civilian targets and critical energy infrastructure are wreaking havoc, essentially, and exacerbating an already dire situation for Ukraine's population. And at the same time, a fiscal crisis continues that threatens viability of the state and threatens the high level of national unity and social cohesion that has been so important as we enter this 9th month of war. But despite all of this unpredictability and difficulty, it's really essential to be doing what we're doing, which is thinking and planning for Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction. There's been a lot said already about security assistance and direct budget support and financial assistance. Those are important, but we have to think about the future. We can't win the war and lose the peace, so to speak. And so maybe just to start with that, the timing factor, I would argue that reconstruction and recovery is already happening. If you look at some parts of the country over the last 4 or 5 months, even places like Bucha or Peen, communities that were devastated in the spring, if you come back now today in the end of November, there's been a fair amount of recovery, early recovery, that's already taking place with services coming back online, initial repairs, things like that. If you look at the agriculture sector, getting the grain out, grain from Ukraine, farmers planting, this is also early recovery. And then lots of places throughout the country where there's some level of stability and opportunity for businesses to restart, to generate revenue, to create jobs. So this idea of should we wait till the end of the war, I think we're already beyond that. We're already in the initial phase of recovery and reconstruction. And certainly on the planning side, our colleagues in the government of Ukraine and Ukraine civil society are producing strategic thought pieces and planning documents already. And so there's a tremendous amount of leadership there that we need to coordinate with and harness so that we can come up with bold and creative and innovative ways to support recovery and reconstruction in the future in a coordinated way. I would just say before going back to the conversation, just to give a sense of some maybe 3 quick principles on an approach to recovery and reconstruction beyond timing and the need to coordinate. The first is this is an opportunity for, through recovery and reconstruction, for Ukraine to consolidate the reforms that it had been making prior to the war, and in fact an opportunity to accelerate those reforms, to make those hard decisions, to implement those hard decisions, to put in place through recovery and reconstruction a set of irreversible changes that will be important now and important for the future. This includes judicial and anti-corruption reforms, implementing those reforms, along with decentralization, digitalization, all of these other key reforms where there was some good progress being made. And now with the new pathway to EU candidacy open, this is the game changer and offers, I would say, a golden, albeit time-bound, opportunity to create a new Ukraine. The second principle is to use recovery and reconstruction to catalyze transformational change. This is the opportunity to modernize institutions, human capital, systems, and structures, and to use the power of this moment and the global coalition, many countries supporting one, as Thomas said, to leapfrog forward on building the prosperous and democratic Ukraine that this fight is all about. The third and final principle I would just put out there for discussion is the principle of connections, and through recovery and reconstruction to make sure that the connections between citizens and government remain strong, that sustainable recovery and reconstruction includes the voice of civil society, the voice of citizens and communities, if they have a meaningful role in setting priorities and ensuring accountability. So I guess we could call this the 3 C's: consolidating, catalyzing, and connecting. But those are certainly an approach that we're taking at USAID to looking forward
Thank you,
recovery.
James, for your points. Thomas, going back to what Alessia said before, resources, Russia should pay. She mentioned the frozen assets in several central banks. Is that even possible legally? Is there a political will to do that in Europe and the United States?
Thank you. The answer to that is not at the moment. Now, Lesia makes a very good point as to the avoidance of impunity of the aggressor. The breach of international law by Russia needs an answer, and reparations is legally established for these cases. But there is not currently a legal road from that claim to moving from seizing, from frozen assets to seizing assets. A huge difference. There are two types of assets. One of there's private assets. Those are oligarchs, mostly rich Russians having assets in the West, about 30 billion, but we don't actually know. And then there's about 300 billion in central bank assets held in multiple countries. As to the private assets, there are strong privacy protections in most of our countries. Laws need to be changed. In some cases, constitutions need to be changed in order to get at these assets. Canada is the first country that has done that, has started down this road, and the Canadians are quite aware that they will, get at a legal nightmare because of all the challenges, the legal challenges to it. So this smaller part is probably you can get there, but it will take time and it will only be a partial success. So that we can't really calculate with these assets anytime soon. Now to the bigger pot, which is central bank assets. Here the principle of state immunity stands in the way of seizing these assets. You need a rules change, a legal change. You need to create this as an exception to the rule, would be one version of doing it. There is legislation on the Hill in the United States to try to address that. But there's also strong resistance, especially in the United States, because this is a political argument. The precedent that would be set if assets were to be seized, this would endanger the U.S. primacy in the dollar system, the dollar-based system, because countries would no longer want to place central bank assets in other countries. So these are huge hurdles that need to be overcome. There is considerable political will to do that, but that's a hurdle. Let me say one final thing. In our paper, we argue that we should make clear to Vladimir Putin that he will never see these assets again, even if they only stay frozen. And that the only way for him to see any part of them again is to agree to a settlement. So these assets can become a bargaining chip in whatever settlement there is, maybe against sanctions relief or some other version to free them in order to help reconstruct Ukraine. But that presupposes some version of a settlement, and we don't even know whether we can get to a settlement or whether this turns into some frozen conflict. So there's many question marks. There is no question mark as to the moral claim on this, and there's also no question mark to the political will to actually get this done for practical and principal reason, but the hurdles are significant.
Okay, thank you, Thomas. Going back to Kyiv now, I want to ask Lesia and James, because they both mentioned reforming while rebuilding. And Lesia, I want to ask you, what conditions would Ukraine be willing to accept to receive this financial aid, and who should oversee these benchmarks?
Before I go into that, I just want to comment a bit on what has been said. So, you know, the devil is on in the detail, and actually that's something that concerns your question as well. So, in principle, we all agree on who should pay and what is right and what is wrong. But it is true that these days we are stuck with a lot of legalistic, technical, and political details to work out. In this aspect, this touches also on the reform. I understand that your question is dealing with the internal reforms in the country,
yes.
But actually Ukraine today is proposing some international reforms which are much needed. Our Ministry of Justice is currently working on a new framework international agreement to allow exactly that, the lifting of immunities of states who commit internationally wrongful acts such as the act of aggression. And our Ministry of Justice is putting up the principle of actually allowing other states to seize the assets, not just to freeze the assets. Now, this will be a new political coalition, an anti-Putin coalition building around this agreement, and the states who would be willing to sign such a new international agreement will be setting forth the stage for a new international world order. And again, it is of my opinion, and I think it can be shared by many, that the world order, the international world security frameworks which exist today, they have failed us. The UN has failed, the OSCE has failed, and many other international platforms have failed to prevent this very crime of aggression which is happening now. Russia sits on the UN Security Council and holds and abuses the veto power. Russia used this veto power 134 times. This is more than the other nations holding the same veto power combined. Now, this is something absolutely ridiculous. This is something which paralyzes our security framework, and this is something which needs to be looked at in depth and which needs to be reformed. Ukraine today is the locomotive pushing for this change to be happening. And over the last 9 months, I say that the unthinkable has become thinkable in the worst possible ways when it comes to what Russia is doing in Ukraine, but also in different ways when it comes to how the world is changing and how the world is reacting to all of these atrocities. And I think that we will be seeing more things happening that in the past we thought impossible.
Thank you, Lesia. I just want to introduce James before we have a little time to take some questions. James, there's this talk about civil society getting involved in this process of reforming and rebuilding Ukraine. What are your thoughts on that?
Sure. Well, I mean, civil society has always played an important role in the reform process in Ukraine. I think the recovery and reconstruction effort that's underway and will get larger and larger offers a new opportunity for the broadest definition of civil society, because not just the role of a watchdog or something like that, but really one of the interesting, unique, amazing things that's happened in Ukraine during this war is the way that communities and citizens and civil society has come together to deliver humanitarian assistance, to take care of each other, to respond to different needs across the country. And so there's an opportunity to build on that national unity, that social cohesion in the form of civil society, to make sure that those views and those perspectives are part of the prioritization of what needs to be done in recovery and reform, and reconstruction. And so, this is often civil society is seen as the monitor, but I think there's an opportunity for civil society to not only assist with oversight and transparency and efficiency of reconstruction, but also be participants in that reconstruction process, which is a slightly different role than in the past.
Thank you. I think we have 10 more minutes for questions. There's a standing mic over there. If you would like to use it, just introduce yourself and make clear whom you are addressing the question to.
I'm Doru Frunzulică. I'm chairman of the George Masha Center, Romanian Alumni Organization. I'm working with the Ministry of Economy. One British Prime Minister said at a certain time that the economy is the thing with which everything starts, everything ends. Mr. Vice President, it's very important to have this recovery and reconstruction plan for Ukraine. Following the example of the Marshall Plan that took for about 4 years, 115 billion invested. But don't you think so that this plan should have to expand also for other countries like the Republic of Moldova, Georgia, or Bosnia-Herzegovina, where the Russian investments were very high and they tried very much to influence all these countries. Look at the Republic of Moldova, where the energy, the electric energy came from the Transnistrian region, produced with gas by the Transnistrian without paying that gas. And now, the war in Ukraine affected very much other countries and first of all affected economically and taking into consideration the refugees, the Republic of Moldova. This plan should have to be, in my opinion, and I would like to know your opinion as well, should have to be for all these countries, because other countries like the Republic of Moldova were very much influenced negatively by the war in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Vasile Iuga, Treasurer of Aspen Institute. I'll be very brief. On the issue of frozen Russian assets. If we go back 100 years in history, before the First World War, Russia issued enormous amounts of bonds in the Western European markets to finance the development of the railway infrastructure and the industrialization of the Tsarist Russia. With the Bolshevik Revolution, the Soviet Union never recognized and admitted that they have a liability coming from those bonds. Romania, in the same First World War, placed in trust the Romanian state treasury to Russia. Soviet Union never returned the treasure. So, with all legal bases in place, I suggest that for once we treat the Russians the Russian way. Thank you.
Jacek Rostowski, former Polish finance minister and former deputy prime minister. Again, I'll try to be brief. There's a principle of proportionality in international law, and seizing Russian assets, central bank assets, in response to the Russian invasion of Ukraine is extremely disproportional. But it's disproportional in the sense that it's a tiny compensation for the massive destruction and moral outrage that the Russians have committed. So the idea that one can't do this verges really on the totally absurd. But to be practical, there is, of course, a way around this. What one can do, and I think one should do at the very least, is to use the frozen assets to lend them to Ukraine at a zero interest rate, pending a proper peace settlement. And of course, a proper peace settlement would provide for reparations in the normal way. Thank you very much. I think that would be quite a legal and immensely morally justified approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Thomas.
If I may, just very briefly, Lucian Bondoc Association, I'm a lawyer. I'm very much for penalizing aggression, but just I don't want to be on the opposite side of what was said, but I think one needs to be very careful on that, because it would be disproportionate or in the other way around only if there was a formal war between European Union, the United States, and Russia. Without that, this could be actually seen as going against fundamental principles that were at the basis of the success of the West, which is presumption of innocence, without actually taking things that would upset us if the Russians did that. And basically, if we go that, it's also a matter of example and precedent for any other investor in the world, basically, because if their country will go in a conflict with another country that is supported without in a war by the European Union and so on, they will never put money anymore in the West for this reason. So I think it's very important to be penalizing on these type of things, but one needs to be very balanced and to understand the implications in the second step.
Thank you. Thomas, the questions, we have a few minutes left. Moldova?
Yeah, well, let me start
Georgia.
with this last one. That's actually an idea that we've also tried to consider, which is, can you use the assets while they're frozen? Because the war is ongoing, time is a factor. The problem here is that you cannot use these funds as a collateral because you actually, since they're only frozen and not seized, don't have access to them as a collateral. So you can only actually use the investment from it. So that's in, well, you're shaking your head. That's all right. That gets into the technical issues of that to what we've understood that's hard to do. Pardon me? So the point is that avenues to use them while they're frozen should be explored, and that hasn't happened yet. It's one of the things on the to-do list that are actually needed. On the Moldova, Bosnia, Herzegovina, I mean, we should distinguish between the sort of the desirable and the realistic. One needs to make a distinction between war and not war. Here we're talking about wartime destruction. With regard to other countries in the region, they certainly are covered by this crisis, and they are affected by it in large ways. But with the Republic of Moldova and with Georgia, they are now on the verge of moving towards European integration. So there will be also European funds available, maybe not in the same way and not in the same way that would validate the term of a Marshall Plan, but it is clear that there needs to be a regional approach to this.
Thank you, Thomas. I want to also thank James Hope and Lesia Vasilenko in Kyiv. I'm afraid our time is up. It's been a very interesting discussion. I thank you all for bearing with us.
Guys, don't go anywhere yet. We have a... That was extremely stimulating. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Next, we have Ambassador Baiba Braže, who is the Assistant Secretary General for Public Diplomacy from NATO, giving her keynote address. Thank you very much.
And good morning. I'm straight from the NATO Foreign Ministers meeting, so it's great actually to be here in the atmospheres that is not classified and where people, you know, scream from the hall and challenge each other, and that is, you know, I love these public events. So I would like to start by thanking the Aspen and GMF and all the partners who have enabled this meeting. And you all are an important part of what NATO is. You are part of the family. NATO is not just the ministers or leaders sitting around the table, at 30 or soon to be 32, but it's our societies, it's our thinkers, it's our experts, it's our citizens, companies, everybody who is part of this wider family. And as never before, with Russia's war against Ukraine and with this big change in the perception of security, we have seen you all mobilized in support not only of Ukraine, but in the interest of security for our countries. And that is one big issue that I would like to underline, also how NATO has seen the change and what our leaders have experienced and what we see in our audience research. So the first big lesson learned is the mobilization of our audiences and societies across the board. Political unity, military unity, private sector and civil society and wider academic, religious organizations, everybody has been on it. It has galvanized interest in NATO. It has provided support to Ukraine. It has ensured that Russia doesn't succeed in its disinformation, hostile information, and it's important that this mobilization, this unity of our effort is maintained for the months and beyond to come. And why? Because Russia is not just challenging NATO. Russia is not just attacking Ukraine. It's attacking the very basis of the world as we know it. The basis where we respect rules, where we respect commitments that we have taken upon us. The basis where the countries in Africa or Asia rely on the UN Charter, which is the biggest piece of international law and the basis of their existence after the Second World War, where they perceive the violations of UN Charter as affecting their national security. So it's our own security that is challenged. That's why in the NATO strategic concept, you will see the sentence that Russia is the direct threat to Allies' security. Of course, we have to look at the wider angles of that. So the second point, the second big trend that we have seen after the beginning of the war, but it did start before, but we have now quite clearly a lot of data on it, that in terms of hostile information, disinformation, China clearly has joined Russia as a hostile actor in the information space, not only against NATO, but against the West, against the values that we hold, and has enabled Russian disinformation to reach quite a number of audiences worldwide. They have not been successful so much in our audiences, even though they keep trying, but we can't say it has been successful. But globally, in other countries, other parts of the world, we see, again, by the polling, by the information we share with the allies and partners, that the challenge is bigger for all of us. So again, for our companies, for our societies, for our civil organizations, governments, embassies, everybody, the work in the countries outside the alliance, outside the traditional partnerships that we have, is currently as important, because the business interests will be affected if we don't challenge Russia and China there. The incomes, the trades, the agreements that we can conclude, everything will be affected. So we have vested interests to make sure that truth reaches societies in those countries. The third big trend is the partnerships. Partnerships among the intergovernmental organizations, with the EU, with UN, with others. You would have seen the stand that the UN Secretary General has taken, Secretary General Guterres, who has been very clear that Russia is the aggressor, that it's Russian troops on the territory of Ukraine, and he has called it out very clearly. So never before we have seen that one of the permanent members of Security Council has been called out like this. We've seen the involvement of IEA, we have seen the daily partnerships with the EU and OECD and other international organizations to make sure that what we do as the collective, again, is successful. Now, at the foreign ministerial, our ministers yesterday discussed at the format of 30 allies plus the 2 invitees the security environment, meaning the, not only Russia, but the overall sort of trend, what we are doing about it. And the unity is paramount. There is no difference in assessment or the commitment to continue supporting Ukraine and really do what it takes to make sure that Ukraine wins the war and that our security in our countries, that our people are safe, and that our people understand that it's Russia who is undermining the security in our countries through its energy policies, through its cuts to supply, through the challenges to everything who we are. Last night we had a very emotional but also very work-like dinner with Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba, who came straight from Ukraine. And again, I can't go into much details, but you will have seen there were also public remarks by both Ukrainian Foreign Minister, our Secretary General, and again, the fact that the ministers, together with Minister Kuleba, were able very clearly to present and to have that unity that, again, we are in it together. There were particular commitments announced by quite a number of countries, you know, to continue to support Ukraine, which is very clear now. It's not just about lethal aid per se, but everything that enables military resistance, so the fuel, the anti-drone equipment, where NATO plays an important role through its comprehensive assistance package, but also critical infrastructure. So there's a new work strand which is very clearly from the allies together with Ukraine in how to ensure that when Ukraine again regains the powers, that is not taken down by the next Russian missile attack. Then today, now just as I left, ministers were discussing resilience, challenge posed by China, and the wider international aspect to that. And then later we have the discussion with partners. The first time the Minister of Moldova is joining, and the Minister of Bosnia-Herzegovina and Georgia will be there. So I cannot presume what will be the result of those discussions, but the very fact that they are there all together and that they have expressed interest in getting very particular assistance from NATO around resilience, around the critical infrastructure, around the defense capacity building, situation awareness, and so on and so forth, is already a sign that the countries indeed understand and want to strengthen their capability to deal with the challenges posed by the Russian war in Ukraine. A few words on the big transformations also in NATO itself. Secretary General and Deputy Secretary General Joanna yesterday spoke about it in part. There's a big transition that has taken place, as Secretary General said, since 2014. The war started in 2014. So what we have done in NATO as a transition has been pretty comprehensive. It has created a really working intelligence enterprise where more than 70 civil military intelligence collectives from the allied countries work together on an everyday basis, sharing information, understanding of the threats, challenges, not only from Russia, but the wider world, terrorist groups, and so on and so forth. That has enabled that trust among the communities, which then allowed declassification of the intelligence. So not only reaching the common threat assessment, but the action around it, understanding that our publics, our audiences need to know the truth. And that, again, you saw in the months preceding the Russian kinetic action was what allowed both NATO but also the audiences really unite around the common understanding of that threat. So that has been, which was quite groundbreaking also for us in the communication field, in strategic communications, where we have encouraged our intelligence enterprises to continue that trend and clearly share with the wider society the understandings that they have. Then the other big transformation has been on the military side. And again, Russian aggression in 2014 prompted that, but it was already in the sort of works. And it came through the NATO military strategy in 2019, and now with the deterrence and defense concept in Euro-Atlantic area, and that change is very practical. The change means that there are higher readiness forces, which means that the way our forces train, the way they are organized, etc., is different from what it was before, because speed is of high relevance, and we are not looking at out-of-area operations, but we are looking at operations which is around collective defense, and for our militaries, that means a very big change in practice. The defense plans have changed, again, because of the very understanding what is a threat, what is a collective defense need. The command control has changed. In the current situation, you will have heard that SACEUR, Supreme Allied Commander of NATO, has been given quite a number of troops under his direct command, so-called TOAD forces, or Transfer of Authority forces. So 40,000 plus minus, a bit more as we speak, across all domains. So you saw last week there was for the first time 5 aircraft carrier strike groups in Mediterranean under SACEUR's command for the first time. It means a projection of force that is across the alliance's territory. It means speed, it means power, it means ability to identify and counter any threat. Maritime, missile defenses, the integrated air missile defense capabilities, and nuclear deterrence. You will have seen that NATO for the first time communicated on the exercise Steadfast Noon, on NATO's annual nuclear exercise, which is a comprehensive part of what NATO is. If we look at conventional, missile defense, nuclear deterrence, all the 3 parts are equally important. So that's why we told our audiences, we told our adversaries, yes, we exercise in a routine, annual manner, and that is to show that that deterrence is there. And then, of course, the big transformation through that military side of the house, because again, NATO is a peace project, but it's the only civil military organization of that nature that has guarded security and safety of our 1 billion citizens. That big military transformation is led by political leadership, obviously. So you will have read and seen how united our political leaders have been now, and we expect them to be also in the future. So that, again, has formed very much the transformation also for the future, where emerging disruptive technologies, where the digital transformation, both in terms of our military capabilities, but how our societies, our businesses perceive what the threats are and what they need to respond, is to the highest level in the world, because that's what our societies deserve. A few words on the communications, because I lead strategic communications for NATO, and I think we all have to pay the highest respect to our Ukrainian partners. President Zelensky, Ukrainian communicators have been exceptional in their leadership, exceptional in their endurance, in their ability to be resilient, but also to show very clearly that political leadership based on values and a clear vision for their country. So once there are political leaders like that, once there are societies that want to fight with and spare their blood for fighting for the UN Charter, that's what they are doing. They are with weapons defending United Nations Charter, the right to self-defense. We, on our side, have the obligation to support that. So it's not only our wish, it's not only our commitment, but it's actual obligation by all of us to continue supporting Ukraine, to continue supporting the political leadership of President Zelensky, and to make sure that our societies are better off, that our fundaments that we are based on are untouched, and we can continue expecting that our children will do better, that they will have the future, the education, and the reliance that what we could do, we have done. And with this, I thank you, and I'll be here to discuss with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Next, we have a panel discussion. That's Sebastian Bucharest, Research and Clara, co-director.
Morning, everybody, and thank you for being here. My name is Sabina Iosub. I'm journalist at Antena 3 CNN TV station in Romania, and it's my honor and pleasure to moderate this panel that is focusing on harnessing the power of innovation in the Euro-Atlantic area. You are seeing here part of our speakers, and we will also have one online. Sebastian Burduja, Minister of Research, Innovation and Digitalization, thank you. Deep Chaina, Co-Director of Institute for Security, Science and Technology, Imperial College London, and Chair Emerging and Disruptive Technologies Advisory Group, NATO, thank you. Igor Zgrablic, thank you so much. It's the Government Affairs and Public Policy Manager for Google, and also Ovidiu Tischler, Associate Partner, McKinsey & Company's Bucharest office. Online with us is Mihai Vașcu, CEO and co-founder of Modex. Thank you for joining us. We will start our discussion from the triple helix: governments, business, and academia. How do we put them together in order to work in our benefit? Mr. Burduja.
Well, first of all, let me just say a big thank you to Aspen and to you all. And for many years, I've come to this event, and I've never spoken on the main stage, and it's a great honor. And so, especially when I look at all the people in the room and those who are watching us, there's a lot of value and a lot of responsibility on our shoulders. So, thank you. Innovation is a way to do things with new technologies and a way to leapfrog. And for Romania specifically, it is a way to catch up a lot faster than we would envision using traditional means. In the case of our ministry, it is the fluffiest of the components of my mandate, other than research, digitalization, telecommunications, space, cybersecurity, AI, blockchain, and I could go on. But essentially, they're all interlinked. And you cannot have a proper innovation ecosystem without involving government, civil society, as well as the private sector. And so, you know, you could go beyond triple helix, and I think you have to go beyond it. I'm an economist by training, so in my mind, there is no economic growth in the long term unless you have endogenous innovation, unless your own country can produce what is needed to essentially no longer, you know, look at others as we try to catch up, but essentially lead the world. And I hope I don't sound overly optimistic, and I know I am biased because every day, through the nature of my mandate, I deal with very smart people, be it scientists or computer scientists. But very realistically and objectively, if you look at all the data, Romania, a country of 20 million people, is top of the world in mathematics, computer science, physics, chemistry, essentially in STEM. And the value of this human talent is just exceptional, and it is recognized, believe me. I was recently in the Silicon Valley. You should hear how Americans in Silicon Valley and other nationalities talk about Romanians there. They are literally changing the world. They're building unicorns. They're creating so much value. So the bottom line is, and I don't want to go on for too long, the bottom line is that in this day and age, no country in the world has a monopoly on leadership. No country in the world has a monopoly on changing the paradigm and changing the entire world. I truly believe that a country like Romania, through its talent, which is proven here and especially around the world, can lead the way, can create the new technologies of the future. We've seen it happen with some Romanian companies. Some of them are unicorns today. And I know we're going to keep seeing it happen. And so I have set a challenge. I've said it publicly. I think it's a challenge to all of society and our economy, which is 30 by 30, 30 unicorns by 2030. We're at 1.5 now. But the trick is, I think that oftentimes there's an accelerated pace, and one success story breeds success. And you already see it with UiPath and others, where the founders and co-founders are starting to invest in the ecosystem, and you see more and more startups emerging. So I think it's a fundamental precondition to involve everybody. That's how we have approached the mandate at this ministry, and that's going to be the approach going forward as well.
So Romania's advantage is actually the people?
100%. That's our biggest asset. And again, when you talk about innovation and changing the world and startups, you have to rely on this asset. The countries around the world would do anything to have such amazing talent. And so our role in government, I think, is to, well, it's twofold, and we're working on both directions, and I think it's important to note them briefly. One is regulation, so not just cutting down bureaucracy, but enabling startups to thrive. And again, we have a problem with our legislation because we treat all startups like any other SME, and those in the room who are lawyers and specialists in the field know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's just simply not allowed to treat an innovative startup in AI like you would treat the barbershop around the corner. And so we're working very hard with the World Bank and the Trade Registry and others, Ministry of Justice, to design and implement a new type of commercial entity that's appropriate for startups, that allows for types of different equity holders, that allows for stock option plans that are a lot more flexible, a lot more easy to do, that allows for that flexibility that you need when you're starting out. And the second direction that we need to focus on is financing, access to capital. Especially in the early seed and pre-seed phases, we've seen time and again that startups fail because they lack that access to capital. And so I think it's our role to come in and essentially fund match, co-match the funding by private investors. We've seen it done in other countries that it was quite successful. And we have the willingness to put together this Romanian Innovation Fund where the government would come in, delegate the selection to the private partners like angel investors, venture capitalists that are reputable, pre-selected, and then just come in with to fund, to co-match the investment in equity in that very early phase. So you can give startups a boost. And then, let's face it, they have plenty of options now. We have over €500 million through the Ministry of European Funds and the EU, National Recovery and Resilience Plan, and the upcoming operational program for competitiveness, over €500 million for startups once they are beyond that early growth phase. So that's where I think we need to come in.
I'm encouraging the other panelists to intervene if they want to ask questions or to add something. Do you want?
Yeah, I might quickly just comment on that. I mean, I think some really great points raised there. Certainly what we see, obviously I come from, I'm at Imperial College London and we are a talent engine effectively. And really talent is absolutely key, right? Being able to create talent so that talent can land in industry, can land in government, and can land in academia, going back to your triple helix point. So we, of course, need to generate talent so that there is enough literacy around technology and innovation in those three domains. I think this is a huge problem, actually, because I don't think there is enough of that right now, and we can see around the corner that talent and the battle for talent in the future is going to be something which is very, very contested, more so than it is even now, particularly when we think about science and technology skills. You asked the question of why convene the triple helix, and okay, this is about producing talent to go into those domains. But we've also recognized, particularly when we think about problems in security or defense, that this is a problem space when you're trying to innovate, you really need to try and bring talent from all of those different sectors to the table to help you co-evolve the solutions. So it's not good enough to just have a group of academics working on a specific problem in security without them understanding what the government might be thinking and what the top thinkers in government might be needing to consider, or what's happening in industry. And so we've seen over the last few years a real power in being able to convene people at universities from that triple helix set. And as you said, probably you need to go beyond the triple helix, but let's use that as a facility for the moment. And really what you start seeing is an ability to be, first of all, much more agile to changes in what is kind of volatile world right now, and being able to pivot your innovation. But secondly, also you see an ability to accelerate a lot more efficiently, and also to error correct yourself, should you be going down, sort of the wrong pathway on innovation. So all of these things come together to create quite a powerful kind of cocktail of a brain trust, if you like, to try and drive innovation forward. And some of the work I've been doing with an excellent group of people, I'm very lucky to chair it through this NATO group that you discussed, has then manifested and led itself to this idea of Diana, which is the Defense Innovation Accelerator for the North Atlantic, and also a NATO Innovation Fund, which couples into what you were saying, which is that you've got talent and you've got ideas, but then the next thing you need is a pathway of investment and a pathway that innovators can see for growing their companies. And I'll just finish by saying that investment is not the only key thing here, right? I mean, it's easy just to say money is what you need. But actually for an innovator, and having worked as an entrepreneur for the last decade or so, the network and exposure to the opportunity is also just as important. And that's something very unique that the people who've been assembled over here for the last couple of days and across the Alliance can actually bring to our innovators, is that network and that exposure of opportunity, which they probably won't get anywhere else.
I will come back to you with this idea of interconnectivity in a changing world. Mr. Burduja, are we adaptable enough right now? Because we are discussing about the change and how things appear every day. We've seen pandemic, we are seeing now war, the crisis, the energy crisis, the food crisis maybe. Are we adaptable enough to the new situations?
I think so, and I think you've seen it time and again with the pandemic and now with the conflict, and I've seen Romania really stepping up to the role that it has to play on the global scene. And it's a wonderful pride and joy really to hear foreign diplomats and officials, and just talking earlier to Her Excellency the French Ambassador, and that's exactly what she said. It's unbelievable what you have done. And I hear it time and again. I heard it at the ITU where 193 countries came here. We've heard it this week, and it's such a window of opportunity that Bucharest, that Romania generally are playing this key role in international diplomacy. And again, it's a recognition of our people. To basically, to respond in a way, I think that you're right on point that you do need a network. And I think also we're very well positioned. And I know I'm sounding like I'm selling Romania. I'm not trying to sell it because I don't think we need to be marketed necessarily. But we have such an amazing network of people in the diaspora. And what we're trying to do also is essentially open up a Romanian Office of Science and Technology in Silicon Valley, which other European countries have done and the EU has done a few months ago. And so the idea behind that is exactly to connect entrepreneurs here with entrepreneurs, researchers, academics at Stanford, at Berkeley, in Silicon Valley, people who've already succeeded, and I've visited many of them, and they are so willing to give back. It's unbelievable. Their time is amazingly precious, but they were there, they want to invest, they want to connect capital in America, around the world really, with startups in Romania. And when you have somebody who, founded Databricks or founded Opaque or is the top researcher at Stanford, like Sergiu Pașca, Raluca Ada-Popa, and many others, and they go to an investor there, to an angel or to a VC, and they talk about a startup at home, those people are going to listen. And so essentially connecting that bridge, and we already have a similar office in Brussels, which we need to capacitate more. And for the years to come, we're going to do something similar in Israel and South Korea and Japan. So, I think the network is important, and I'll add one last element because I've seen Marian Staș there and other experts on education in the room, and I think where we need to work on is this willingness to fail. I can't say this enough, the mentality, and to build it into our social fabric where our young people are willing to fail. They're willing to take that risk and be entrepreneurs. I think we have an amazing education, and that's why you see quite a number of Romanians succeeding internationally. But I think where we still lag behind a bit is this idea that it's okay to fail. You need to take the risk, get back up, try again.
And learn what is to be learned, actually, from that moment. Deep China, you've mentioned Diana, and I think it's important for all of us to understand what's going to be next in this important program, and also to see that fund next year, starting 2023, 1 billion is enough, is the start, is the biggest fund, we know.
Yeah, look, it's been an extremely interesting couple of years, actually, and I guess it's just over 2 years since a lot of this discussion started. So actually one thing that has happened already is that it's proved that a large multinational organization can move at pace. This is something when we first started discussing it, people were a little bit skeptical about that, and we're now on the threshold of launch of these initiatives. I think next year what we will see is the first projects, the first startups kind of fueled by the Diana machine, and that is a grant-giving entity, so that is not an equity-taking fund. This is helping to address that very early investment that's needed to get companies off the ground. The NATO Innovation Fund, which is what I think you're talking about when you mentioned the 1 billion figure, will of course then also launch alongside it. And there's two really major things there to have to address. First is to enable to create a fund where deep tech can actually then be picked up after, say, some initial grant funding and can be incubated for a little bit longer, right? That's one function that the NATO Innovation Fund will have. The second very important function, though, is also to crowd in the rest of the investment community around that program. Because of course, $1 billion sounds like a lot, but it's actually not really that much when you think about that whole investment landscape that will be needed. And so what you want to do is to create an investment community around it. And I would just say that the crucial part of this work is the dual use aspect that has been built in, okay? We have taken an approach here, and the team who've been building this, it's this kind of game-changing thinking really, is that science and technology investment in security and defense should be just about as much to do with avoiding conflict in the first place and investing in the science and technology that might create stability and equity in the world, as well as then the investment that might be needed in conflict situations. And we've spent a lot of time talking about conflict over the last couple of days. And you know, the best form of defense is not to get into that situation in the first place. That's a kind of thought leadership position. There's also a very practical reason to go down that route, and that is that companies need to have multiple revenue streams in order to survive. And we know that defense and security, in terms of a procurement pipeline for some of these startups and innovators, is a very challenging place to operate, particularly when you are competing with the might of a military-industrial complex. And so there's a need for that kind of pathway for startups if they can have a hope of actually, you know, entering into that whole space.
Gentlemen, questions for?
I just maybe one addition from my side. So the idea around access to public funding, I think one example that comes to mind is the DARPA from the US, the Defense and Advanced Research Projects Association, which I think positions around $3 billion per year to support companies basically achieve the technological disruption that is needed and also help create a competitive edge. And also I very much relate to Mr. Burduja's perspective around, you know, Romania's opportunity here, also from a person that myself who has spent quite some time in the diaspora and has always looked towards Romania, trying to support Romania, and eventually returned to Romania. What I would like to do a little bit is take a step back and look at the broader picture, in the sense that what we're trying to achieve from a society point of view, I think, is to ensure sustainable and inclusive growth. Growth is critical for all countries in order to ensure prosperity, in order to achieve our objectives to increase the quality of life, and also for corporate growth is an absolute necessity in order to stay competitive. Now, growth in today's world is even more challenging. We're talking about the geopolitical situation, we're talking about the shortages in supply and the disruption of supply chains. We're talking also about the sanitary crisis that we have we're just finalizing and going through. And also the ramification that has on the economy. So we're faced with huge inflation, unprecedented inflation in recent years. We're faced also with an increased risk for an economic recession in the region. Now, not to mention the demographic situation, where we're having an aged already, not aging, but aged population, and in some countries even declining population. So achieving innovation and achieving sustainable growth is even more challenging today than ever. We know that looking into the next 2 decades, 70% of the value generated, of the additional value created in the economy, is going to be enabled by technology and by the digital channel. Now, we as McKinsey, we have identified 10 transversal technologies that will help boost and create this economic welfare. And they range from a future of automation, so we're talking about RPAs, somebody mentioned UiPath. This is clearly a market leader globally. However, when we're looking at Romania, the uptake of RPA is rather on the lower side, and this is a challenge that we need to address jointly. We're talking about connectivity and the adoption of 5G technologies. We're talking about deployment of cloud, where US has a very strong dominant role with Amazon Web Services, with Google Cloud, with Azure, and so on and so forth. Quantum computing is something that receives substantial amount of funding. We're talking about multiple billion of euros in China and the US, where Europe is not really at par with these investments. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, the same story. And I could go on and on. When we look at these transversal technologies, we see US playing a dominant role. We see China very much picking up in terms of investment, in terms of adoption, in terms of production of these technologies. And we see Europe as a whole lagging behind on all except for two, and those two are next generation materials and clean tech. So the additional spin I would bring to the story is that when we talk about technology, we're usually talking about a setup in which the winner takes most. When we looked at 12,000 companies and we performed an analysis of the biggest players worldwide, we realized that the top 10% of the companies generate 80% of the economic profits, whereas the laggards, the bottom 10%, actually destroy substantial amount of value. So the value at stake is absolutely substantial. For Europe, we are talking by 2040 at a value of 2 to 4 trillion euros per year. This is 6 times more than what is needed to achieve net zero by 2050. So, and as said, we are not, as Europeans, in a very privileged position. However, given the context, there's a great opportunity for Europe to up its game and close the gap.
With this spin, I'm coming back to you, Mr. Clara.
Can I just surely?
Yes, please.
Yeah, so first, thanks for the invitation and happy St. Andrew's Day. For Andrea's happy name, I think it's also very symbolic. You know, St. Andrew was the apostle who was called to join Jesus, and you guys, instead of staying at home, you decided to also, you know, to respond to the call to come to Aspen today, which is not, you know, easy if you have family obligations and so on. So thanks for being here. Just to touch upon a few things which were mentioned here. I think what the minister mentioned is pretty critical. We are seeing in the region a lot of governments who have aspirations and ideas about digital transformation, but they are not showing commitment. What we've seen from the Romanian government with the Romanian Innovation Fund, which has been recently announced, the recent visit of Mr. Burduja to Silicon Valley, including Google, where he met Romanians working for Google, really high level, exactly, vice president executives from Romania. In addition, you know, to what we've seen here with the aspirations on the cloud technology, on the deployment of technologies that were mentioned by a colleague from McKinsey, we think Romania is definitely on a great path. Google has been present almost 12 years here. We are employing 400 people. And I would say the wearables that Mr. Burduja and I are wearing, that's Fitbit. The EMEA Research Center for Fitbit is actually located in Bucharest. So there's obviously a clear pool of talent here, a clear pool of people who, you know, are actually have the skills to help Romania digitally transform. But obviously, you know, there are challenges ahead. I would not deal with the diagnostics part for Romania, DESI index, and what the colleague mentioned, where Romania is standing. But I definitely think the opportunity is there, and it's not privatized by US, China. It's for everyone. So we have as of today in Central and Eastern Europe about 50 unicorns. Most of them have been scaling were able to scale because of US technology. And I'm sure that some of them, if there were some technologies from Europe, they would be also using European technology, but they were not present. So just to touch upon a bit what also the minister mentioned about regulation, I think one of the key things, and this is the narrative and spirit of this conference, is cooperation. And as a company, we are definitely endorsing the transatlantic partnership between the US and Europe. And one of the key drivers for this cooperation is the Trade and Technology Council, which is supposed to meet in a few weeks. And the key there is to actually define some common ideas about what is technological progress that you mentioned, like where are we heading in that space? What are the common standards that we want to operate on? And what are the common values that we discussed a bit in front? Like, we have seen for this conflict, and that there is not too many other opportunities. But even if you want to be pragmatic, the transatlantic partnership is very economically lucrative. It's almost $7 trillion of economic relation per year. So it's not just about values, democracy, and things that we nurture, but it's also about we're the biggest economic partners, European Union and United States. So I think just wanted to intervene a bit on what was said here and confirm most of the things that the panelists mentioned with a bit of a flavor from Google. And just another point, Google was obviously established by 2 PhD graduates. So that's to confirm that you have innovators, you have people who are can be amazing on the market, but knowledge is really something that is at the core of this company, and I think it's at the core of what you want to see here in Romania.
Coming back to you, risks were mentioned. How do we find ways to reduce those risks?
I guess it depends what kind of risks you're specifically talking about. I think there are some interesting things that we've discussed in the last few days, like things that people believe have emerged as risks, right? The interconnectivity of our energy infrastructures with wars and conflict and our financial systems. I have to tell you, these are not surprises. So people who say they are surprises were either half asleep for the last 2.5 decades as people analyzed this, or it was convenient to ignore them up until the point that something happens, right? And so we have to be a little bit honest about the sort of stuff that's going on here, right? I mean, we have issues with, in terms of us tapping into innovation that has, an analysis that has already been done in decision making, and that is still a big risk, right? Because what you're actually seeing now is the manifestation of that risk. When you see decision makers tell you that they're surprised that energy and food security is fundamentally important to global resilience and economic security, you should be very concerned about that, because that's a really kind of terrible thing to admit right now. And we need to avoid that in the future. And that really means that we need to think more systemically about global risk. And we've talked a lot about, if you're in a war situation and when you get to points of conflict, of course there are certain layers. I think Mircea was mentioning it yesterday, the DSG was mentioning it yesterday from NATO, that there are certain layers at which a confrontation and an oppositional position is unavoidable. But then if we go to the layer of things like the Sustainable Development Goals, and if we look at a systemic risk facing the world today, which is climate change, which will create more wars in the future if we're not careful. That's exactly what will happen. There'll be water shortages, increased food shortages, there'll be migration pressures. It is unavoidable at that level for the best minds from Russia, Ukraine, China, Brazil, Britain, America. It is unavoidable for this talent to be brought together. That's actually how science and technology innovation works. And I'll just end by saying, most of you, well, all of you will have a mobile phone in your pocket. And about 25 years ago, when I was a postdoc, there was this little project called Linux, and there was this open software idea, and we had lots of commercial people come and tell us what a terrible idea this was, that this open standard software, it was going to be terrible for security, it would never amount to anything. It is now the single most embedded piece of software, I would say, in the world, driving everything from your fridge to your mobile phone. It is the result of a collaboration of international scientists and technologies that you will never be able to map out, probably touching every single continent in the world, and we are availing ourselves of it. And so there is a second risk here, which is that if we move towards, if we believe isolationism is the pathway to resilience, we're in really big trouble, right? We were talking about this before. It's good to be competitive. I mean, we're in the World Cup right now. I think what you want to do is you want to be picked to play on the team, but science and technology innovation is a team sport. So you can compete to get a spot, but that doesn't mean that you compete on every single level and create an isolationist system. And if we drive down that road with xenophobic postures and with isolationism in our politics, we end up with a very brittle system. And if I said this 5-6 years ago, people would say, yeah, that's very theoretical. And we've had COVID, and we've had now this war in Ukraine, and all of that brittle nature is exposed. And that's the challenge. We have to fix that. And at the moment, a lot of the narrative is about doubling down on what we've done in the past to increase that sort of vulnerability. And that, I think, is another concern.
I've seen Mr. Burduja wanted to
well, just a quick point on the transatlantic partnership. And I say this not just on the Aspen stage. I say it every time I have the occasion. I think that there's certain voices in Europe that position themselves in a way that I don't endorse. Essentially, as the EU as a main competitor to the US. And if you look at all the data, the only way we can succeed in the only competition that matters, which is essentially with China and with Russia, more near term, is together. There should be no competition between the EU and the US, between the EU or between European companies and big American companies. I think we've seen it here and we've seen it in other places in Europe. We've seen American companies coming in and driving innovation and bringing new technologies and leveraging the talent here. And we've seen talent here leveraging capital on the New York Stock Exchange and generally speaking in the US. And I think we should encourage these connections more than ever.
But if I may very quickly, there was a point made yesterday, which is the other thing that we don't do a lot of, is talk about the people in these various countries that we see in an oppositional sense who actually hold democratic values, who actually want to see that kind of transformation. And actually, this idea is, the idea of how we use our technology to then deliver against our values is something that we should be seeking to connect with people wherever they are, whatever nationality they're in. And really, that's the draw. That should be the thing that pulls talent and global transformation. That's the thing that will actually make a difference. And we sort of, like someone on the panel said that yesterday, I think, and that was a very, very important point. It was a throwaway. I'm not sure if everybody noticed it, but I would really like to highlight that. And again, as an educational institution, that's what we're in the business of doing. I want you to come and study at our institution from wherever you are and take away the values and the systems, not just learn the physics, right, but to go away with
and spread them.
Precisely, absolutely right.
I think to chime in on what Deep has mentioned, there is some sort of like a diagram where you see increased cooperation brings it's a linear function, I would say. Increased cooperation increases resilience, which is counterintuitive, right? Because, a lot of countries are turning inward, becoming more protectionist and thinking that, yeah, I'll be more protectionist, I'll be more sovereign by actually closing, metaphorically, borders or, not cooperating with us. But basically what we've seen, especially in the past year with the war in Ukraine, cooperation in the area of cybersecurity, fighting disinformation was not, you cannot do that alone. It's something that, it's impossible to do it. So I would say that, there are a couple, like maybe 3 things that we see are kind of worrying and should be tackled. One is this, called digital protectionism. And this is actually where countries are, closing, turning inward, just not being, open even for foreign direct investments and companies from some regions. I think second is obviously this, what we've seen is increased incoherent regulation. Like we learned that G20 countries in 2020 had 1,700 different laws and regulations related to digital, which were not coordinated or negotiated. Just it's a large number of uncoordinated work.
1,700.
Yeah, and then something that we also discussed in front, and I think that can be a part of our conversation here, is we call digital authoritarianism. Is actually when technology has been used by some regimes to actually manipulate and seize some freedoms from their people. And this is something that we think, it's very worrying and it's counter to what we're discussing at this panel.
Let's put some solutions on the table for this. Do we have?
Think just talking about solutions and really completely agreeing with what my co-panelists are saying around the collaboration. I think what we should do more in Romania and also in Europe is get inspired by these best practices and further enhance collaboration. The one thing that I think is very difficult from a Romanian/European lens is achieving scale. So I think when we talk about availability to talent, STEM graduates in Romania, I think we're doing very well. At European level, maybe we could do even more. When we talk about capital, yes, there was an increase of VC funding. There is increased public funding to boost technology companies. However, when we talk about actually achieving scale, this is something that European and Romanian companies are struggling, primarily because you do not have a vast level playing field, because you have a union with, which has 24 official languages, which has a non-harmonized regulatory framework. So really, once you saturated your domestic market and you want to expand into the next market, this is where the whole infrastructure around the growth becomes quite challenging. I don't know if some of my panelists would like to add on that.
Allow me to introduce also Mihai Vașcu, CEO and co-founder Modex, is live with us via internet.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the invitation. I'm sorry I'm not there with you. I would have loved to be there on stage. I want to congratulate Aspen, and I want to congratulate all my co-panelists for the great ideas. I think you're right on spot. Coming from the founder's perspective, managing 3 companies, building deep technologies and proprietary IP, I would like to emphasize the fact that IP is soft power. For Romania, for Central Eastern Europe, building proprietary IP is a form of soft power. Now, with the modern warfare, we talk too much about the hard power and diplomatic power, but the soft power comes from the IP that is built by all of our great engineers and all of our great minds here in Eastern Europe. Applied innovation is what is actually needed at this point. I'd like to emphasize the fact that 90% of the world's data was produced over the last 24 months. And that triggers the modern warfare. We need rapid prototyping at the enterprise level. We need the rapid prototyping at the government level. And you can only achieve rapid prototyping when you have everything it takes to prepare for the next step of growth of a software company, or of a strategic vision when it comes to what Mr. Burduja is doing. I think it's great. It's the first time when we as private sector, as founders, see indeed proper actions being taken and indeed substance in all the actions. I think that's great, and I wanted to congratulate him. But on the other side, companies and innovation needs funding. And the proper funding applied exactly at those points where what is needed the most, that's when you see some areas of the world, like I'm not even talking about Israel, which is absolutely amazing in building soft power through software. The United States also, it's absolutely great. I think we need more of the innovative solutions like the NATO Innovation Fund. The US is doing a great job with the Defense Innovation Unit and the DARPA program. And, it's absolutely great. There is a company that is either created in Romania and incorporated in the US or in the UK. You can scale and we can have proper prototypes and working prototypes with some of the most, the highest level technologies out there. And I think for us as founders, it's important to also reach out to all of those innovation funds and bridge the gap between applied innovation and good ideas. Most of the times we just have good ideas or we have good concepts, but we don't see them in production. Seeing great technologies in production, that's when we are properly prepared to stay strong in front of modern warfare. Other countries who are very specialized in modern warfares, are extremely good in prototyping technologies and actually push them to market through private companies. I strongly feel that in order to prepare for modern warfare, we need more applied innovation and more proprietary IP coming from the private sector. And the private sector needs 5 years, 7 years to build proper IP. You cannot go with a hackathon type of product and put it in production at the government level. It's just impossible. So you need a lot of time to do that. What I can tell you is that I could see the joy of some of our top engineers when actually they were piloting something that had the chance of being implemented at the government level. In our case, we provide data integrity. And in this case, our engineers were extremely happy to see that there is a chance that our technologies are being used at the government level to build trust in the current systems. So it's kind of like, I can tell you that for them, it's the highest challenge, actually, to see a software, a piece of code that is being implemented at that point, or being implemented as a part of a defense strategy of NATO, for example, or in the US. And I think we don't lack talent. What we lack is more applied innovation. For me, innovation is the ability of transforming an idea into an invoice. An invoice means quantifiable outcome in implementation. I think the more initiatives like this we see, the more talent we can attract at the private sector, and the more we can actually put on the table of governments or various entities the substance of the core IP that we've built. Romania has over 250,000 people working in IT. The only problem is that 98% of the IP is exported. And I would love to see more Romanian kind of like owned IP and not just exported. If we manage to transfer 10% of the workforce into proprietary IP that stays in Eastern Europe, I think that's a huge step forward in strengthening the substance that we have here in Eastern Europe. And I think we need to do that and need to collaborate. And I think the topic it's extremely good. The collaboration between the academia, because that's where we recruit our engineers from. And we want to invest more also in the private sector with that. But also we want to see the result of their work being implemented really in functional projects at the government level.
Thank you. If you, I'm encouraging you to ask questions. If you have some, you have a mic over there, and just give me a sign. I've seen that you were watching very closely that what Mr. Ivashku just told us, and I've seen a common thing in your speeches, the idea of being together, of making things together. We cannot do anything alone, actually, as people, as countries. So I think that's hopefully, Mr. China, the next step.
Yeah, I think there was a really interesting point there around soft power.
Mm-hmm.
It is absolutely the case, I think, that in recent times, and I'm an ex-government person myself, so I'm not talking about this from a theoretical perspective. We've seen a rollback from the use and the importance placed on soft power as well as hard power, and that is a big problem. But yes, I think the point I wanted to make is that also for the talent of the future, what we need to do is to engage them to feel incentivized to be working in a space like defense and security, right? Mm-hmm. So there has to be a narrative in there that feels like your work is having a positive impact, overriding. I mean, I'm struggling to think of a scientist or a technologist I've met, actually, who never wanted to have a positive impact in the world. This is a huge, powerful draw for the talent of the future, and that's why having a defense and security narrative, wherever it may be, that affords the opportunity for that positive impact, I think is massive. And okay, you could argue that using science and technology in order to put deterrence in place is obviously very positive. It creates, for me, it creates space and time for us to solve the other problems that we haven't quite fixed. Post-Second World War, we developed nuclear weapons. So we have a pretty big big button already that we've developed in terms of the kinetic side of things. We now need to figure out how can we sort of make sure that we get enough evolution so that we never have to press it. People who think that it's inevitable that we press it are the ones that I think we need to be concerned about.
We are discussing a lot about this situation nowadays, unfortunately. Innovative technology, important impact on militaries, more efficient, resilient, cost-efficient, and sustainable. And I think those who are working in this area need to understand that this is the impact, actually, of their work, being more efficient, resilient, cost-efficient, and sustainable in terms of militaries. Yeah, the question.
My name is Marian Stash, and as someone who has spent quite some time dealing with the education system here in the country, I decided to use this context, which is a high-profile one, to call on the possible vulnerability and disconnect between everything that you gentlemen have said here and the reality on the ground, and I mean especially the K-12 education system. And the second thing that I want is to just invite all of you to put all the pressure that you can get on the government to get a 21st century education law for the 21st century Romania. Rather, you may want to put some pressure to take a 22nd century education law for the 21st century Romania here. And thank you, Tianu, for doing everything that you do here. But again, I'm calling on the possible disconnect and the vulnerability of this society to have wonderful vision and goals for everything that we've done here, not to be supported as it should have by a K through 12 proper 21st century education system. Thank you.
Just a short answer, please. If you want to comment or to
Sure,
yeah.
I guess I should take that.
Yeah.
Well, if you want one thought on that keeps me up at night is how do we make sure that nobody's left behind? The world is going through these massive changes, Romania included, and the biggest risk, I think, is this digital divide, right? The people who have the resources, the education, the money, the connections, they'll be fine. They will be competitive in the new world. They have access to those training programs and new technologies and supercomputers. But what about those who don't? And I think that and I think you made this point earlier, Ovidiu, that we have to especially focus on them and adapt our curricula and invest in access to technology and education in order not to leave anybody behind.
And not to discriminate, actually. Not to
discriminate, not to aggravate current biases in society. And the only way we can do that is, by the way, working together. No matter how much commitment we've had in government, and believe me, we have, just over the past 6 months since I took this mandate, I made a quick list. We have the biggest legislative changes in digital Romania, if you will, right? The cloud law, we have the interoperability law, we have a feasibility study and detailed technical design that for the first time in the history of the country were put up online and private companies could contribute and say where we're going wrong. And we have the decision by the President and a decision by the Prime Minister on an AI national strategy and the AI national hub. We've gotten back our place in the European Space Agency and we've just contributed about 80 million euros there. So things are moving. But beyond this political commitment, there's only so much we can do. And so I'm publicly calling on civil society, on the private sector, obviously, on academia to join forces and let's help make sure that nobody's left behind. Let's promote digital skills, digital competencies at the level of all Romanians and even beyond, as well as at the level of SMEs, because that's another segment when we have a lot of catching up to do on the DESI index.
Allow me to take another 30 seconds, please. Question and 1 minute answer.
So I'm Mihna Samuila and I'm a Marshall Memorial Fellow who just returned 1 week ago from the US. And as a background, a medical doctor and a public health expert owning a startup in digital health now. So I want just to build up on the topic of education, because I think innovation is also a matter of education and of culture. And it's a matter of long-term change, I would say. and the matter of unlocking the potential, which was mentioned by our minister, the network, which was also mentioned there, the resources, the financial resources, but how we can put this all together in a solution. And I would just give an example. We visited part of our program, Cornell Tech Institute in New York, which is actually a mix of a postdoc program with a research program and with an incubator, connecting also the startups with the investors.
Thank you.
And my question is for Minister Burduja, to which extent you think we could replicate such models in Romania?
Thank you. Very short answer, please.
Very short answer. Sky's the limit. I think really, and let's take advantage of this window of opportunity where we do have political leadership that understands the role of new technologies and research. And by the way, you're going to see it in the budget allocated for the research sector for next year. It's going to be a very pleasant surprise. I won't reveal the number yet, but you'll see what I'm talking about. So please, let's do this. You're my friend, so it's even easier.
If I might just,
Thank you.
Just for 10 seconds here, I think the gentleman who's just asked the question is in the health tech sector. Again, I'm going to go back to COVID. I think one point I really want to make is it is in our collectively in our self-interest to make sure that we promote innovation activities and innovation competence in regions far beyond the alliance or the European Union or things that we've talked about today. I was born in East Africa myself. If you look at what's happening on the whole continent, often the continent is treated like a single country by people. This is a real problem. We need to see innovation and connection to innovation in that entire region, as well as places like South America, I think that was mentioned yesterday as well. We've not really touched enough on all of this sort of stuff, right? And these conversations just end up becoming, if you think about it, quite parochial. And when we're talking about a global set of problems. So
exactly.
I would just finish
just
with that.
10 seconds for you also.
Well, I think we all discuss cooperation, but I think, you know, as a company, we supported trainings in digital skills in Romania for almost 500,000 people. And I think that's the soil for what you want to achieve here. And at the same time, we should be open and honest to ourselves, saying that CE as a region and Romania has a strong potential. But, you know, in the spirit of today's St. Andrew, it's not enough to say yes, but you have to work. And it's hard work.
Thank you all for this great debate, and let's hope that we will meet again soon and discuss about what has been done. Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I'd like to introduce to the stage the moderator.
All right, good afternoon, almost good afternoon. It's 1 minute to noon, so still good morning. Anyway, my name is Andrew Robel, and I'm the founding partner at Emerging Europe, and this is my, I believe, 5th or 6th Bucharest Forum, so I have to say that I'm hugely delighted to be back. And this time, I am privileged to be moderating a session which is focused on the future of supply chains. And I have a fantastic panel with me. I am going to introduce all of them in a second, but before I do that, I will invite Mr. Andreas Treichel, President of the European Forum ALPAC and Chairman of the Erste Foundation, to deliver a pre-recorded message that will set the tone for our discussion about the future of supply chains.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for inviting me to speak at the Bucharest Forum. I'm very sorry that I couldn't make it in person, and I'm very thankful that you allow me to address you via video. So many greetings here from Vienna. I have a very strong view as it concerns the future of globalization. And given my position in Erste Foundation and at the European Forum ALPAC, of course, I see it very much from a European perspective. But first of all, let me tell you what my view is on what happened in the past. We have seen a tremendous development of globalization during the last 30 years. And particularly if we look back into the 90s, we have seen a strong coordination between business and politics in order to allow for the form of globalization and internationalization of supply chains. However, about 10 to 15 years ago, we have seen that the views of business and politics started to diverge from each other. And we have seen many trends, and of course the most important one based on the more difficult relation between the United States of America and China. We've seen a separation of business and politics. So during the last decade, where business was still in the mood to continue globalization, politics tended towards localization. We have felt that in Europe. We've felt that all over the world. We have seen a lot of interferences in globalization through virtual and digital interferences of trying to disrupt supply chains. And we'll continue to see that in the future. Now, at the end of 2022, we've had two developments. One, the growing conflict between the USA and China, and as of February 24th this year, the attack of Russia on Ukraine. That has a tremendous effect on the future. It has a tremendous effect on how business will develop over the next decades. And I have very firm opinion that the globalization that we saw during the last 30 years will not continue anymore. I do not think that globalization will stop. I do not believe that the internationalization of supply chains will stop. But they will be very different from how they were in the past. And one thing we have to accept from the business side is very simply that the role of politics is becoming increasingly important, and that Europe in particular now is in a very, very difficult situation, as we have benefited tremendously from the internationalization of supply chains, and Europe has during the past 30 years gained a substantial amount of wealth very simply through the fact that we have relied in terms of energy supply very much on outside sources, and as we all know, mainly on Russian sources, as it concerns fuel and gas. And now we are in a situation that we suffer from the fact that these supply chains, due to political reasons, have been interrupted. The second very, very important issue for us in Europe is that alongside the energy dependency that we have on international supply chains, we also have done relatively well in accumulating wealth by relying on, if you can say it in that way, international supply chains on our defense. So we have not been able to take care of our own energy supply within Europe. We have not been taking care on our defense supply within Europe, and we depend very much on globalization. And that's a problem for us right now. And that is not a problem that we will be able to solve during the next couple of years. That is a problem that we need to solve over the next 20 to 30 years. And that will require a dramatic change in the way Europe looks into its own future. If you talk about a different form of globalization, and if you talk about the fact that we will have a form of regionalization or localization, it is very, very clear in which direction the United States of America will go. It is very, very clear in which direction China will go. It is not so clear in which direction Europe will go. And we have two choices. One choice is that we offer, as Europe, 27, 28 or 40, however you look at Europe, different markets that play a role in a more local, globalized world. Or we have a chance to say, if we would like to go back to the 90s, a time in which Europe was really strong, a time when Europe had the leading companies in almost any industry, and where Europe had developed into the largest consumer market in the world. It had developed in the largest export market in the world. And we have to realize that we have lost that position in those instances. And now we need to think about, in this new form of globalization that's coming up, in the conflict between the United States and China, in maybe a situation where alongside a more localized view of the economy, we will have a divided world, an Eastern world and a Western world. Do we, as Europe, want to play a role with 27 states in the Union, plus all the other countries within Europe that are not part of the European Union? Or do we make a strong effort in creating a localized Europe that regains its strengths as a partner in a more divided, globalized world than we ever had? And now I think it is truly important for us in Europe that we look into the future, and irrespective on how we look at the European Union as a political framework, start to work very hard on making up for deficiencies we have. We do not have an economic union as of now. Therefore, Europe is not in itself, and as Europe, a region that can play a role together in a more localized, globalized world. And we need to work on all the deficiencies that we have. We have a pretty good industrial union, but we do not have a defense industry union. We do not have a data union. We do not have a network union. We do not have a transportation union. We do not have a financial market union. We have parts of it. We do not have a capital market union. We have parts of it, but we don't have it. And we need all of that, and we need it with relatively high speed And if we want to develop all of that during the next 20 years, that means an enormous effort on part of the nation states to work together with the European Union to create all those unions that we need in Europe in order to be a strong partner and a true partner in a more localized, globalized world vis-à-vis China and vis-à-vis the United States of America. And I hope that we can develop that political understanding in Europe that our national independence is not based on the fact that we keep transportation systems within our country and networks within our country and capital markets within our country. We need to find an incredibly strong form of cooperation within Europe, an economic cooperation and a political form of cooperation within Europe that could make us a really strong partner in the new world that's coming up to us. We need to start working on that very, very soon. And one of the unfortunate things is that this can't be done by Berlin or by Paris. This has to be done within the Union, and what is very important is that we ask also those countries that are not in the European Union to participate in that effort. I don't want to use or utilize words from statements outside of Europe, but irrespective of what they said, we need to make Europe strong again.
There is some food for thought from this statement, which we are going to echo in our discussion. But before we start the discussion, I would like to introduce all the panelists, and I will start with Clara Volintiru, who is you've probably seen her quite a few times, but I will still introduce her. Black Sea Trust, Director at Black Sea Trust and Bucharest Office, German Marshall Fund of the United States. Marek Dietl, who is an economic advisor to the President of the Republic of Poland, but also happens to be the CEO of the Warsaw Stock Exchange. We also have Patriciu Acimaș-Cadariu, I hope I'm pronouncing the name correctly, Secretary at the Committee for Health and Family, Chamber of Deputies, Romanian Parliament. And the last but not the least one, Vasile Iuga, founder and partner, Florin Business Advisors and treasurer at the Aspen Institute, Romania. Welcome. And let's start with the first question, which relates to what Andreas said in his statement. Our recent experiences show how quickly an external strategic dependence turns or can turn into a very real vulnerability. That vulnerability has been seen across various sectors, parts of the sectors. What are the lessons learned from that, and have we actually understood that something needs to be done, and to what extent?
Thank you. I'll try to break the ice myself. I think that, as you said, the presentation by Andreas Streichel was very illuminating. And while listening to him, I thought that in the corporate world in the past, the globalization age he was referring to, supply chain was the Cinderella. And it was very low on the strategic agenda. No place on the strategic agenda. The focus was on stability of the supply chain and the efficiency, which meant cost control. And it was managed around the 20-80% principle, so focus on the top 20 suppliers, which represent 80% of the purchases. So it was all good. And then, all of a sudden, the world has changed in a dramatic way. Yes, the COVID, yes, the geopolitical tension, and other developments. And vulnerabilities which existed before were exposed to a much larger extent. And if you want, we have experienced and witnessed major disruptions. And the problem is, the problem is that disruptions came in a number of situations, not from the high-value items, but rather from the low-value items. And then the focus, the risk was for businesses not to be able to deliver the products, which is different from making a profit or not. So businesses were not able to complete the products in order to sell them. Therefore, clearly, in the new world, additional focus should be, as far as the supply chains are concerned, on the buzzword or the word of the day: resilience first, second, agility, and third, sustainability, probably. So just to finish my introductory remarks, the supply chain has now a seat at the table, and it's very high on the strategic agenda, I would say, to the point that, for instance, we see the appointment of, I'll try to remember, Chief Supply Chain Officer, which shows that businesses realize the importance of this ignored aspect and facet of the business in what was a growing world.
So it's not only the business world, but it's actually legislators as well who, and we are going to talk about that in a moment, have also realized that there has to be some new regulations introduced to make sure that we are tackling that issue. Clara, what is your opinion about the lessons learned here?
Well, I fully subscribe to what Mr. Iuga already mentioned, in the sense that it was a vastly underestimated risk regarding global value chains. And I think there is a trade-off or a tension in our shared understanding, in the sense that we all aspire for higher value-added production, countries that already have it, countries that want to have it, and then higher value-added production means that we have to outsource and expose ourselves. For example, in the pandemics, we didn't have basic equipments like personal protection masks and so on and so forth. So I think there is this question of ensuring the safety and health of our societies before we analyze the whole, let's say, business corporate values type of profit margins, right? But coming back to the point of EU's role as a regulator, we need to heal very long-lasting dividing lines of access and equity to different sorts of services and innovation, because we had that panel before. And these dividing lines are between member states and within member states. And EU's actorness potential that Mr. Treichel mentioned as well, EU's actorness potential in a global crisis depends on internal cohesion and internal coordination of actions. And I think that the health crisis has been an extraordinary example of how much we rely on each other in times of crisis and in regional supply chains.
Marek?
So first of all, thank you very much. It's my first time at this lovely event, very well organized and full of content. The facts are that until 2010, the export was growing faster than the GDP. So obviously we're enjoying times of globalization. But the problems were also noticeable. One of the problems was nicely dealt with in Harvard Business Review paper article from, I think, 1994, How Much is Flexibility Worth? When the authors were dealing with the problem, economies of scale versus flexibility of, for example, supply. And simply businesses were taking the globalization for granted. And also transportation costs were very, very low. Inexpensive environment, by the way. They were struggling to get the economies of scale and moving vast production to China and so on, resulted at the end in the networked economy. If there's a disruption of the network, it's transport of the whole network. And now we have some major disruptions, and they are even magnified in this network. So actually, the flexibility was worth more than we thought. And we have to live now in the world where we have to take into account this flexibility issue, because disruptions in networks can be very harmful for us. And I'm not that nostalgic to as Andras Teichel to the 90s. We are in Romania, where and I'm from Poland, and generally in so-called Free Seas region, we were actually going through some major reforms in the 90s, where actually there was extreme pressure on the free trade, which was resulted as an end game of a relatively high share of the global corporations in our GDP. For Poland, is over 1/3 of the GDP is produced by the foreignly controlled companies. 50% of our export is multinational companies' export, what is of course good for employment, but it was not good for the wealth creation. So when we look at the stock of wealth in this region here, it's even 4 to 5 times lower on per capita basis than in Greece, what is not a star compared to Austria, where Mr. Teichel comes from, is factor of 15. So the accumulation of wealth was not there, but somehow there was a turnaround in the economy, and now I believe our region, including Romania and Poland, are very well positioned in the new setup. This deglobalization thing and looking for other options than in production of the large-scale factories in China can benefit the region enormously. And also there is a process, I would call it re-globalization. What I mean by that, there's a new wave of globalization in the digital space, and the previous panel showed a little bit of that, and UiPath, Romanian company, is a brilliant example of this re-globalization. And we have on our venue on Warsaw Stock Exchange the largest number of game developers, so video game producers in the world from all the exchanges, over 70 of them compared to 60 in Tokyo or 40 plus in Seoul. And we see those companies around 2010 started to sell their video games globally, and they are extreme beneficiary of the re-globalization. So I would not subscribe to the second part of the statement of Mr. Teichel that we as Europe, as a whole Europe, are somehow losing the competitive edge. I'm sure that Washington consensus was very good for the Western Europe, but for the Eastern Europe or Free Seas region, actually the phase of deglobalization and reglobalization can be extremely beneficial from the supply chain perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Marek. And Patricio, could you also share your thoughts about the lessons that I asked about?
Maybe I'll change a little bit the tone. As a medical doctor, I'm a cancer surgeon. I don't come either from the dark side or the bright side as we saw it. I come from the spending side. Of course, we see these days that no matter how much we spend on healthcare, at one point our curve will flatten. So again, from the taming side, as a member of the parliament, I feel that we have to make reforms, and of course we have to invest more. That's obviously because we invest far less than in other Western European countries. But we have here the crisis, and we saw the refugees, cancer patients from Ukraine. And under these circumstances, we have to find solutions. And hopefully, thanks to IQVIA, we have a white paper with experts from Ukraine, of course, Poland, Romania, Slovakia, Hungary. And we have an assessment of the Ukrainian healthcare and some solutions. And here I think we have to think also for our own healthcare system. And of course we have effectiveness and efficiency, and this brings value for money. But we have to think also of equity and responsiveness, and this brings value for many. So it's a much complicated subject, I guess, but I think we might find a solution in trying to build a healthcare system based on a value-based healthcare system. And we should somehow forget our traditional way of doing it.
We were talking about, Vasile, you wanted to add?
I forgot to tell you something in introduction. We're going to discuss today and lament and complain about the supply chain and the challenges that we're facing in Europe. Can you imagine the challenges faced by the Russian supply chain specialists, given the sanctions, and how complex they were? I mean, for them to have imports, massive imports of washing machines, only to take away the chips in order to put those chips on their missiles. I mean, I think that there are big challenges in Russia around the supply chains these days. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. We were talking about those regulations that are sort of on the way, both in the EU, but there are specific countries that are introducing various supply chains related laws even at the beginning of next year, like Germany, for example. How do you see the attempts to somehow manage the supply chains and the future of supply chains in the EU or in Europe in general?
Yeah, I would like to build on the healthcare sector and also relate to, again, what I mentioned earlier, EU's actorness and the fact that there is a transition to be made that it is in the interest of our region. And all these things connect to the following transition of paradigm before we talk about regulation. We are currently transitioning from the Washington Consensus to the Wall Street Consensus. What the Wall Street Consensus means, or the Roundtable Declaration, even before the pandemics, means that we need to all work together towards the same goals, societal goals. This means that we need to bring in public sector, private sector, academia, NGOs to work together towards tackling common solutions. Professor Achimaș Cadariu mentioned working with civil society, academia from across the EU borders. We need to work in a multi-stakeholder environment within EU borders more. So I think national regulation in Germany, national regulation in Romania, however vanguard it might be in some areas like cancer, the National Plan for Fighting Cancer, these type of vanguard regulations at national level, they cannot amount to much impact in society unless we mobilize our collective forces and our collective resources. So my answer in terms of regulation is make it so that it brings forces together rather than the old regulatory state that just provides a framework and then everyone must follow. We need to be more in the co-design phase of the regulatory framework.
But if we look at the European Union, for example, there's quite a few different instruments that are being sort of suggested at the moment. There's the Due Diligence Act, there's the SMI, I think, instrument, as far as I remember it correctly. So shouldn't we sort of focus on one thing to make sure that the result is actually what we are looking for? It's an open question,
I have another question for this question. What are our collective priorities? Mm-hmm. Once we understand what are our collective priorities, we can devise collective regulations for the single market or the European community of countries. Otherwise, each one will fend for himself or itself. So I think in terms of our resilience in critical services and global value chains that deliver for those critical services, be it energy, healthcare, innovation maybe, these are elements that need to be addressed in a collective format with pre-established priorities before we move ahead to European and national legislation.
I think that globalization has been blamed for a number of failures. Globalization was associated with deregulation. And probably the deregulation pendulum went too far. The risk is that now we are going to overregulate and move the pendulum too far in the other direction, and we risk destroying value. And we risk failing on providing the public goods which are needed. Therefore, I would advocate, I mean, we must not stifle the market forces by excessive regulation. And let's be honest, Europe has a tendency to over-regulate. And this is, in my opinion, a competitive disadvantage for Europe. And we have to be careful and not to react hastily to some of the challenges. And if we take, for instance, take the healthcare sector. I'm not an expert, but I can have a look. We see, for instance, in Europe, we have seen, even before the pandemic, shortage of medicine in a number of EU countries. Frightening numbers and increasing exponentially. And based on surveys carried out in Western Europe, for instance, we see that at least in 50% of the cases, medical treatment and medical care is postponed or is cancelled. One survey, if I remember well, with the French oncologists, 2/3 of them were saying that the shortage of medicine is having a significant impact on the life expectancy of the cancer patients. And the situation is only going to get worse. Now, what are the root causes? On very specialized, I mean, for instance, we developed excessive dependency on China and on India for what we call, and I have in front of us my friend Roberto Musnecio, who is an expert in the field, included in what are active pharmaceutical ingredients. And guess what? When the pandemic started, India had a list of 20 APIs which were banned from exports. So this we struggle to get paracetamol in Europe because some of the APIs were sourced from India and from China. China played the same game, which was to limit or to ban in order to increase influence or to derive economic benefits from them. So the question is, should we do nearshoring or should we diversify? Do we need, for instance, legislation passed in Europe in order to have better prices, for instance, for the generic drugs? So I would advocate for smart regulation, not excessive regulation. Sometimes we see Europe, I love Europe, the European project, I feel myself deeply European. But for instance, I think that regulation, and by the way, my specialism is energy and financial services. I think the European Union or the Commission and the other bodies failed abysmally on the regulation of the energy well before the Russian crisis. But I'm not going to elaborate. So this is a very recent example of bad and poor regulation. So therefore, yes, regulation is needed in a coordinated way, not destroying value and addressing the needs. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me humanize a little bit numbers, because we can look at numbers and yeah, Romania supported the oncological cancer is my example, of course. Oncological treatment for hundreds of Ukrainian cancer patients, and we performed hundreds of surgical interventions. But on the other hand, yesterday I performed a search. I perform it from time to time in the relevant medical databases, and search for, I put there cancer and war and psycho-oncology. There was nothing there. So of course it was war on cancer or psycho-oncology, but nothing in the latter year. Just some recommendation from the ASCO, this is the American Society of Cancer. And that's that. Can you imagine, I mean, yeah, it's numbers, we've treated them, but can you imagine a lady, a 70-year-old lady, mother of 3, with no papers on her disease, speaking no foreign language but Ukrainian, sitting in a hospital bed and asking for a surgical procedure for breast cancer, but no information on the neoadjuvant treatment whatsoever. So these are problems we have to tackle as well, and it's not only about numbers and medicines.
Can I dehumanize again? Okay, well, first of all, on the meta level, I would fully agree that we are on the way to over-regulating the economy. In the European Union and globally, America First by Donald Trump, extended to America First and Friends by Joe Biden, and so on. It's a typical regulatory framework which actually create incentive for isolationistic isolationism. But when we go into the details and we want to avoid regulation, then we see security, very important thing. So maybe we should limit the cross-border M&A. So roughly 300 tech companies, very traditional industrial companies from Germany, were taken over by Chinese. So there's a new law in Germany which allows the antitrust office to block any merger, even post-merger. So they have some time to block the merger after the merger. So it's absolutely far-reaching and legislation. Okay, well, all the things related to the medical treatment, to the drugs development, of course, it's a security matter, life matter, and so on. Let us regulate. So everything you touch, actually, you can find a way. You can find a reason to regulate it again and again. But sometimes, sometimes we also do some regulation just for particular reason, and we have even problems within European Union. The brilliant example is a mobility package, which is actually restricting competition among transportation companies within European Union, what is actually harmful for the supply chain, what is today's topic. And it was approved with just one vote. Majority by the European Parliament, but limited competitiveness of the Romanian, Polish, and other logistic companies in favor of, let's say, Western European large logistic conglomerates. So even within the European Union, we have problem with globalization and free trade and free flow of services and so on. But what could be the solution? The one thing is this so-called enabling technologies. So we should be really aware which technologies are really those enablers and which can be outsourced. And the list of this enabling technologies should not be that long for nearshoring. And also there is something what is forgotten. My field of research in academia is our patents policy. So basically what is the recent change over the last decade or so is that the China become #1 in patenting. Of course, the quality of patents is quite low. They patent everything with goals, and the quality of patents you measure by the number of citations in a nutshell. So they are not widely cited and so on. But they block many roads for innovation and are against what was in the previous panel, this cooperative achievement like with Vasile for COVID or something, because everything is patented. So there is one Polish company listed on our venue in semiconductors industry, in the infrared detectors, actually world leader in this field. Artemis, every mission in space is equipped with their stuff. They have another approach, and I think European Union should advocate for that. They do not patent, but they publish everything, so no one else can patent that, so they can produce. So there is a forgotten concept in science and in scientific world collaboration, pre-competitive stage. And actually, my advice for the European Union would be that we should extend this competition and extend the collaboration instead of competition in research and in creating brain trust by advocating more at WTO and other organizations for this pre-competitive stage research. And this will, I'm sure, enable to use the global brain trust. And the global brain trust is the main benefit of globalization. Where we produce is less important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I have two more questions. Hopefully we will manage to answer both. I mean, over the last few years, we've seen an increase in interest in sustainability, climate change, and obviously, you know, we're talking about the we're talking about Russia's invasion in Ukraine, we're talking about COVID, but I think we need to also relate to that aspect. I'm talking about, you know, the supply chain issue. How do you see the future of, you know, of those supply chains in the sustainability or ESG context?
Very briefly. First of all, we have to deal with the customers, with the consumers. And consumers are changing, and we see this, the younger generation, the younger cohorts, and this has been accelerated, for instance, by COVID and post-COVID developments. And people are increasingly, we are talking about informed people who are conscious consumers or customers. And increasingly, they want to know more about the products they are consuming. They want to know the level of the volume of resources consumed in order to produce, how many emissions were generated. Sometimes this information, they want to be certified by an independent third party. So I think that sustainability is very much on the increase on the agenda of the consumers and of the customers. And this is going to add complexity to the entire process. Because in the past, it was easy and simple to manage the supply chain. But now, for instance, one of the leading global electronic goods manufacturer, in the past they used to manage 100 suppliers based by spend. Now they are using complex algorithms, artificial intelligence, in order to manage not only the efficiency and the stability, but also the other more strategic aspects. And as a result, they manage 7,500 suppliers in complex interactions. So yes, ESG are important, increasingly important for the public. Therefore, they need to be incorporated in the management of the supply chain. Thank you.
Clara, Marek?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. Sustainability is two-layered concept. It is about the process and it is about the label, the statement, the shared values that it upholds. And in terms of process, obviously we need a lot of innovation to devise new ways of purchasing and production and consumption and really tying them together into similar values systems in our global value chains. But in terms of this second layer, the label, I think it reinforces actually the security dimension where we already talk about friendly shoring. We need to make sure that our global value chains are a reflection of our alliances. And so having the sustainability dimension in this discussion, it is about the process, which has been going on long since the current war and division lines. But I think it can reinforce this idea of friendly shoring, of a community of values that delivers from security to prosperity to wellness and end results for our population.
Just two examples how difficult it is. Part of my family lives in diaspora since the end of the Second World War, and in the mid-90s, some of them living in the North America told me that they are moving away from any food which was produced more than 100 miles away, so 150 roughly kilometers, from the place they are living. I treated them as a complete freaks. Then I realized that 12 to 16% of the CO2 output is related to the food logistics in the supply chains. I also learned that if we put all the cows we grow on the earth into one country, it would be fourth largest CO2 emitter in the world. And I've seen in a German supermarket a multi-use bag, which was it was advertised as a very ecological, and there was an advertisement what you can buy in this shop on this bag. And first was the beef from Argentina. Obviously, it makes literally no sense if you take it. So first of all, we have to change the attitude of the consumers. And it's so difficult. If you think that actually German tourists before the pandemic produced more CO2 by the flights and so on than all the Polish coal power plants, professional coal power plants, then you think it might be easier to have holidays somewhere closer to your location than to close down all the coal plants in Poland. So basically we have to start with a huge educational thing that people start to realize that they should go more sustainable. And I'm really convinced by the statement of Professor Herman Simon, who said sustainability is new digital. I'm sure people step by step will be more aware, but it requires a generation, so 25 years. Thank you.
Can I just briefly comment on that? Because Marek mentioned the local dimension, yes, sustainability means localized economies, but localized economies require much more comprehensive distribution of foreign direct investments. We really need to build up the local capacities for production and consumption, and that delivers on other aspects of inequity and inequality across our regions in Europe. So I think a special attention, if we want to commit collectively as a priority for sustainable production and consumption, we really need to figure out ways to get to the capillaries, to the local communities that are supposed to ultimately implement that process.
And change of pathology, because climate change is here actually, and it's not about the melting of the permafrost. It's about changing, about the movement of animals. It's about different infectious disease. It's not about, I mean, the old viruses that will come out like in a sci-fi movie. It's about new infectious diseases. It's about new parasites that we'll have to face. So completely different pathology. So completely different challenges in healthcare and influencing obviously the chain supply.
So the very last question from me. We are here in this transatlantic context discussing the United States and Europe. And if we look at the perhaps vision of the supply chain of the future, the US is probably looking through the prism of China and China's tech rise. The EU is looking at becoming a bit more competitive, boosting resilience and autonomy. How do you think these two slightly different approaches will make sure that we will have, sustainable supply chains going forward?
I, for one, would go back to the argument of cooperation. And with it, since the EU-USA summit, I think we've seen a very structured process in terms of coordination across the two shores of the Atlantic. And obviously, that process needs to be expanded in terms of a multi-level dialogue. It needs to be built up from top to the capillaries, to society, and then back up in the feedback loop. So I think in terms of really making headways in our collective stance to really deploy friendly shoring, to really deploy new innovative solutions for our emerging threats in healthcare, in energy crisis, and so on and so forth, we need to understand that the process of cooperation needs to be nurtured with continuous and multi-level engagement across the two shores of the Atlantic.
I would say that in the light of value-based healthcare, innovation and technology is just a mean, it's not the purpose. If we will not purchase vaccines, for instance, but solutions to have a significant proportion of the population vaccinated, then we will ask for complex solutions to companies and actually bring them, force them to move their the way of thinking and actually improving also our healthcare in the end.
I think that I also support the idea of collaboration and cooperation combined with healthy competition. And in this respect, Europe has some way to go because the innovation rate in Europe is low. And in the previous panel, it was said a few times that innovation and competitiveness in Europe is suffering, and Europe has been for far too long identified with the social model. We are afraid of failure. We are afraid of exploring. and we penalize those who failed following a legitimate process. And I think that in order to have meaningful dialogue between the two shores, Europe needs to improve on competitiveness and must create an enabling environment to strengthen the competitiveness of Europe in general.
Thank you.
It's a major change, and we see US companies, also EU companies, moving away from China, and one of the beneficiaries is Vietnam, actually. So we have to ask ourselves the question, like in our panel, what is the future and how we can position our region, Free Seas region, in this respect. And the second thing, but still Chinese are buying semiconductors from Taiwan, so it's not necessary that you have very great political ties to still keep on trading. But there is one other thing which scares me, just briefly, is the approach of Biden administration to new industrial policy. First time in the history of US there will be an industrial policy. And I'm not sure what would gonna come out of this, but it looks like heavy subsidies for many industries and so on. And we should not forget that still US is the greatest importer of goods and the greatest exporter of dollars, printed dollars. So this poses the risk for the European Union, was mentioned by Andreas at the beginning, that actually we lift out of exporting high-tech goods from Europe to the US, especially in the B2B space. And now it is a question what will be the next industrial policy of US, and maybe it can result in limiting of this demand for imported goods and technologies. And we, as a region, are manufacturer for Western countries, so we can be hit as well. So I'm more scared about what will come out of the industrial policy than from the clash between China and US. I think this clash is actually an opportunity for us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this chat. I'm super happy that we managed to touch on the role of the emerging Europe region in that supply chain going forward, and also on that collaboration and healthy competition. I'm quite sure that we would be able to talk for quite some time still, but our time has run out. So thank you very much again. Thank you.
Guys, thank you for your patience. Next up, we have a panel on the collaborative digital economy in Romania. It is my absolute pleasure to invite Veronica Ștefan to the stage. She is the founder of Digital Citizens Romania, an expert on AI and human rights, and I know her as a young leader from the 2021 cohort. Veronica.
Thank you, Andrei. Well, we cannot have a session without speakers and experts contributing to the discussion, so I'm very happy to welcome on the stage Mr. George Cristian Tuță, Chestor, Chamber of Deputies, Romanian Parliament. Next to us will be Margareta Mucibabic from UIPES, our unicorn here, Public Affairs and Social Impact Director. What a wonderful position to be in. And last but definitely not least, Carol Șerban from Kearney, Management Consultant. Welcome, Carol. Good. So what is there to still say? We have had already a discussion on innovation earlier today. Economy is part of that. Digital economy is part of that. Probably it's no surprise that we discussed this today, and I think I've heard Mr. Joanna mentioning in, I don't know, 1 or 2 days ago, that you cannot really speak just about peace and security if you don't already have an economic dimension. People cannot relate to one without the other. And here we are in an all-stars Romanian panel talking about digital economy. So it's also a good time to start from the realities. In the innovation panel, you heard about DESI, right? The Digital Economy and Society Index, which is a nice, interesting instrument. I don't know, about 6 years ago, if you had talked about it, not many people would refer to it. Well, fortunately or unfortunately, the situation in Romania hasn't changed much in the past 6 years, but there is progress. There are realities it's good to check once in a while, and the index provided by DESI, it's one of those, which shows the reality, right? Where does it rank Romania? I would say there is no surprise there. It is the last in the European Union. But also, DESI is not an instrument that is so easy to pinpoint what is inside. It's a bit of everything, because it really measures the health of society when you look both of economic dimension, people, citizens, society at large. And with this in mind, I think it's always good to see how we move forward, how we build on what we have and where we are. And we have 3 different stakeholders. I also call them digital champions because there is another reality in these kind of events. Yeah, I don't say it lightly, but usually those who accept the challenge to join these debates are those who are already committed and at least passionate to do something about it, right? Okay, starting from this assumption, I would like for us to reflect on DESI. Why is it important? And if it is important, what can we do next to improve our current situation? What would be, I don't know, the number 2 things that Romania should look up to? George?
First of all, thank you very much for this generous invitation. It's my first time when I'm speaking in Bucharest Forum, and I want to thank Aspen for organizing this kind of debate. First of all, a short background about myself. When I was very young, like 3 years old, I was very curious, and I broke all my father's watches to understand why the wheels are rotating. So the curiosity is defining me. That's why a few days ago, I was watching with my son, 3 years old boy, the World Championship. And he is in love with goals, and he celebrates all the goals. And I was curious how many goals the world champions had in the past. And I saw 30 years ago, in 1992, something happened, because before was amount of around 100 goals per tournament. After 92, in 94, starts with 140, something like 50% improving. This is not just a story. It was a change in this tournament in 92. They changed the rule of back passing, like the defender could pass the ball to the goalkeeper. And this change had a significant impact, because first of all, the goalkeeper has to improve his skills, his capabilities to play the ball with the foot. The defender has to innovate the way how they playing, because they couldn't pass the ball back to the goalkeeper. And this rule actually, at the end of the day, make more money for the entire industry of the football, because the drama has increased, number of goals increased as well, and more watchers was on TV. So the economy increased. Speaking about the DESI, the numbers are speaking by themselves, but I am choosing to be optimistic, and I'm seeing there's a way large amount of steps that we can go, because we have 26 steps in front of us. So we are not lost, we have 26 steps to advance. And this is not impossible. And considering as in this panel, two main stakeholders, the industry and the state. And I'm also wondering why, who should lead this transformation, the digital transformation. As in my example, the transformation should come from the state, from the rules. We have to work with the industry, understand their needs, and make this small change that has a huge impact. Otherwise, the innovation definition is make something new with a huge impact. And if we do this, if we apply this in the Romanian legislation and framework, for sure we'll advance in the DESI index. So in my opinion, if we're not having this debate in the parliament, we already have some steps with the unnecessary copies, with broadband internet connection all over the Romania, and more to come. But we need to stay at the same table and start the discussion, what is the thing that we have to change in order to improve the DESI for Romania.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this metaphor of DESI as the World Cup championship. Looking forward to get at least in the top 3. Margareta, how is it seen from the private angle? Also with this international lens that you have, right? UiPath is a Romanian-born company, but also with this international strong advantage.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question, and also wanted to say a big thanks for allowing this panel to happen. It's a great opportunity for me, and I'm really humbled to participate. With regards to DESI, I think first thing that comes in my mind as a public affairs professional, it's a really great and helpful instrument. It gives you a very good blueprint of what is the state of play in regards to these indexes that you are interested to learn more about. But at the same time, I think we need to couple the Digital Economy and Society Index with other forms of assessments, including qualitative assessments. And if we think about Romania, living here in Romania and working closely with other private sector entities, but also public sector entities, trade associations, and other participants to the community, I hear and I see other stories too that are much more positive. But probably the steps in order to measure real progress are not that visible yet. We still need some time until we reap the benefits of these alliances, these improvements in terms of legislation are going to be reflected in the Digital Economy and Society Index. But this is also a good thing because it makes us accountable and responsible. It's one thing to launch your intention to collaborate and do projects, pilot projects, and create this momentum, but you need also consistency. So I think DESI will be a very good reminder for us that we need consistency. Something else that I wanted to mention is that This step, in order to be real, consistent, impactful, I think it cannot happen without very strong collaboration. And I know that partnership has been, invoked a lot of times throughout these last few days, but this discussion makes no exception. It has to be a close collaboration, a close partnership between multiple stakeholders. And as part of an exercise that we did at UiPath under the Automation for Good program, which I'm leading, connected to the social impact component you mentioned, is that we need to build ecosystems of excellence. It's not that one part or one stakeholder can do the entire project on its own, because it cannot. This cannot happen, and we need to be real about what are the roles and responsibilities of each stakeholder that wants to work towards these important objectives, like skills development, like upskilling and reskilling, or just bringing technology closer to employees and citizens in terms of adoption. It always has to be a close partnership with other entities.
Thank you, Margareta.
Absolutely.
But maybe also zooming out even more and getting to one of our knowledge partners in this event, Kearney. You work more on the strategic dimension, right, of digital transformation. I think we're already getting there. Digital transformation is not one thing. It's not just for the public. It's not just for the private. How is it from there? Where are the steps, the bigger steps that we can take?
Thank you, Veronica. I'm very glad to be here with the panelists and with you guys. Thanks for joining us. Let me start with answering your initial question, how important is DESI? From my personal point of view, is very important. Going a step further and saying from a global management consulting firm for Kearney, it's essential. It's essential because when you start with the initial steps of trying to improve things or having actions, you start with a strategy. And you cannot have a strategy without measuring things. You cannot, beyond measuring, DESI is very important not only for the numbers that it gives and allows us to compare and allows our Ministry of Digitalization, Research and Innovation to see how well it's doing in its mandate or for the next 5 or 10 years, but also defines the important questions that you have to ask yourself and to see what you need to focus on, what matters most, right? So you have now DESI defined some parameters and it tells us this is what you have to focus on and you're going to measure your progress on that. So this is extremely important from that point of view. That in the context of digital economy and in the macro sense, as you've invited me to present, economy is the sum of production, consumption, and trade of goods and services. And digital economy is this context put now with the facilitation of this happening online. Through internet, through mobile devices, and Internet of Things, SIM cards in robots, right? So this creates a hyperconnectivity, more fancy word, the interconnectedness of people, businesses, and the government. And this is the world that we live in today. So the question is, how do you make a good digital economy? How can you create, deliver, share, capture value in a world that now, compared to the traditional model, is defined by algorithms and data, right? And we can dive deeper into this, but I think the way to think about it could be from an operational point of view, from an operational model, how do you need to do things, and from a business model, how does the world look in this context?
Thank you. Well, I think we already spoke a lot about growing up, right? And about this cooperation, about measurement as well. And I think it's also just a good reminder for all of us to think what is DESI about, right? Because it does have 4 dimensions, and Romania doesn't rank so bad at all of them. Because we have human capital, which unfortunately it's not our strength, where we talk about digital competencies at large, for everyday citizens, for a specialized workforce. We talk about connectivity, one of our assets, because Romania, it is the place for those who want to be digital nomads, to start a business. Internet connection is still our strength. We have integration of technology, so how businesses take stock of the existing technology, and we have digital public services. So what is available for citizens and companies created by the government. And where I would like us to have another look is talking about measurements. Can we today speak about a stronger digital economy and a digital society in Romania before and after the pandemic? Do we see a progress? And I also make a side note, because I do check DESI, and for example, I noticed a bit of a strange situation where SMEs who sell online are decreasing in number, 2020 compared to 2021, either online or cross-border. And I don't want us to get just into this topic, but are we capable of taking stock of all that boost of energy where everyone was online, paying online, communicating and everything online?
I don't want to take the state side in this discussion only because during the pandemic, Sabin Sărmaș, one of my colleagues in the parliament, he was the chief of the digital authority in Romania, and he initiated initiative that make all the public services goes digital, because he said you can send it by email, because email was not an invention during the pandemic. We used to have email for ourselves, but never use in a public service with the citizens. And after the pandemic, the other crisis that we have, or how experts are calling the perma-crisis, the permanent crisis that we'll have with multiple layers of crisis, security crisis, energy crisis, inflation, all this make the SMEs in special to go back before the pandemic and behaving like in the past. And forget about all the benefits that pandemic bring us to all. The emails, as I was presenting, even the authorities, the local authorities, and I was speaking with the disability authority from the Ilfov county that I'm representing in the parliament, because every morning was a line there. People are waiting in the line to put their folders, and the line is starting at 4 a.m. And I try to convince them why you don't get the folder email, check it, and schedule the citizen for the next schedule free to solve the problem face to face. And this is a game changing in the culture of our administration, because we have this culture in the Romanian public authorities that we need the proof, you know, we don't trust the citizens, so we need the proof, like a copy of your ID. If you give me a copy of your ID, that means I have the proof you was at the office and request for that public service. But we need to change this, and this is happening only by educate people. And how we can educate people in a quick time, because we don't have time. This is most important thing that we have to understand, because the future is now. We're not seeing the digital economy in the future, we're seeing the digital economy today. So we need to understand that we need to educate those people, and for me, I'm fighting in the parliament to find the right solution to have the education team on the table, and in my opinion, access to people and expose them to the digital tools is the best way to teach something. It's coming from the swimming, right? Yeah. You cannot swim if you're not getting in the water. So we need to adopt technology, we need to train our decision makers in the public administration to take that to rely on technology.
Thank you for pointing out. Thank you for bringing out the citizens already in this, because I already see Margareta and Carol ready to jump in. But then maybe I also leave you with the further thought, and we can come back. What are the bottlenecks in the government as well? So the citizens need to, right, be more active users. It's okay. You can take a second. They need to. But what can else we do, right? What can we do to support them? What can be there that can be improved as well? Or maybe, I don't know, there is no need. Already is at least set in motion.
The right answer, I think, is depends.
Depends. Okay, let's elaborate on that. Depends. Carol.
That's the right answer most of the time. On the COVID situation and how it left us, going back to my two key ways of looking at things, business model and operation model. Let's all look back on the new business model and the key trends that have emerged after COVID, right? You have fintech, and look at how we have now digital banking, and Banca Transilvania is the largest company on our stock exchange. George is everywhere to any bar that you're going. You have e-commerce, and EMAG is adopting Amazon's model, which has becoming the largest disruptor in the world when it comes to business model and how you sell things. You have cloud kitchens, and we are all starting to use Glovo. The way you travel is changed, and how Lime and Bolt and Uber, the way you go to take a holiday, and Airbnb, you're at home, online streaming. These are all business models which are here to stay that changed from COVID. And I would want to highlight something that is important for us to understand, that this business model in the new digital world has an essential difference compared to the traditional model when you compare value delivered to scale. In the traditional model, you have a logarithmic development, because at the beginning you can deliver a lot of value when you have few customers, you know exactly what you do, and you have an inverse effect when you scale. The scale effects you have to spread. In the digital era is exponential, so is totally different. You start slow, you need data, you need learning effects, and you need network effects in your algorithms. And at the beginning, you don't have the critical mass of users. So all these digital platforms and the digital economy relies on a slow start and then a snowballing effect. And this obviously creates some very important issues which we need to discuss when we come to data and data governance, and what is now called the splinternet, and this is related to other issues after COVID and now with the war, where when the government has to decide who owns this data. You have two opposite driving forces that are now facing both the business and the public sector. One, towards supporting global businesses use their data and leverage those synergies, and the second one is to localize and control the data. The first one, you see the US and the EU trying to have a net neutral world. The second one, you have China and India, which want internet sovereignty, but they are more secure. So do you promote and support business for less security? It's a tough question. And personal, my view is that the incentives of the resilience and reconstruction of Romania from the support from the EU puts us in a position to really now implement this data governance and data policies that are aligned with the EU and support businesses in our country.
Thank you. So it's a different business model that it's here to stay and still for us to see its effect, right? But also the ethical dimension that businesses, the new businesses should be built on. Well, talking about ethical and new type of businesses, Margareta, UiPath is also one of the companies who jumped in during the pandemic to support the government as well to get more digital, but also as a mission, you are in the business of supporting those kind of services.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty much connected also to the e-commerce dimension that was mentioned earlier, because the way in which people started using technology during the pandemic has influenced their behavior also in terms of how they interact with public authorities. And we have witnessed that we also developed a study in order to understand how citizens perceive new technologies such as automation? Where do they think such technologies can, lend a helping hand? Where do they see the improvements that need to be made in terms of interaction with public authorities? So this was something, a clear correlation that we have observed, that this push in using, mobile phone to do all sorts of, grocery shopping or traveling or you name it, has created the expectation that the public authorities would also offer similar types of digital channels. And you mentioned the fact that we as UiPath offered our support during the pandemic, especially for healthcare organizations or public authorities and nonprofits that were struggling with the impact of the pandemic. So what we have observed in terms of, again, public authorities was the fact that we needed to move very, very fast, right? And this is something that with automation, with the kind of technologies that are currently developed, is possible. But you need to have a common vision on what you want to achieve. And this is much more easy in the business side, right? For the public sector, and especially if you want to align an example that happens, for example, at the Ministry of Economy, with all sorts of other public services taking place in other entities within the government, it's not that easy to create a common vision and alignment. And I think now it's a very important momentum and opportunity for this kind of vision to take a really robust shape, because technology was a partner for public sector and private sector during the pandemic, and it's obviously a partner for the next developments and the next phases in terms of how we interact and collaborate. But the important opportunity, I think, at hand right now is, one, how do we standardize and how do we align the way digital public services are delivered? How do we take a look at them, because there are inventories being made right now, because there's also this priority to digitalize the life events mentioned by the European Union. By 2030, 100% need to be digitally available. So there are inventories being made, but how many of those public services have been recently assessed in terms of their processes, in terms of, how similar they are to each other? Are there overlaps? How many authorities are being involved for, a purpose that perhaps can be achieved in a leaner way? And once we do that, I think that needs to be coupled with technology. That needs to be coupled with skills development. That needs to be coupled with how do we increase adoption. But it has to be easy, because the easier the technology is made available to whoever is that it's using, it's going to be much more easier to increase adoption. But at the same time, it has to be easy in terms of interface and experience. That will also increase adoption, both at the citizen level and within the public servants. That's my humble opinion.
Would you two like to build on this alignment and looking at the evidence, maybe?
Sure. Very shortly, and I'm going to pass it over on the government and public services side. I think there, an essential part for me is to have digital procurement services within the government. Digital procurement would help with transparency, with reducing bureaucracy, with reducing fraud, having a more competitive landscape of how you deliver services. That's on the public services side of things. Yes, we do like numbers. Some overall numbers that are helping us in our research on this is how the digital economy fares with the traditional economy. So globally, digital economy is now 16% of the entire GDP globally. In Romania, is only 6%. So our activity in this sense is low compared to the rest of the world. And globally, the digital economy is growing 2.5 times faster than the traditional economy. So this percentage, the stake that the digital economy has in the world, is going to continue to increase. In Romania, we haven't seen this as much. It's more stagnant. But there are some sectors, obviously, like e-commerce, for example, and IT, that have been growing very fast. I think the paradigm that we have to understand is that, first of all, I've just returned in Romania for 3 months after 10 years in the UK. And Bucharest, compared to the rest of the country, is a very different story. And all the statistics are for the country. And secondly, within the country, you have different social layers. And we have to understand that the digital part is also reflected by our financial literacy and complete level of education, because they are coupled. And when now I'm going to talk about cybersecurity or AI or cloud, we are at a high level of understanding, and we have to do that. We have to set the strategic directions, but we also have to understand that this was mentioned in the previous panel. You have to apply this in practice. You have to apply this in schools. You want to have good education. And I think there we need a different set of measures, and we need a set of policies that highlight some strategic key areas of improvement at scale for the population, and not only in the capital or developed cities, that are key to create media and digital literacy. And this will help a lot with the future steps when you have media literacy. One more thing on numbers. We are on par on DESI with the EU on connectiveness compared to the other three, which are very low. So we're doing well with broadband penetration, we're doing well with broadband speeds, we're doing well with 5G. And this should allow us the critical infrastructure part of 4 pillars of one strategy. We have it in the ministry. The skills we need to develop, infrastructure is good, and then data governance is the 4th, which I've already mentioned that we have to look into.
We are good on connectivity, if I can jump in the discussion, but we need to do more in order to not to keep this status quo. So today in Romania we have 3,000 buildings, school buildings, without internet connection, out of 29,000 of this kind of buildings. And this is not good after 1 year when the school was fully online. But I want to talk about other numbers here, because everybody needs an income, right? Everybody works with money and works for money or for pension and stuff like that. And as I told you in the beginning, I'm very curious. I was curious what people are doing with their bank accounts. So in Romania, we have something like 60% of Romania with a bank account. So 10, 11, 12 millions of Romanians has a bank account, but only 3 millions of Romanians are having more than 2 financial operations with their bank accounts. That means the other 7, 8 millions are taking the money out from ATMs. What this means in a digital economy? Not a good figure, right? So, in my opinion, I'm working this in the parliament to increase the financial inclusion as a key answer for the digital economy, for the lack of skills, digital skills, because if you can handling with the bank application on your mobile, for sure you'll be able to request a digital service from the, I don't know, city council website. So I'm considering financial literacy also a solving problem for digital literacy. And in the digital economy, it's another very important thing that we cannot permit to keep somebody outside the digital economy, because that means they cannot access public services, they cannot access financial services, which are already nowadays full digital. So we need to do something today. And the only thing that we can work is having all the sector, all the stakeholders involved. Banks, public authorities, civil society also, because we need the civil society to raise the digital awareness and demand for digital services.
Yeah, and can I jump in quickly? Because it's a topic that I'm really passionate about. So I would add that for nonprofits and community organizations, it's also very important to involve them because they work closely with people that are left behind. So they know exactly what is needed in order to make those services more accessible, and I think it's really key to involve them.
The European Fund Minister had a program during the pandemic with some social cards that you can buy and that was like game changing in this kind of services, social services, because those people really benefit from the payment. They didn't take the money, I don't know, spending in the bar or something like that. They didn't buy alcohol because the card didn't let them to buy something else than groceries and food. And the average transaction was something like 20 lei. That means they really spent the money on the food.
So these are some small concrete examples of what has been done, can be done, but even more on what can be done, because I got it right. Financial, media and digital literacy come as a package. But what can we still do? This is really a percentage that we are not necessarily improving. I mean, Romania still is at 30% basic digital skills, right? So highlight is basic, which is quite advanced in our everyday understanding. It's not just about opening the computer, it's also about something more. Is there something we can look at to increase this? Because we speak about competencies for everyday citizens. We speak about retraining workforce that is active but not necessarily tech. And we also speak about specialized ICT workforce. Are there any new measures that we can think of, new tools that we can use to upgrade the current situation?
I'll have a short answer. I think we have to make the rule of backpassing that I said in the beginning. If we can change the rule and make available technology for the people, but by making them to choose technology and have the incentive to choose technology, and the opposite term is to force them, to enforce them to use technology. And I think this is not the right path to force people to use technology, because there will be trust here. And you need trust to make people rely on technology. And presenting the good examples, I think, is the best way to have more people integrated in the digital economy. And I'll give you another example with a small community. Maybe you have heard about Ciugud. It's in Alba County. The authorities there decide to break the walls of the office the cashier, and close the cashier in the city hall. So all the people from this small village, they don't have the cashier in the public administration. So they are using ATMs for paying their bills. If they have a smart application in their phones, and they have technology as a part of their daily life. And I think this is the right way to do things.
That's a great example, but also a bit of a side note when we say that we want more literate people. It's also a bit of a difference of using internet and technology and how we use it. Because Romania ranks very well in using social media, not so well when we use it for more meaningful purposes. And I think this is also the clash with the digital skills component, right? We rank so low because we do not expand the possibilities of internet and technology. Margareta?
Happy to. So I will go back to a previous statement of mine regarding the ecosystem of excellences. So if we think about what we want to achieve, we want to increase the level of digital competences within Romania. As you said, do we want to look at basic digital skills? I think everyone needs to have access to that. So for that, I think you need a dedicated plan. And if you want to increase the advanced digital skills, I think the tactics might be a bit different. So I will focus on, let's say, the basic digital skills, but with the caveat that some of these new emerging technologies will become basic digital knowledge in the near future, because as employees work in digital transform companies, they need to have those skills. And they don't need to be necessarily developers or solution architects or these kinds of technical profiles. They will simply be business owners that need to have a layer of strong digital skills. So going back to that, I think, as a private sector, you can democratize who operates in a technology field. Obviously, you can democratize access to your own technology. You can create new opportunities for university collaborations with putting your learning and curricula available to the students so that they have access to it. And this is something that we're doing at UiPath with Academic Alliance. So we're working with technical universities, but also with business universities in teaching the students what automation is. And depending on who is teaching and the profile, obviously the lecture will be slightly different. But what I'm trying to say is that you need to educate in these areas also the business users, so people that normally at this moment in time don't have access to this skill set, in order to increase the competitiveness of the small and medium-sized company or a larger company. As a company, if you're a large enterprise, the chances that you have access to training and development courses is very high, because most companies have this kind of courses, and most companies have developed or have adopted partner solutions for training their workforce in digital skills. If you are a smaller company, that becomes a bit more difficult, because you have two challenges. You want to adopt technology, but you might not have the funding. And two, you want to implement the technology, but you don't have the skill set. So you're basically thinking, okay, what do I need to do next? Because I also want to keep an open shop. So maybe digital then becomes less of a priority, so you move even further from prioritizing the digital transformation strategy. And I think initiatives that we see now with the Recovery and Resilience Facility in Romania are really good examples for how to strengthen the digital capacity of small and medium-sized companies. Because under the Recovery and Resilience Facility, there will be thousands of small, medium-sized companies that will get training on various emerging technologies, new technologies, efforts that will be coupled with universities and training partners, so it will be kind of like a system of excellence to deliver that. But also adopting technology, you will have all sorts of funding available. So I think that's important progress, and maybe in the next few years we can see how that has impacted the DESI score and other kinds of indexes that we follow. That would be an important action.
Continuing what you said, in the Parliament from the next week, I think so, we already have the number of the signatures that we need to start a special committee on automatization and future of work, because all these challenges that SMEs and enterprises has in Romania, we need to understand them, see where the legislation, the framework are blocking them to make the step forward in the digital path, and change that thing, and also having some policies for the government about the future of work, about what jobs are in danger, what will change, because the future, as I said, it's today.
So this is a concrete step again, coming from the Parliament, which shows that it's open to discuss with the stakeholders, also in more formal setups, not just on this stage.
Is the only way to do things, to stay together, work together, and find the right solution. Otherwise, we'll be, I think, the champions of wasting time.
You see, that's why I called you guys the digital champions, because this is also a matter of mindset, and digital transformation is more about mindset, sometimes more than the skills as well.
Sure. concrete steps, 3 concrete steps. Number 1, we need collaborative innovation, and we can make that happen in the business world through incubators and accelerators. We are working with companies, we don't have to give names, but there are companies in Romania that do that, that will promote that higher level of knowledge in the digital space. Number 2, we need more investment. Sebastian Burduja has mentioned this already. I fully agree with this. We need more venture capital investment. We need more investment from private entities, more angel investor ecosystem to bring money into this. And number 3, a digital literacy program for the more basic digital skills at scale in schools.
Thank you.
Not only schools. Lifelong learning, I think.
Absolutely, everywhere. And this is maybe a call to action for everyone in the entrepreneurship or startup world. There needs to be a platform, there can easily be a platform that matches a requirement from the government, for example, with some skills, with how you teach that in schools. And I think first we need to train the trainers.
You're a business consultant, right? Just opening mind for new businesses.
A business that we all need. Another call for action from Margareta and George, just to close this session. What would be your call for action?
I was thinking now about this massive digital literacy program. I think it's something that we really need, and we've been talking about this for a few years now. So I know we're thinking about improving some of the rules, or overcoming the status quo that was mentioning with the parallel to football and everything. But I think there are also very good lessons learned from the past and from the recent past, and I think we need consistency. So if we're thinking about creating this, massive type of initiative that would involve developing basic digital skills at scale, I think it has to be, clearly adopted at the vision level from the stakeholders' perspective, and I think it needs to have a very precise calendar with clear KPIs. It has to be something that can be measured. It has to be something that has data behind it. There are a lot of great instruments that can do this kind of horizon scan or blueprint of what is the current situation. There's an instrument developed by UiPath Foundation in partnership with Brio that aims to do this sort of both soft assessment and hard assessment of skills, digital skills for students in high school. So efforts like these are needed in order to give us the real feel of what's happening and put a clear benchmark of where we want to go and what we want to achieve. So I would focus also on consistency and a bit of data-driven type of initiative.
And also I would like to add the transformation concept of this, because we heard it from a lot of politicians, not like me, but in a position like me. Speaking of Romania has to be #1, a regional hub for diverse issues. In my opinion, I think we have 2 important tools. DESI is one of it, and the other one is the European Innovation Board, scoreboard. And those 2 tools, I think, is the most important for the Romanian economy. To take them, breaking in parts, and decide to increase with 1% or 1 place for the next years, and see what that means for the authorities, for the enterprises, and for society. And if we do this right, in my opinion, we can achieve those goals. Otherwise, if we want to change the entire world in a second, we'll not be able, because there's resistance of change.
Last point, yeah.
Sure, and our advice with this is, let's be agile. Let's be not afraid to fail. Strategy is not a position anymore. It's a process. So we have the strategy, we have KPIs, we have strategic objectives. let's allow ourselves to adjust those on the go and on the fly, and let's adjust the business and the operation model on how we actually do it and learn from it, but let's get it going.
Personally, I'm using a method. Ask anything and answer with data.
Thank you so much. I think this also leads us to the very final part of our session. Thank you for the patience. It's funny how discussions about digital economy end up so often in literacy, in citizen-centered discussions, and this is great. At the end, this is all what society is about. But I take this, right? We have DESI and we have all these instruments that can be used as tools for evidence-based policymaking. I see this need of reflection, but also patience for change, for seeing the results, the snowball effect. But I also take that point from Margareta, that system of excellence, which is not even necessarily for the top tier, but for all levels. And for that, we need the strategic direction. Thank you for all the work you do, and I really hope we can see all of us together in other initiatives. Thank you.
Thank you to everyone still in the room. As you probably know, the Bucharest Forum is a marathon, not a sprint. And we've gone from security to supply chain to digital inclusion, and now we're back up at the high level, which is the beauty of mixing these topics. It is my honor to introduce the next topic, which is the next panel, which is on NATO and the EU, complementarities, synergies, and divergences. And my honor to introduce to the stage Mr. Robert Lupitsu, the editor-in-chief of Calea Europeană. Thank you.
Well, thank you. Now, Zim? Yeah. So, good afternoon, everyone. Indeed, the Bucharest Forum, it's not a sprint, it's a marathon. It's a marathon of strategic ideas, of strategic conversations, and we would like also to ask the people that are out for coffee that we can have a coffee after the formal session, and we can have also an informal coffee on strategic thoughts, issues, and so on. It is a pleasure for me and an honor to moderate once again within the Bucharest Forum that takes place this year in a very special circumstance, because we have also a NATO Foreign Ministerial meeting here in Bucharest, and just few hundred meters away. And we also had the Munich leaders meeting here in Bucharest, and it says a lot about the strategic importance that Romania held within the European Union and NATO. We have a very special topic today that we will discuss together with our speakers, two that are together with us on stage and two online, on NATO-EU cooperation and providing for a renewed European and global architecture. We have together with us here on the stage Mrs. Ana Cătăuță, member of the NATO Parliamentary Assembly, Chamber of Deputies, Romanian Parliament. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you so much, and thank you for having me, and most especially also an Aspen Fellow since 2010. I'm very proud of that. So.
Thank you, Ana. We have also Mr. Christopher Scaluba, who is Director for Transatlantic Security Initiative at the Scowcroft Center for Strategic and Security Atlantic Council. Thank you for being with us.
Thanks, Robert. It's wonderful to be here.
And together with us online, we have Mr. Dan Hamilton, President of the Transatlantic Leadership Network and Senior Fellow with the Johns Hopkins University. I hope you can hear us. Oh, thank you. And last but not least, Mrs. Judith Opholzer, Head of Geopolitical Security within Vodafone. Thank you for being with us.
It's a great pleasure to be here today.
Thank you. If it was for one subject missing here at the NATO Foreign Ministerial meeting, was the NATO-EU cooperation. We had a very important and very, let's say, tough agenda, but the NATO-EU cooperation, although it's very important, for several years now, the topic has not that been addressed at the decision makers level, besides the fact that we all have to know that we are one coin with two sides. And it's very important for us also being a member of NATO and being a member of the European Union. And here in Bucharest and on the eastern flank, we understand very well this idea. I will propose to you to have very brief remarks from 3 to 5 minutes for every speaker, and then we will open the floor for questions within the audience. And I would like, first of all, Mr. Dan Hamilton, President of Transatlantic Leadership Network, to give his brief remarks on the matter and how can NATO and EU further deepen their cooperation.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be with you. I used to be the Deputy Director of the Aspen Institute in Berlin when the wall was there and it was this encircled city. So I'm also proud of that Aspen connection. You said two sides of one coin. Unfortunately, these institutions have been in the same city in Brussels, and yet they think they live on different planets. And that's been a big problem. And I think instead of getting back into institutional problems, we should understand we are composed of nations, and those institutions are simply vehicles by which our countries advance their interests. And instead of getting lost in the institutional arcane details, I think we need to focus on the issue at hand, which is, of course, the war. And what the war says to us about how we have to use our instruments, our institutions, because we're facing EU and NATO common challenge here, and we have to harness the potential of both. I think the war, in my view, is sort of the headline evidence that Europe in particular has moved out of the post-Cold War era into what I call an age of disruption. Putin is using all the tools he can to disrupt societies, not only in Ukraine, but all through Eastern and Central Europe, all of Europe, frankly. And it's not just about Putin or even great power competition. China has similar tactics in other areas. It's about the nature of our world. Technologies, the flows that are connecting our societies now are vulnerable to this disruption, either by state or non-state actors. And so security cuts across the institutional silos we have, because much of it is much about civil security, human security, societal security, as it is about conventional military threats. And so, our challenge is not to get lost in the luxury of figuring out, things on an organizational chart, EU, NATO, but focus on what we need to do now. Because Ukraine is facing a change in the nature of the war. The barrage of missiles and drone attacks that Putin has unleashed is really signaling an escalation of this multi-front war and it's changing the nature of the war, in which the challenges off the battlefield could erase all the frontline gains the Ukrainians have made. And it's horrific. You know, Russian forces are committing genocide, war crimes, crimes against humanity. They've killed thousands of civilians. They're trafficking in children. And bombing, as we know, hospitals, schools. And so has led President Zelensky to say, you know, this is a war in his strength and resilience. And I think that notion of building resilience to disruption, if disruption is that, then resilience has to be part of our answer. And that's, again, we're both to step up, because the danger of a humanitarian disaster is very real. You know, 6 million Ukrainians displaced in their country, another almost 8 have sought refuge elsewhere, including Romania and poor Moldova. It's the largest displacement of people since World War. And what I see is people on the television screens in places like this often asking the question, and it's a natural question. I think we'd be better off by asking, how will this continue? It's going to get worse before it gets better. Putin is not giving up, he's doubling down, he's escalating the conflict by to all sorts of other flows that connect Ukraine with the rest of Europe, and the flows that connect European society.
Maybe we can try to reconnect with Mr. Hamilton. We cannot hear you entirely with your speech. Can we try to make the connection once again? And we understand one interesting idea, that even we are on the same page somehow. Mr. Hamilton.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, yes, we can hear you. Please continue.
I'm not sure where you left, where you stopped hearing me. Could you say what you last heard?
You mentioned about Russia's aggression and being the biggest challenge since the World War II.
Yes, okay. I say people tend to, in these fora and elsewhere on television, so on, ask the question, how will this end? It's a natural question. We should ask instead, how will this continue? Because it's going to get worse before it gets better. We have to be prepared to engage in this as a long-term challenge of building resilience as much as building battlefield capability. And we have to understand that this is going to go on for some time. So that's the first issue. I think the second is, the second question, how do we stop this from spreading, both inside Ukraine, but also beyond Ukraine, to countries like Romania and Moldova, and in fact, the rest of Europe, frankly. So there is a military answer to help the Ukrainian forces on the ground. NATO is going to do a lot of that. But arms transfers that the European Union can provide is also useful. That's the sword, as the Estonian foreign minister has said. But the Ukrainians need a shield now. They need an integrated air and missile defense system, which we can provide through all of our means, NATO, EU, you have it. It's our countries that need to do that and step up what we're already providing so that they have more of that. I think the second urgent need is that we have to move from what has basically been a 9-month scramble to supply humanitarian assistance and patch infrastructure for the Ukrainians to something that's more sustained. We need basically the equivalent of the Ramstein Defense Contact Group for resilience, a resilience support coordination mechanism that would pool together both NATO and EU efforts as well as those of individual countries, so that we're coordinated and we're thinking about the long term. We can't keep patching things. We have to start to think about how to reposition ourselves for this. And here is where, you know, NATO is doing this. The US has set up a security assistance group, Ukraine. The EU is providing military assistance, arms transfers through the European Peace Facility, but it's almost exhausted all of the funds of that facility, which were intended to be global and were intended to last through 2027. So either the fund needs to be replenished by the EU or a dedicated Ukraine support fund needs to be established because the EU's money is run out. So this is quite critical in terms of the EU side, but we have to understand that, you know, ad hocery, kind of throwing things to help the Ukrainians isn't going to help them over the long term, and it's going to drain our resources, as we can see. Last point I would make is that we have to understand that we have to stop the conflict beyond Ukraine's borders. This is not just an assault on Ukraine, it is an assault on Europe and everything it stands for. And it's impossible to stop the spillover from what's going on in Ukraine into other societies, as we can see. Energy, we see the effects of that. The refugee flows, another 3 million refugees perhaps this winter, that will again swamp European societies. Putin is disrupting food and commodities to countries around the world. He's using Ukraine as a testing ground for cyber warfare capabilities. If it works there, he takes it on the road. The NotPetya attacks in Ukraine were the precursor to the solar winds attack in the United States. The attacks the Russians made on Ukrainian command and control in February disabled tens of thousands of European communication terminals all over the continent. So what happens in Ukraine doesn't stay in Ukraine, which means that resilience begins at home, but in the kind of Europe we're in, no country's home alone. And no institution can deal with this on its own, which means that the EU and NATO need to focus on resilience building, which is frankly actually the leading edge of their cooperation. For all the talk about PESCO and strategic autonomy, resilience has been the leading edge of NATO-EU cooperation. So we have to think about that in terms of two things. That's my last point. One is we have to move away from country by country baseline requirements, which make no sense to me, since in Europe, doesn't matter how resilient you are if your neighbor isn't, to a shared resilience paradigm. At the Madrid summit, NATO leaders moved to that notion of alliance-wide resilience metrics, but they have to implement that. But Ukraine has shown us we have to go even further than that and move away not just from country by country to shared resilience, but to the notion that we don't only need forward defense within NATO, we need forward resilience beyond NATO. We need to be able to project resilience forward to countries like Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, others who are weak and fragile and susceptible to these disruptive elements that flow back into the rest of European society. That's a tough challenge, but that is where it seems to me the urgent need for NATO and the EU to align exists. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hamilton. Indeed, we have, all of us, a lot of lessons learned, and one is that not only resilience is important, resilience starts at home, and we have a benefit from this because we have a larger home, both NATO and the EU. I would like to move forward to Mrs. Anna Cătăuță. We would like to hear your thoughts on the EU-NATO cooperation, considering the fact that well, we hope to have a new NATO-EU declaration soon, maybe next year. Please.
Thank you so much. And indeed, resilience is one of the things that does unite the European Union and NATO. Unfortunately, as Mr. Hamilton was mentioning earlier, prior to the illegal invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation, there were some different opinions on how the EU and NATO would cooperate on mid and long term. But unfortunately, we needed this very cold shower to understand that together we are stronger. And we also needed this cold shower, well, not us, but us as the European Union and NATO, to understand the strategic importance of the Black Sea. And also the need to balance the eastern flank, because one good thing, if we can say that something good came out of this brutal war in Ukraine, is the fact that the leaders of NATO understood that there has to be, on one side, a balanced deterrence and defense on the whole eastern flank, and this was done through the NATO battle groups that were founded, including in Romania, but also by understanding better that you need this multi-domain approach. It's not only about what happens in the field, but it's also about cyber attacks, it's also about countering propaganda and fake news, and it's also about sharing information, including satellite information and other issue. So one thing the Madrid summit did was to put forward and recognize the importance of Black Sea. If I may, I might have one addition to this, and also the importance of Romania. Because if we look around today, Romania is probably the most stable pillar of security in the transatlantic relationship today. Starting from February 24th, but even before and after, irrespective of who was governing in Romania, we were very committed to our European and transatlantic involvement, and we have been steady on our European and transatlantic path without negotiating. Maybe sometimes our citizens might have wanted us to negotiate more, and without questioning the core values that we share with European Union countries and NATO countries. Another thing that the Madrid summit did was to recognize the Russian Federation as something that we in Romania and in this side of Europe knew that they are a threat to our security and stability. They might pretend for economic and pragmatic reasons that they have understood and embraced some sort of values, of Western values, democratic values, but in the end, we have to see and take the Russian Federation and Putin's regime as it is. They have not forgotten their imperialistic tendencies, and when given the opportunity, they will try again to recreate this idea of a larger Russian empire. And if we also I have to mention China, because China is now considered a challenge and a competitor. I do believe that we need to have a conversation with countries that do not exactly share our system of values. Dialogue is necessary, but we have to be very attentive and we have to be very determined to take the right decisions. And I think that, for instance, Romania's decision not to have Chinese companies when it comes to 5G, but also to replace the components for 3G and 4G is a clear statement that we know and understand that in these times we are living, we have to be very careful with whom we, on one side, do business, but on the other side, share important information. And if there is a, let's say, thing that we should build on is the defense industry. I think that for a country like Romania, who has a tradition, especially in the aviation field, this is a great, let's call it opportunity, to build on this tradition and develop some capabilities that will help us to be more competitive on the international stage, but also to be ready to better defend ourselves.
Thank you very much, Anna, because You mentioned in your last ideas something very, very important, the fact that this synergy between NATO and the EU, we should also have it in an integrated or a more integrated defense industry, because we have a lot of projects also within PESCO, and also the military mobility is a very important project. Once in a time it was the flagship project of the EU-NATO cooperation before the war started. I would like to move on to Mrs. Judith Obholzer, and I want to see your view on, we all know the challenges, we all know the threats. For instance, one of the threats and challenges are protecting our critical infrastructure, which from a point of view of regulation is more regarded by the EU, but when it comes to defense, we tend to go on a NATO side to discuss. The idea of the pipelines, for instance, was discussed also within NATO when we had the issues with the pipelines in the North Sea and in the Baltic Sea. And how could NATO and the EU galvanize this moment of challenges and threats and transform it into opportunities for deepen the cooperation?
Thank you very much, and it's a great pleasure to be with you here today at the Aspen Security Conference. I'm here and I'm providing a little bit of the private sector perspective on these very important topics. I'm the global head of geopolitics from Vodafone, and just by way of context for this forum, Vodafone is one of the largest pan-European communications providers. We operate in 21 countries globally and have partner markets in 47 countries and over 300 million mobile customers. What is quite important in the debate that we are having today is that as a telecoms provider, and that links to your question, we are a provider of critical infrastructure. And as the pandemic and now the war in the Ukraine have shown, companies that hold responsibility for critical infrastructure play an increasing significant societal role. And that is the role of building resilience through secure infrastructure and defending against cyber threats. Technology companies have lived up to that in shoring up Ukraine's resilience, such as creating cloud systems for the Ukrainian government, and operators such as Vodafone have provided the connectivity that enabled access to these services. I think it's therefore very important, and I'm very grateful to be an active participant of the conversations that you are having today regarding the security landscape and our resilience more broadly. As Vodafone, and maybe to provide you that perspective, we are quite familiar with the national security lens. And what we're witnessing increasingly is that there is more scrutiny on the sector, and critical infrastructures in particular. Concerns around high-risk vendors and trustworthy digital infrastructure are increasingly the guiding blocks of these discussions. But I think in the debate that we are having today, and as the panelists have noted before me on this panel, we strongly believe that we need to look beyond the national lens and focus on building pan-European, transatlantic, and global resilience in this context. I would like to kind of highlight two key issues that play a role in this. Firstly, supply chains. I think for all of us, the Russian invasion of Ukraine have brought into sharp context the risk of strategic dependencies in Europe and the need for diversification of supplies and critical infrastructures. Today, almost 90% of the global supply of advanced chips are produced in Taiwan, and of course that's not sustainable. But less frequently discussed perhaps, but not less critical, are dependencies that we have on US hyperscalers, who are near monopoly providers of their services. So what do we suggest in terms of this new security architecture that we are deliberating on? We suggest that we need to have aligned diversification strategies and mechanisms to build resilience in supply chains, but we need to have a whole of society approach. We need to build resilience and responsible management across the entire chain, and we need to share that between public and private sector actors. The second very important issue in this context is cybersecurity. Europe, NATO, and their allies facing the biggest security challenges in decades. Yet, we are just coming to grips with the realities of hybrid warfare, as was discussed and highlighted by some of the panelists in earlier panels. No one is entirely safe from cyber attacks, and therefore we need shared lessons learned, sectorial studies of risk, clear mitigation strategies, in particular at the European level, and we need enhanced coordination and cooperation, both between the public and the private spheres. Maybe just a last point that brings in the geopolitical dynamics that we're facing today. Policymakers are increasingly aware that the investment decisions of private companies have a direct impact on national security. For industry, on the other hand, we are increasingly exposed to the dynamics and turbulence of changing geopolitics. Shifts in geopolitics require agility. Take sanctions and trade controls, for example. These tools are being increasingly used as a function of government for national security strategies. And there are new ways that we need to kind of understand better and adopt. So we strongly believe in this dialogue that we are having today. And it's not just about having an active voice, but really understanding how business can support and how business needs to adapt in this very fast changing environment and contribute to the new European architecture and the architecture of security of NATO in particular.
Thank you very much, because one topical idea also within NATO-EU cooperation and within the rising of other global powers with a more autocratic approach is that we still have a technological advantage, and we have to maintain our technological edge. Within NATO, we know that we have a board of innovation run by the Deputy Secretary General in order to keep together talents and also companies that innovate, and also within the digital sector, but also on the cyber sector. The cyber is a operational domain within NATO, and also EU lies a lot of importance on this, and also EU has a lot of fundings for companies that can help provide and can help us maintain this technological edge. And maybe we can resume the idea that the technological field will be very important within NATO and EU cooperation. I would like to come back in the room with Mr. Christopher Scaluba, the Director of Transatlantic Security Initiative within the Scowcroft Center for Strategy and Security Atlantic Council. You are based in Brussels, and you know most of the part of both institutions. And even if we have a very good cooperation, in the last years we somehow had a more vivid cooperation between the US particularly and the European Union. We have strategic dialogues for Russia, China, we have the Technological Council, the Energy Council, and so on. Does those cooperation bilateral between Brussels and Washington help us further harness the potential between NATO and EU and to avoid the, let's say, competition? Because we have a lot of discussion within the strategic autonomy on the EU and the fact that NATO will still be the backbone of our collective defense.
Yeah, thanks, Robert. I think that's a really good question and a really good frame for my approach on this. I was kidding you before the panel, this is my least favorite topic to talk about, because cooperation on NATO and EU defense is one of these things that I feel like we're pulling our hair out about for decades. And even though we have joint declarations and joint summits and our leaders, the leaders of each institution going to each other's meetings, we have common measures, we have joint mission areas. but we never seem to be able to be satisfied that NATO-EU cooperation is at a level where it should be, and there's always obvious areas for cooperation that seem to be undermined by cultural issues or structural issues. So first, I think it's important to recognize that there are real structural issues for NATO-EU cooperation, right? And we can say them out loud. Each organization has members that prohibit cooperation with others, and so there's limits on what the institutions can do. And I think we often hear about those limits being used as an excuse for why these institutions don't work more effectively together inside the defense realm. But I'm not sure that even if those structural issues went away, we would do any better, because I think so much of this is cultural, and I'll come back to that in a little bit. The other question I get asked a lot as a recovering American policymaker is the role of the U.S. You know, is it the U.S. that has a critical view of EU defense, which then affects NATO's view of its cooperation with the EU? And the answer I usually give to that is that I don't think there is any antipathy from the U.S. defense community towards EU defense. I think there's ambivalence. I think there is a kind of so what factor. What value is this adding to the transatlantic security missions, architecture that we want to have? And I think that's the real question for busy US policymakers. People like Dan, people like myself, who do this every day, I think understand, but if you're the Secretary of Defense or the Undersecretary of Defense for Policy, where the EU fits into all of this is a question that doesn't always have a good answer. And I think there's maybe 4 reasons I would give for that very quickly. First is as education. You know, I don't think the EU, I don't think EU member states spend enough time in Washington talking to US policymakers about what EU defense can bring to the table, what it's supposed to do and what it doesn't supposed to do, or what's not supposed to do, what successes that it's had in the past that can reveal to Washington some real value. Second is just a natural one. It's focus. The United States is thinking about transatlantic security through the lens of capability development, through defense investment, as applied to the things that the U.S. cares about. So that's been Afghanistan since 2014. It was Ukraine and Crimea. Now we're dealing with this more serious issue with respect to Crimea. It's going to be China. So where can the EU play a role in security and defense that matters to Washington in terms of its priorities? I think that's a question that has not really been answered, which brings me to my third point, which is impact. And I open this to the room and to my other panelists. Has there been any real big EU security and defense wins that matter to the United States? Just, you know, even in light of all of these joint statements and all of the cooperation, and I think the answer is that it's hard to identify them. There are some, clearly, but do they reach the level of understanding among the Washington policy community to matter much? And I think the answer to that question is no. And then lastly, I think there is some real fatigue around this issue because we're always talking about it and don't seem to make progress. So even the people invested in EU-NATO relations like myself at some point kind of roll their eyes and say, okay, why are we talking about this again? We're not making any progress. So those are some issues and some reasons for them. What are the opportunities? I'll come back to what I said before. I think I would like to see the EU institutionally and EU member states spending more time talking to NATO and talking to Washington about expectations, what it is that it does, what it's not going to do, and how it's going to add value to priorities that Washington cares about. And I understand there's a contradiction here. The EU defense is by definition not supposed to involve the United States. But I think NATO-EU cooperation is inhibited by the fact that the US isn't more invested in EU defense. Second, it would be really good to have a high-level, highly visible use case or test case. And I think each of our panelists has said it. Ukraine is that test case. Why couldn't we get Secretary General Stoltenberg and the presidents of the Commission and the Council together and put together at that level a plan that says this is what NATO is going to do with respect for Ukraine, and this is what the EU is going to do with respect to Ukraine, and these are the things we're going to do together. And then a year from now, or 2 years from now, when Ukraine has won this war, go back and show ourselves that in fact we delivered on those promises and that we've had success cooperating. And I think that would instill some confidence. I think it would give a real tangible feel to this issue of NATO-EU cooperation that I think is quite amorphous to too many people, especially in Washington. Lastly, cultural change. I'm glad that we say all the right things. I'm glad that we have joint declarations. I'm glad the leaders of our institutions go to each other's meetings. But I spend a lot of time in Schuman Circle. I spend a lot of time at NATO headquarters. And I think at the expert and staff levels, there is resistance in each organization to work collectively. So I'd like to see much more institutionalized collaboration at the expert and staff level in Brussels. As Dan said, I think rightly, these are two institutions that are miles apart geographically, but worlds apart philosophically. We need to work together every day to kind of get past those cultural barriers.
Thank you very much. I think you pointed very well some special idea that besides helping Ukraine win this war, because it's important to help them as they fight to defend their own country, and we help them fight for their freedom and protect our freedom. The idea of the international liberal order, democratic order, is based on institutions. So if we will see NATO and the EU working together and working properly and helping Ukraine as institutions beside the bilateral support from countries like US, like Canada, like the United Kingdom, we will see liberal democracy prevailing on this, because this is also at stake. I believe Anna wants to add something, because I saw the
just
microphone.
a very small comment, because you mentioned the cultural dimension. I think that when it comes to humanitarian acts and defending our common institutions and values, I think there is more room for NATO and EU to work together as institutions. When it comes to issues related to defense and to very pragmatic and tangible things, I think that it's more a cooperation between each member state and other member states. So I think it's a matter of how you define whether it's interinstitutional or country to country.
I think that makes sense, and I think one of my comments was that I'd like to see more EU member states talking bilaterally to the US about the importance of EU defense, both at the strategic level and at the practical level.
Thank you very much. I think we still have time for some questions within the room. If somebody wants to jump in, please, we can take questions for our speakers. We have one question on the back. Can you help us with the microphone, please? Please introduce yourself and state from whom you address the question.
Hello, my name is Maria. I'm from the German Marshall Fund. My question, sort of piggyback on your last point, would be, is there a way maybe to actually push beforehand a more integrated collaboration in terms of soft power? Because you mentioned talking about the humanitarian aspect, and coming from civil society, I see that it would be a great venue of opportunity where the EU and NATO and the US can sit at the same table when it comes to actually supporting all of the civil society structures that are actually at the forefront of this crisis right now. And maybe from there actually build more into these more hard-lined security conversations and bilateral relations. Could this be a recipe, an entry point? Thank you.
So, thank you for the question. I think there are two dimensions here. I think there are two areas where we have a lot of potential, but we are not using it to its fullest. One is indeed soft power. And yes, we can find different projects and different ways to work together more, including in the area of innovation. I'm a huge supporter of public, private, and NGO partnership, because I don't think that that there is one institution or one category or one body that can solve humanitarian problems or even resilience issues, that solve the resilience challenges that we are facing. But I think that there's another dimension that we don't talk so much about, and I've recently started to discover it, which is the parliamentary dimension. I think that national parliaments and European Parliament is both, it's not used enough, but also we should learn how to be even more involved in this strategic things, because I have discovered lately, I've been an MP for 2 years now, but it is very important for us members of the parliament to get to know each other and maybe to discuss and tackle those issues that people that are in government want to discuss, but they don't have enough time because they have some priorities. And I think that we should also strengthen the parliamentarian dimension as well.
Thank you. Maybe Mr. Hamilton, you want to add something on this point?
Well, you know, I think my point about the world we're now facing means we need to think beyond this sort of abstract academic thing of hard versus soft power, and understand we have to be able to deploy our resources ably and flexibly across the full spectrum of power. That means being able to combine hard and soft power at the same time and think about the other kinds of things we need to do. The kind of security challenges we face today are no longer the conventional battlefield threats. They are there, as we see. But if you don't deal with the disruption issue, the issue of flow security, the security of the flows that connect our society through resilience efforts, your gains on the battlefield could be wiped out. So NATO and the EU both have to do better at mixing and matching the kinds of power resources that they have. And since in the civilian domain, you know, this is owned by the private sector, most of it. And since it's about civilian societal security, of course, we should be doing absolutely whatever we can to include private actors and civil society actors into this. So I absolutely agree. But I think we have to think broadly about how do you deploy your resources together. This is the challenge in Ukraine right now. We have to be able to do it all at the same time. And that's we've been focusing on the lethal aid correctly, but now the other part of that is becoming just as important. Otherwise, everything Ukraine has done, everything we've done to support them could be erased. So this is why I say this is now the urgent challenge. Rather than focus on the organizational charts, let's focus on what we need to do right now, not only to help Ukraine, but in these areas, but to help ourselves. Because this is an attack on all of Europe. It's not just an attack on the country of Ukraine. Ukraine is just the epicenter of something that's much, much bigger.
Thank you. Maybe we have time for one more question. If somebody in the audience wants to pick up and address one. If not,
I think that after this marathon and of 1 day and a half, the simple fact that you are still here, I want to thank you for this. It is a real proof that Romanians are really resilient. You have to admit this.
I would agree 1,000%, and I have to say that Romania has always been a strong voice, one of the strongest voices on NATO-EU cooperation, whether it's on resilience, space capabilities, cyber, and so the leadership out of Bucharest is really important for this issue to improve over time.
Well, if I can answer that. I think that joining later than other European countries, NATO and the EU, has taught us the importance of both organizations. So for us, it's important to see them working together, and it's important to find the right balance between economic development and defense. one thing we have learned is that EU membership came after we were part of NATO. So once we were a NATO member country and we had this security and stability that came with this, then we were able to further develop and become members of the European Union. And I think, and I hope, and I do hope, that there is going to be an European path for Ukraine, for the Republic of Moldova, and from Georgia. And what I can tell you is that the leadership in Romania is determined to play a very active role in this, because coming from the same region, understanding the culture of the place, we are willing to help our immediate neighbors or our over the Black Sea neighbors to follow this European path, because this will be beneficiary for them, but also for us as a region and for the European institution, European Union in itself.
Thank you, Anna, for this plea, because one thing that Secretary General Stoltenberg said a lot of times when we are discussing NATO-EU cooperation, he said that European unity was preceded by transatlantic unity, and this is why we, Romania and other allies from the eastern flank, we understand that, because firstly we joined NATO, and after that we joined the EU. Thank you very much for taking part in this panel, and hopefully we will see in the next months and next year a more concrete and a more further cooperation between NATO and the EU. And the idea of supporting Ukraine together, of course, will be of utmost importance. Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to moderate this panel, and we can continue the discussion maybe outside over a coffee.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to the panel. We are now breaking for lunch. We have a quick lunch until 3, then one final panel and closing remarks from Mr. President John. Welcome back. I hope you've had a nice St. Andre's feast in the lobby. It's nice to see the final, the hardcore Aspenites / GMFers in the audience. You've made it through a long day, and we have a final panel, which is the fun panel, and concluding remarks from the president of the Aspen Institute, Mircea Joană, following that. So it's my great pleasure to introduce to the stage Simona Spinaru from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also the winner of the Public Service Leadership Award in 2020 to talk about the perspectives from different European Aspen Fellows Network from different generations. So enjoy.
But I would like, thank you so much, Andrea, and happy birthday. I would like to invite my panelists here on the podium with me, because I want to have this last panel a little bit less formal. All right, are you sitting comfortable? Right, okay. So, good afternoon. We've come to the last panel of this combo Aspen and GMF edition of the Bucharest Forum. I would say one of my favorite, a golden edition. I'm pretty much sure that other golden edition and platinum edition will follow, but definitely this is my favorite. And now it's my privilege to start a dialogue with some of the most brilliant minds of the European Aspen Institute Alumni Network. I think in the last 2 days, we had the opportunity to listen to the leaders of today. For now, I'll invite you to see and listen to the leaders of tomorrow. Everyone agrees that we are passing not a watershed moment, but the very turning point of our collective destiny, Zeitenwende, as it's called in German. And it depends on the leader of today, but also of the leaders of tomorrow, which path we are going to take. And I think this deserve your time and passion to hear and listen to the younger leaders and the leaders of tomorrow that I have next to me. Just a couple of introduction about how this panel was built. The construction of this panel has started from an exercise, food for thought type that the Aspen Institute Romania did in preparation of this forum a couple of weeks ago, when the alumni network of the European Aspen Institute have been asked to grab a digital pen and to sketch their own vision on the future of Europe, and the outcome was brilliant. They jump into the provocation, and now we are going to see and listen to 4 of them. We have 3 on the podium, and 1 is online with us. They are coming from 4 different countries: Italy, Spain, France, and Romania. So let's see together how do they see the future of Europe. Our first speaker is coming from Italy. Do we have the connection? All right. Buongiorno, Gerardina. Do you hear us well?
Hello. Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Okay, perfect.
Good morning.
You wrote a paper full of thoughts and ideas. I remember the feeling that I had after reading your paper. It was as if you wanted to put in a bunch of paper all the challenges that we are facing today. And the outcome was perfect, I would say. You talked about creating a new normality, about information as an indirect weapon, about European technological sovereignty, about cyberspace becoming a ground for strategic competition. But what I like the most was, and I'm quoting you, geopolitical competition is evolving more and more from the war of the territory to the war of connectivity. Could we start from this? And I want to ask you to develop more of this idea of the war of connectivity.
Thank you, Simona, and thank you to Aspen Romania for this kind of invitation. Since 2020, events that have affected the entire world have impacted people's daily lives, setting new priorities and creating new normalities, as you just said. In this historic phase, the exchange of information and data management has gained strategic importance for security of nations, so discovery that could help end the pandemic were to be fostered promptly. The second major recent event that shocked the global balance was the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation. Here, too, the management of data information has had a fundamental impact of the course of events in a multitude of levels. Furthermore, data information are at the center of real digital battle, the cyber warfare. In this context of crisis, that the concept of European technological sovereignty and strategic autonomy have emerged. This should not be perceived as bypass to NATO. It actually strengthens the alliance, gives its interdependency with the EU. The EU needs to develop a serious technology plan and worth its economic magnitude. Considering that the Union is the most important economic platform in the world, and the European members of NATO have 4 times the population of Russia and 12 times its gross domestic product. Maritime security in the Maritime security in the Baltic Sea, the Black Sea, the Mediterranean, and the North Sea, as well as the waters, the Atlantic Oceans, and othermost region, and it's important for the EU security, our economic development, free trade, transport, and energy security. Maritime zone, critical sea lanes of communication, and several maritime choke points, as well as seabeds, are increasingly contested. The recent explosion at the Nord Stream pipeline raised the level of attention to the safety of this vital infrastructure, and also turned the spotlight on what would happen if such an attack was carried out against submarine cables for internet connection. So geopolitical competition is evolving more and more for war for the territory to the war for connectivity. This is a constant tug of war between states for their supremacy over global supply chains, energy markets, industrial production, and on the very precious financial, technological knowledge flows. And in this context, therefore, attacking the submarine cables responsible for managing the internet traffic for large portions of state territories, or even entire continents through the so-called bottlenecks, would significantly weaken the actor thus affected. The threat is real, as are its material consequences. This is mainly due to the lack of security around this type of infrastructure and the willingness of authoritarian regimes to increasingly attack non-military targets using hybrid warfare techniques. Submarine cables are highly important for the functioning of the internet network and implicitly of the service that depend on it, and you have to imagine that they enable 97% of internet traffic and about $10 billion in financial transactions every year. Imagining the internet as something ethereal and intangible is a naivete we cannot afford, as we risk underestimate the threats to the primary technological infrastructure on which the internet has always been based. A common European security architecture will have to be put in place, above all, strengthening the security of information and communication technologies, as approved by the EU member states during the European Council in Brussels on 20 and 21 October. Looking at technological developments with a view to a new security architecture, Europe will certainly not be able to neglect the theme of artificial intelligence in the military field. Developed in consideration of shared and ethical values. In the absence of a common European army, the conditions sine qua non for expanding interoperability between the armed forces of member countries is investing in shared defense system, with technological ones playing an increasingly important role. And it is precisely on this last aspect that in-depth study is necessary in order to avoid the development and technological progress used to enhance European security takes a path not compatible with ethical and democratic principles. The relationship between digital technology and democracy will therefore have to redesign the boundaries of freedom and the extension of power. But at the same time, the implementation of this new technological tool will have to be applied with caution, always considering the strength of the democratic panel. In the light of a new revolution and technological transformation, a profound cultural change therefore appears inevitable, which will certainly require new priorities, courage and determination, speed and adaptation to new levels of risk, investment, and an even greater search for concrete and effective synergies. The evolution of technologies, innovative, emerging, or disruptive they are, change at a surprising speed, and the main challenge, especially for future generations, will be to operate with speed in a predictive mode and, unfortunately, living with a potential degree of indeterminacy, insecurity, and increasing risk. It is therefore essential to support a concrete cultural and cognitive transformation that lead us to develop a real culture of innovation. So in the near future, a leadership model characterized by a flexible approach aimed at managing, promoting, and guiding change marked by increasingly complex challenges and the speed of decision-making process will prove successful. The combination of these two factors will mark the flywheel for a new paradigm characterized by a leader with less and less technical skill and more soft skill, who is inclined to experiment by putting aside cognitive biases. The dynamic of technological sovereignty outlines, alas, a promised future for a Europe that can review its priorities and its tools to deftly project itself as a pool of global technological democracy. Thank you.
Okay, mille grazie, Gerardina. I'll come back to you. But now I'm moving to the second speaker, who is coming from Spain. Buenos dias, Blas. You focused in your writing on the European neediness to build its strategic autonomy in order to, and I'm quoting you, to end the dangerous dependency on Russia and China. You are of the opinion, and then I'm quoting you, to take our fate in our hands with the United States. And I'm underlining with the United States. Could you explain us your ideas on how Europe will be able to get its strategic autonomy and what exactly this means for you?
Buenas tardes. Thank you. Thank you very much, Aspen GMF, for this invitation. Just to clarify, this last quote of taking our fate into our own hands, it's actually a quote from Mrs. Angela Merkel when she was then Chancellor of Germany, and she was speaking in the context of this growing tension with the Trump administration in the US at that time, when, as we all know, the Trump position in terms of, for example, criticizing NATO and putting like tension in between the both sides of the Atlantic, brought to the conclusion to the Europeans at last that we should, while keeping the alliance with the US, also as well building our own strategic autonomy to resist or be able to cope with changes, political changes in the US, as happened a few years ago, and as it may happen again in 2 years to come. Mm-hmm. Anyway, I wanted to start with a rather negative or pessimistic view, which is that I'm afraid the EU is not ready yet for this world in flux. I think we are still lacking lots of strength and assertivity, both internally and to the outside. Because, as you said, this is a moment of a huge change in the global political sphere. We're having revisionist great powers such as China and Russia growing in assertivity, in power. We have some other middle powers such as Saudi Arabia, Turkey, Israel, Iran, so many others, India as well, who are pushing above to try to get more influence in the world. The US, of course, is still the great power, but we see some retreating tendencies to the inside. And the EU is in the middle of all of that, without a defined political stance in foreign policy, for example, and even to the inside in how we manage our relation in between the member states, and that is a vulnerability we have. I think it's good news that we've come to realize that we've been naive with our relation with Russia, for example, with this dependency on gas, which allows Russia now to be blackmailing the EU with this fossil fuel dependency we have. But we are also facing a probable similar situation with China in few years to come due to our dependency in commercial terms with China. And we've been seeing this debate going on and growing, for example, in Germany, when their Chancellor, Olaf Scholz, was traveling to China just a few weeks ago, just after the Xi Jinping, the Chinese premier, was confirmed for a third time in China. So a very polemical, controversial trip that was. That to put China and Russia, which are the obvious adversaries, but regarding the US, which is rather more interesting and more complex, I believe, I think the US remains our best ally. We share cultural, historical, political bonds, values, of course. We share a defense alliance, which is crucial for the defense of Europe, NATO, of course, we are here. But they are also competitors in so many things. Just a few days ago, Biden approved a massive plan to invest in their industry, and our Thierry Breton, the Commissioner for Industry in the EU, is saying this is an existential threat to the European industry, even though they are our allies, and they still are our allies, no? And in several panels before this one, this afternoon, we've been talking about technology, for example, and how much the EU depends on other actors, for example, for AI, for quantum computing, for cloud computing. We are depending so much on the US for this kind of stuff. And I don't think it's a good idea, not because the US is not a good ally, but because we should be autonomous in this kind of stuff, which is strategic. So I think we should build on more strategic autonomy, semiconductors, industry, tech, whatever. And besides, and that is something that we can debate longer if you want afterwards, I don't want to take much more time, we also need to reinforce to the inside and to be able to take decisions more quickly, to be able to cope, for example, with countries such as Hungary, with this difficult process that we are having with them regarding corruption and rule of law. All of these things are getting us vulnerable, weak in the inside and in the outside. And unless we cope with them, I don't think the EU...
When you say we, you mean the European Union?
The EU, yeah,
okay.
yeah, sorry. Unless we cope with all of them, I don't think the EU will be ready to face, in a stronger and a more united way, this world in flux, this dangerous world we're heading into.
But at the same time, we have to find a solution. So what would be your suggestion? If you are, I don't know, the president of the Commission, what you would do in order not to lose the European Union, just to stay together? What would be your...
Well, there are several things that are being done already. Just today, for example, the President of the Commission announced two really important measures. In the inside, they are proposing to cut the funding for Hungary unless they are making these reforms even more deeply, which is, I think, a good position to make. And to the outside, they are proposing to create an international criminal court for Russia and taking the frozen funds of the Russian funds in the West to pay for the reconstruction of Ukraine, something we were talking about as well early this morning. So it's two examples of how the EU and precisely the Commission can be more assertive, both to the inside and to the outside. Anyway, this is a huge debate. I don't know if I can give all of the solutions, but at least be more strong in our positions would be nice.
Okay, so do you think that the sanction, so-called sanction, inside of the European Union to punish those who does not obey by the rules would be a possibility to change the behavior?
You mean Hungary, for example?
Yeah,
or?
You gave the
yeah,
example.
I did it. You didn't say it. Okay. Well, I think we have a problem with unanimity. Right. We are so many countries in the EU, and from the moment that one of them, whoever it is, I don't care, is able to block everything, unless we give them the money, or they give us the money, in the case of Spain, if it was the case, that is blocking the whole European Union potentially forever in important things. For example, tackling the pandemic or the Ukrainian war, etc. So I think we should reform this, and one of the ways to do it is to convince those who are not following the rules to follow them, and besides to reform and to abandon this unanimity rule for things that are urgent and important.
You know, there are many discussions nowadays in the European Union about abandoning this unanimity rule and taking the qualified majority. But there are pros and cons about this. Yeah. We can talk about a little bit later on this issue. I will come back to you. But now I'm turning to our next speaker, who is coming from France. Bonjour, Sami.
Bonjour.
I must confess that I was a little bit surprised reading your paper, because it is more philosophical than economical. And you are a financial analyst, but I fully enjoyed reading it. Actually, you offered us 3 ingredients for the new Europe, with capital new. And you talked about peace, progress, and social justice. Could you offer us your full perspective, but in brief, about these 3 ingredients of the new Europe?
Yeah, because I have 5 minutes and I will need like 5 days.
All right.
I work in finance, but I have a PhD in philosophy. That explains why, actually.
All right.
So basically, thinking about that question of like the world in flux and the future, the new architecture of Europe, led me to reconsider what De Gasperi said like in 1952. And he said that we need to base our project on those 3 themes, on that triptych. So I will develop like briefly on that. First is peace. And to understand peace, actually the idea that I develop in my paper is the following one. In the French debate, we distinguish actually worldization, mondialisation, from globalization, globalization. And the first, at a glance, actually, the first described the intensification of flows, may they be political, cultural, not only economic, at a scale which is rising, and at the same time, in a space-time which is decreasing, compressing. And globalization is another aspect of that. Globalization describes the mutation of capitalism in a like wide, let's say, single market, from local markets aggregating themselves to a global one. I propose to go beyond that. To me, the world requires new concept, and the concept is more what in French would be called localization, or what I call in the paper compartmentalization. What does it mean? We are not in a multipolar world. Actually, we are. But the way we need to face that is to think in terms of compartment, in terms of blocks. Our union should be a block. What does it mean and what does it imply? What is the difference to what we think about ourselves? It means that, first, we need to accept that blocks can evolve. They can assemble and disassemble. Blocks are multidimensional. For instance, we are facing the issue with Russia. We need the strongest bloc possible, which means that we will aggregate all the countries sharing our value, our view of freedom, respect of borders. But on other context, on other topic, we need to accept that we are not like the same union. We could be like on cultural topic, like aggregation or disaggregation of small blocks thinking differently. So this is a dynamic view of a union. I think that the union we have built is lacking plasticity. Capability to say, okay, sometime I need to be strengthen in my core values and countries with peripheral ones, and sometimes we need all to be united. That's the first idea. And this is, to me, thinking that way a condition of peace, because it's ultimate respect and capability to react at intense situation, to intense situation. Second part is progress. I was listening to speakers and I was listening to people saying, okay, we should start with stopping taking flight, traveling, eating this and that. I think that degrowth is not actually a solution for nothing. For a simple and good reason. If you opt in for degrowth, other people will grow for you, actually. And they will grow the bad way. So basically, you will lose ground, and on top of that, no, nothing will change. Because actually, we are in a global world. So if your block is smaller, the block of other will be bigger, actually. Unless you go for pushing very hard. In that case, you are not consistent with a peace necessity. So, so growth and progress are key, which doesn't mean not having any limit, which does not imply making efforts. But what I mean is that we should put progress first, and that's in the intimate speech and view of the founding father of Europe. So my point is, never forget that, especially when it comes from social responsibility and environment. Last point is social justice. That social justice theme has evolved a lot over the past few years. Now it has become more a symbolic theme, which is absolutely weird. We haven't achieved the political goal that is related to social justice, but we are spending almost all our effort in discussing symbolic theme. Once again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do it. What I mean is we need to find the right balance. Symbolic topics are important, but we need to come back to the very nature of our project, which is guaranteeing equity, equality, but real equality of chances, respect for people and humanity. And as long as we haven't succeeded in that, we still have work to do. And all the energy that we are spending in discussing like symbolic topic is lost energy, actually. So those are like three small stones in that big garden of the new architecture. But what I mean is, so if I want to conclude briefly and synthesize my point is, first, let's come back to the basic of our union when we think about the future. Second, let's avoid like losing ourselves in like easy way of understanding the topic, accepting complexity of situation, and be courageous in facing them, actually.
Mm-hmm. I'm tempted to ask you quite the similar question. If you would be a commissioner, so which will be the first step that you will do in order to make the social justice more justice? So, because it's easier to talk about this kind of thing theoretically. I know from my own profession, so it's easy to talk and to speak words. But if you have to sit on the table and draft a piece of legislation, and then next day to implement it, which this would be?
Okay, so first I will think in terms of block. What is the right block to face that issue? To me, it's nation. So the smallest one, not the union one, not the big one. Just because, actually, that question is deeply rooted in a history, in a political system, and in its very thin social persistencies. So basically, if I was a commissioner, my actually way of seeing that is that it's not my concern. What I can do, but it does not mean I won't do anything. What I can do is, with my point of view as a commissioner, I can share the good practices, I can help others to go faster, I can also fund things, but I will rely on the capability of countries themselves, at their level, to deal with that topic. Because it's first a topic inside the countries, inside the nations, and after, a union topic.
Okay, thank you. I'll come back to you. Our last speaker is coming from Romania. Bună ziua, Alexandru. You see the world in perspective. You are an anthropologist, and it's all in your writing. and I like it. And so I will ask you directly, what means Europe for you?
Asking all the tough questions first, I must say I want to thank the person from technical team who put the lights here, because I can't see if you're bored or excited about what we're saying. And for us here, being the last panel, it's important. And so I've made the joke you were talking about in the beginning. It's a very good question, because this is how I've actually began my paper. We live in a Europe that is quite problematic at the beginning, and I'm glad you also asked Blas and Sami about it. And Blas said we're not able to face the things we're faced with right now as we are. And the problem, I think, with being European right now is that materially it means not very much to many people. If I ask anyone, for instance, Romanians here, what it means for you to be Romanian, what you associate with being Romanian, you have a whole host of things. You'll talk about, I don't know, food, you'll talk about scenery, you'll talk about documents. You have material things that link you to being Romanian. Your identity as a Romanian is being transcribed into a large network of things, places, scenery, legislation, and so on. Being European, on the other hand, is a bit more tricky, because it's a lot more abstract. European citizenship is defined as something that's automatically granted to citizens of countries, members of the European Union. You don't do anything to gain it, you can renounce it. It's something that's so abstract. And we see it in the world today, and we see how it causes many problems for people. You see the return to authoritarianism in many states. We've seen in recent elections, we see it in the countries neighboring us, we see in the threats we're facing. And for instance, not in anthropology, but in the sociology of modernity, a lot of big thinkers have told about how the world today is constantly undergoing change, and there's a process that Hartmut Rosa, a German sociologist, named social acceleration, which means we always have to change and progress, because if we don't do, we are not remaining on the same place, we're being left behind, because the world is changing, technology is accelerating, everything is gaining a more speed around us, so we need to speed ourselves. And the problem is also seen in the previous speeches, because you both said that we need, for instance, more plasticity or more quick political change and decision making, because there are such huge changes, and our processes and institutions and architecture are stuck in another world that's not adapted to what happens right now. So this is mainly the issue we're facing. How do we get European right now? How we build that way of being European that's also material and that links us to what Europe is, and what Europe is beyond institutions. I've been talking lately to lots of Romanian for different research projects that have left the country, and nobody feels at home nowhere. And for some of the people that have left the country early and have traveled around the place, home is nowhere. How do we make Europe home? For instance, how do we make another country home? How do we link all these things? This is the main challenge I think we're facing, because to me, being European is at most something, a geographical feature. We live in Europe, it's here, we're here, I did nothing to deserve it. How do we work from here in order to create something that's both stable, but plastic and mobile enough to adapt to the changes that we're facing? Okay. That's just a short answer.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'll go back to Gerardina. You also tackled in your paper the relationship between the digital technology and democracy. Do you see a need to redesign the boundaries of our freedoms and the extension of power, and if yes, how?
Of course, it is. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Since technological innovation contribute to the improvement of living condition, and they are the result of the evolutionary development of the work of human, considering the disrupting strength inherent to the emerging and disruptive technologies, we are called to better govern and manage their development and future use. So it's a great revolution, but needs to go deeper inside the democratic and ethical principle. So, for example, making an example, the application of artificial intelligence to military defense raises a number of ethical and regulatory issues, some of which appear particularly relevant. First, the correct dosage of artificial intelligence or the balance between its non and excessive use. And another debate is who's the responsibility for damage caused by devices that make use of artificial intelligence, of the owner, of the algorithm programmers. So I think that it's necessary to consider an approach, an whole approach, considering legal aspects, ethical aspects, and democratic aspects, in order to use better these technologies and in order to be aware of the entire challenge that these new technologies are posing nowadays.
Okay, thank you. I'll go back to Blas. Due to the war in Ukraine, you pointed out that and I'm quasi-quoting you, that the center of European gravity is moving toward the east. What would be the consequences of this shift in attention, in resources? Because you are coming from Spain, so till recently you quite understood us. So what would be the consequences of this European gravity moving towards the east?
Okay, I see two trends here. Short-term trend is that the countries in the Baltic republics, and especially Poland, are gaining lots of political weight because of their support of Ukraine. They are like the standing members of the EU in terms of support of Ukraine, so they are getting political strength in this sense. This is a short-term thing, and it's already happening. I can say probably the axis Paris-Berlin is going to be three members axis in a few years' time, with Warsaw as well. But besides, I believe in a few years from here that we will see an enlarged European Union which integrates some, if not all, of the Balkan states, and also, if we are lucky, Ukraine and Moldova as well. So that is basically, in geographical terms, is already going to shift everything to the east. Economically, politically, it's going to give the EU much more diverse identity. We are integrating more Orthodox countries, even Muslim countries, if we get Bosnia and Albania into the club, for example. This is a change. And to the southern states, such as Spain, Portugal, I'm afraid, and this is something that it's hard to avoid, we are going to lose influence. Of course. We are already not so influential. I would like to be more influential in the EU, but it's hard. But if everything moves even further to the east, I believe Italy, Portugal, Spain, Greece will lose some of their influence, even though, for example, Spain and Portugal have been a little bit stronger in their positions in the energy debate, for example, recently. But this is not a long-term thing. I think we are, in a way, doomed, even though this is a strong word, to lose influence in favor of Poland above all, but also Balkan countries, Ukraine eventually, when they get into, and the East as a whole.
Okay, thank you. Sami, I remember that you are of the opinion that we are not going to see the end of the nation states soon. So, because, and I'm quoting you, and I like it so much, there is a soul in a nation state that cannot vanish. So, for the future, the nation state framework is still here. In this case, how can we progress in European Union if you do not go deeper with the European integration? And a complementary question, what is the next level of cooperation among states?
Thank you very much for that question. Actually, that idea of nation-state as a soul is from Ernest Renan, and it's very powerful because being a soul cannot be defeated just because from a political gesture we decided. So we need to live with it. I also write that borders are not barriers, they are limits. So we need also to accept that there are borders inside Europe and that those borders are not barriers. They protect actually those nation states and they protect all of us, which does not mean that it does not imply a better integration. I want it because, as I explained previously, on many cases, and I will quote and give one or two examples quickly, it is something we need actually. We won't be able to face the future if you are not together. And for instance, where can we be stronger than simply nation state? For instance, we're talking about digitalization. The question of cybersecurity is not only a nation stuff. Actually, of course, each people has to protect their interest, but there are far more importance of being protected as a whole. Exactly the same way we need to reinforce the protection of our borders around Europe, just to protect all of us together. So cyberspace is something very important to me, but on the digital space, we need to have a common approach. What we are doing, like working alone on many projects, is something suicidal. I will give you two examples. If you count the number of patents on the quantum computing, actually almost everything, more than 90%, either the US or China. How is it possible? Of course, we cannot succeed as friends alone. We are no more intelligent than anyone else, but with Romanian, with Italian, with Spain, all together, we can do it. Which means like having common research centers, having common funding, putting efforts together, crossing university, departments, etc. So this is concrete, and this is a call for a further integration, for instance, on that, but the same for environment. We need to build the grand tech technologies together. We need to have a single funding market for green tech. If we want to find the solution in terms of progress and stop thinking in terms of degrowth, let's put the fund together, but very optimistically, and create the condition for startups to be able to create value freely, removing the barriers in that case, because we don't need it. So you see, my view is there is no single answer to each topic. Each topic is so complex that it requires specific view on what is the right block. In those cases, on the digital space, the block is the widest. That's clear. So let's clean all the borders and make it as efficient as possible. We are only one people on those topics, for instance.
Okay, so we are going to cooperate on various topics and in different issues and on different levels differently, yeah? All right. Alexandru, you describe pandemic and the war in Ukraine as hyper objects. Pandemic is not just a virus, and the war in our neighborhood is not just a war. Let's help us to understand a little bit more of this complexity from your point of view.
Thanks for getting the discussion here. It kind of relates with what Sami was talking about, because the internet is also sort of a hyper-object, which is not a metaphor that's mine, but it belongs to a philosopher, Timothy Martin. He's into philosophical ecology, and he's also, let's say, in the space of what's called today object-oriented ontology, which is a way of seeing the world as being composed of entities having the same ontological status, the same status as beings. It's just one of the perspectives out there. It means that, for instance, when we look at the world, we see the world as it really is entangled in so many practices with not clear borders, because in some instances, I mean, most instances, you can't trace a clear border. For instance, where is the internet? If tomorrow I cut a cable somewhere, I don't know, under the sea, we'll be left without some of the technologies that sustain a lot of what we do as people, as business persons, as employees, and so on. Technology is fragile, is really all-encompassing, and we need to see the things that stand behind this network of support, be it technological or other sorts of materiality, such as the war or climate change, the plastic, and so on, as a hyper object, because it's something so encompassing, existing on a different time frame, on a different scale, that's not possible to pinpoint, and that is made real through other instances and practices. For instance, you don't see let's say the gross national product. You don't see it. It exists somewhere, but it's made actual with practice of statistics and measurement and so on. You don't see global warming. You can see graphs and stuff that actually explore it and paint it as what it is. You don't see the internet. We live somehow in a world that's permeated by it. And this is, I think it's a better way of saying that we're facing complex threats than saying that they are hybrid, they're not digital, they're not physical, they're hybrid. Looking at it as a hyper object makes you think about how you can make visible the things that are not visible or that are not seen as what they are. We're talking in Europe a lot about technology, and we've talked here a lot about technology and digitalization. It's always a trope that comes in public discourse, and it's seen as a solution to everything. But if we look at it for what really is, we're going to see all of the complex matters that underline it and that undermine it sometimes, because as we said, there are patents that for very important technologies are, for instance, located mostly in China. There are technologies that are located mostly in other countries. There are resources we depend on that are in other places or are really widely distributed. If we rely on something as broad as digitalization and we want to grow through it, we need to be aware of the things that are behind and how to make them more stable so that we can really depend on it. We've seen with the pandemic how all these things connect, because the pandemic was something, it was a virus in theory. At some point you could pinpoint it, but it became so much more than that. It became a huge network that we couldn't stop.
Okay, thank you very much. So we are over our time, unfortunately. In case there is a very running question that you want to ask, please be short. There is a microphone in the back of the room. If not, I conclude our panel, and unfortunately the 11th edition of the Bucharest Forum. Mille grație, muchas gracias, merci beaucoup, mulțumesc frumos, thank you very much. But before leaving this room, good afternoon, President, I would like to make an announcement. I would like to announce the winner of the 2022 Bucharest Forum edition. And the winner is? I'm feeling you are quite tense in the back of the room. And the winner is the team with the capital of this merry couple, Aspen Institute Romania and GMF Bucharest. You guys deserve an Oscar. The Oscar of our hearts, of our minds, of our esteem. And I wish you to keep the transatlantic community alive for many years to come. So thank you very much.
Oh, guys, what a day it's been, huh? Thank you very much for hanging on. For our closing remarks, we have a man who needs no introduction, partly because he's been already introduced by my father yesterday, Mr. Mircea Joană, the president of the Aspen Institute, the man who made this all happen. Thank you.
No, actually, I'm the founding president, because you have to give room to the younger ones. I wanted to come back at the closure of this great event of ours, because, I'm here just to tell you, especially for the younger ones, for the young leaders, and for the future of this country, of this continent, of this world. how much we need you and how much we need your leadership, we need the values, and we need this eternal conversation about who we are. The Aspen idea was born in 1949, after the Second World War, after the Holocaust, after Nazism, at the beginnings of communism. And many people gathered from around the world for the Goethe bicentennial. In the middle of nowhere, Aspen, Colorado, a deserted former mining city, where people from business, from philosophy, from arts, from politics, musicians, they even brought a music tent, which was just brought for the occasion because also they need classical music. And the conversation was, at the beginning of the Aspen idea, how can we avoid such tragedies, such misery, such tens of millions of lives lost and destinies destroyed? How can we make humanity and the beautiful part of human beings move forward, and the dark side of ourselves too can be put aside? That's the Aspen idea. The permanent search for the good society. And I believe in the power of ideas. I believe in values. I believe in leadership. I believe in people like you, my young friends, that are called today to shape the world again. Because the world is a nasty place to be. We just finished the foreign ministers' meeting of NATO. I'm happy that it happened in my country and in my city, in Bucharest. It was a brutal awakening that war is still possible. Look at our neighbors in Ukraine. Imagine how it feels. And us in Romania, we know, this is my generation, how feeling cold and hungry is. Imagine how it is to live with a spectrum of not only be bombarded, but also not have energy and heat and water, and to have your kids need to flee the country and find a better place. So the world is in a nasty place to be. Thanks God, at least here in Europe, what I called yesterday the civilized Europe, we still strive for values and order. But we need you, my dear friends, my young friends, because our public opinions, our citizenry, is many times unhappy. The trust in institutions, the trust in even the ideas of democracy is eroded. The economic, social, and moral contracts are shaken. We need to replenish the reservoir of the ideas that meant the Aspen idea and the good society from Socrates on, the engine of human dignity and human society. It's not only a war here. It's a proposition between two systems of organizing human society. Freedom, rule of law, norms, human dignity on one side, perfectible, of course. And what we see in other places like China and Iran as we speak, when techno-dictatorships are getting into the lives of every single citizen. So for the ones who have not lived under communism or not suffered the horror of Holocaust or Nazism, I tell you and ask you one question: what kind of society you like to live in? A free one or a closed one? A free, perfectible one or a closed and corrosive one? I think the answer is obvious. So my call to you, and that's why I came specially after a very long 2 days here, just to be with you, for the fellows, for the alumni of the many Aspen institutes. By the way, Aspen, España was founded here originally because Pablo Bedoy, the former ambassador here, said, what the heck, Romania has an Aspen and Aspen doesn't? So positive competition in Europe plays. Now I think we are 13 or 14 Aspens around the world. We'll be opening a new one in Colombia. We'll have a new one in Kenya. We have, of course, 8, I think, in Europe. We have one in New Zealand, one in India, one in Japan. Why? To be a little bit self-marketing, because Romania, Aspen Romania, did so well in 16 years with the help of my board fellow members and of all of you, the Aspen team, the Aspen fellows, all the people, GMF. We've done well. And I remember with Florin Spătaru and Alexandra Găteș, I think it was 20 years ago, when we were running in Colorado to convince the Americans that an Aspen could take place in Romania. And they even came to an executive seminar just to watch if we can really get the drill. We do. And like us, everyone, in Moldova, in Georgia, in Bosnia, everywhere around the world, in Africa, in Kenya, in Latin America, everywhere. There is a drive and a search for dignity, for the good society, and for value-based leadership. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you for being in this journey. I don't say that my generation's time is over, I hope not, but I think the relay, my dear friends, young friends, is for you. Take over, run the show, and make the world a better place. Thank you so much. Love you.